Okay, I think the YouTube streams are live. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get the TikTok streams open. And we are good to go on TikTok. Awesome. Give me just 1 second to make sure the guest boxes are open. All right, guest boxes are open. Should be ready to rock and roll. I guess I should open up my notes application too, in case we want to do some note taking. Trying to keep these linear. Christians seem to have a trouble with keeping linear, but Notepad might be able to help us out here. All right. And I think everything's good to go. I think we're ready to rock and roll, friends. Hey, thanks for being here. It's Friday night. Should have a fun one. Decided to get cooking. Our Thursday night stream was a little bit slow, and I couldn't stay up late. But tonight we'll be doing the usual schedule. It should be a lot of fun. Welcome in, Ems.
Hello. Hey, how are you doing?
You know what? I couldn't be better. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Good to hear.
You've been gone for a week.
Yeah. It's really been basically a week. But I'm back now,
You're
y'all.
gonna have to catch up with HR.
I know. I'm gonna get written up. That's right. Hey, I'm home now. I'll be home all month, so we should have a good time. And we've got some fun stuff happening on March 8th. We've got the whole team together for AXP. It's going to be me, Ian, and Dr. Blitz doing a threesome on AXP. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, that sounded very bad. Doing a what?
We're doing a threesome on AXP. I don't see the problem. These doctors have dirty minds. You know, what are you going to do? Hey, Helping Mega Deconstruct, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Helping Mega is Rock Hard for Doug and Simply Wet for Sharon. Also, remember, hey, thank you, Helping Mega. We've got a new hashtag that fucking Matt invented on the fly by accident, which is Justin's fucking rock. We already have an emoji in the Discord for it, a JFR emoji. It's fantastic. If you haven't seen the Justin's fucking rock comment by Matt, I highly recommend finding that clip. It's in the Discord, but fucking, it's a funny one. Hey, Tracy, artist formerly known as Yantu, thank you for the super chat. Says, did you get the gift I sent? I saw you were in prison again. So I was in prison, and I did get a notification at the UPS location where my box is saying that something came in. So I suspect it's from you. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. But I didn't pick it up yet. I'm going to be picking up all my messages and whatnot this weekend on Saturday. So we'll take care of it then. But thank you so much for thinking about me. I really appreciate that. It really it's we have such a great community here. You know what I mean? I really feel like I don't really miss the church. I know a lot of people kind of miss the church when they leave Christianity or religions, but I really don't, because we got such a good community here. Hitchens, did you resurrect? Wait, does that mean you're the Messiah now? I've got questions. Thanks for the super chat. Huge fan. Favorite response. None of that's true. None of that's true, actually. It's funny because, like, I really enjoy saying that to people, because typically when I say it, they really think I'm being like bombastic. But I could when I say it, I actually meant it. Everything they said is nonsense, and I can tell you why. But I do love the reaction when people get that from me. They don't really know what to do with it, and that's okay. Han School, hey, thanks so much for the super chat. Says, is Numbers 8:17 through 19 trying to explain why they don't do human sacrifice anymore while integrating everyone to the Levites for redeeming them? So kind of, yeah, that's kind of the gist. Now, it seems to be that there's a redaction in the, Exodus, I think Exodus 13, that seems to be trying to deal with this exact issue, where it talks about the first to open the womb is going to be given to the Lord, and then later it says, in fact, let me get my web browser open. I forgot to open up my web browser. And then later possibly by a later scribe in the 13th chapter. It's like, no, let's do some redemption. In fact, let me pull that verse up on the screen for y'all. All right. Web browser is linked. It's actually a really good question, by the way, Con. So in the verse says, you shall set apart to the Lord all that first opens the womb, all the firstborn offspring of your livestock that are males to be the Lord's, but every firstborn donkey you shall redeem it with a sheep. Let's see. If you do not redeem it, you must break its neck. Every firstborn male among your children you shall redeem. Some people are saying, wait, what do you mean by redeem? Because there's actually another passage inside of Exodus that calls for giving away or giving up your firstborn without redeeming them. In fact, I bet this cross-reference gives it to you. Let's see. Numbers 18 is the other cross-reference. It must be 34. I thought it was going to be in 33, but I guess I'm one chapter off. The firstborn of a donkey you shall redeem with a lamb, or if you will not redeem it, you shall break its neck. All firstborn of your sons you shall redeem. No one shall appear before me empty-handed. And one of the reasons why people think that, not that one, but the 13th is a later redaction, meaning the redemption part was added on, is because right here in Ezekiel 20, 25, I believe is the verse. Oops, I don't know why I hit a 1 instead of a 2. Let's try that. There we go. He talks about the commandments that were given, and he says, because they had not executed my ordinances, but they had rejected my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths, and their eyes were set on their ancestors' idols, I gave them, moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up of their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they may know that I am the Lord. And if you look up what's he talking about? When did God command them to do child sacrifice? Well, that's only going to be in Exodus. And I bet if I click this cross-reference, it's going to give you Exodus 13, right? It didn't actually pull up Exodus 13. I wonder why the people who put this Bible together didn't want to link it for us. Anyways, most of the Bibles will link this to the actual command from Exodus 13, rather than just leaving it unlinked, because the question must be answered. When the hell did God tell them to offer up their firstborn? Well, it's in Exodus 13. That's when he did. So either Exodus is wrong or Ezekiel's wrong. But it can't be. They can't both be right. You see what I'm saying? So, hey, Carlos, my friend, great to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. It says, hey, Justin, quick update. Mom's doing better. Love to hear it. Now in recovery and resilient mode, just like Wolverine. Hell yeah. Both you all recovered really well after you left the hospital. Thanks to you and your community. Invaluable support. Muchos gracias. Listen, we're here for you, buddy. And, we really do love the people in this community. It's a great community. And I'm really happy to hear that your mom's doing well. Please do keep us updated. When we're only live 3 nights a week, but I'm sure people see the community members on other live streams throughout the week. So I love getting an update if I miss one of the other streams. I can't always be around to catch the other streams, so I really appreciate that, friend. Tragically Shap says, happy Friday, Justin and Ems. Making Christian biscuits every day. That is the case. Just actually, we can make sausage gravy and biscuits, because the Christians actually can consume sausage, just not the Muslims and the Jews. I'm curious, Ems, are there any other meat restrictions? They can't have swine and they can't have dog, right? If you're Muslim?
It doesn't say you cannot have dogs. It says that you cannot eat pigs. You cannot eat anything that has been unalived before you've gotten so anything that has died without being butchered, or not butchered, slaughtered, then you cannot eat anything that's already dead, except dead animals that come from the sea. And it's pretty much just the topic of chapter 5 of the Quran.
Okay.
It tells
Oh,
you
that's
at
good.
the beginning of the book.
I started chapter 5, so I should be hitting that really soon. I'm excited for that.
Uh, so you're
Okay.
not allowed to eat anything unless you yourself kill it, or your dog kills it while hunting.
Oh, damn. Okay. That's interesting. I wonder what the reason for that is. Is that because maybe in their time, the meat might have been sacrificed to idols, and they didn't want you eating tainted meat?
No, so that is point of it, because you have to like slaughter it in the name of God, but also because like apparently like it's disgusting and gross to eat a dead animal. It's as if you're a scavenger. Like it's disgusting. It would carry like diseases and stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. It's interesting how in the ancient world, like what they considered like healthy practices had to be like magic from God somehow, like or a command from God, because they didn't understand like anything about science.
Mhm.
Well, I'm going to grab. We don't have a guest in the guest box yet. I'm going to grab some super chats, and maybe we'll prevent getting backed up on super chats tonight. Friday's always busy. If you want to get in and have a discussion, and you're not on TikTok, you can use tiny.cc/DZ Live. If you are on TikTok, you can just hit the guest request button. Also, if you're on Twitch, you can use the same link. You don't have to be on any platforms to use the link. All you got to do is punch it in your browser. There's a clickable version of it in the comments of the live video as well. Wraith, hey, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Sorry I haven't been around much lately. No, not to worry. It happens to all of us. But I've learned two things. Foxholes do in fact have atheists, and so does the oncology ward. By the way, I survived both. Hell yeah. Actually, there's an atheist on TikTok named Foxhole Atheist. We've talked to quite a few I guess you would call them veterans, maybe not ex. We've talked to quite a few veterans on the stream that are atheists. This whole "there's no atheists in foxholes" thing is just silly. It's just not true. But we're glad, Wraith, we're glad that you survived. Neither one of those things sound particularly heartwarming. They sound terrifying. So we're certainly glad that you survived, friend. And Inglob, thank you for the super chat, says, "Here to here, not even close, and let's try it again." You know we're going to say both of those tonight. We're absolutely going to hear somebody give a dog shit reading of a passage that a fifth grader could have interpreted, and I'm going to have to tell them, not even fucking close. I really need, you can't do it because of terms of service, but we really need like a child LLM, like something designed for fifth graders that can interpret this text for Christians who apparently can't read. It seems to be one of the biggest problems we have when reading these books is suddenly words have absolutely no meaning to Christians. And also, Gary, good to see you, says $1,000 for AC, clean 2 coils and 2 pounds Freon equals little tithe. No worries, Gary. It sounds like your AC condenser went out. Is that what you mean by CO? So your AC condenser went out. Those are expensive. You needed a new coil for your condenser and obviously new Freon because you lost all your fluid. That stinks. I'm sorry, Gary. That's a horrible thing. And be honest, like if your AC unit still uses Freon, the reality is you can't fix it yourself because at least where I live, Freon's a controlled substance. You have to like actually have a license to like purchase and utilize this stuff. Like normal blokes like me can't just run out and buy Freon. But we're glad you got it fixed at least. I don't know what country you're in, but in the States, the hot weather is coming soon. Like it's just around the corner. So now's a good time to get it taken care of, friend. And Nocturnal Finn says, topic idea. Jesus was a Jew. Christians hate the Jewish Jesus. Actually, I love the topic. Christians hate the Jewish Jesus or the real Jesus, or even Jesus was a Judaizer. There's a lot of good ways you can work that title. I kind of like all of them. But it's true. Like the Jesus of the Gospels is not the Jesus that Christians actually care about. They've got this other post-death Jesus envisioned by people who wrote about him after he already died. They don't like the real Jesus for sure. Herbie Shine, hey, great to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. thank you for the super chat. Says any Dunsington crew. Is that her new name for Duncan? Duncanton. Any Duncanton crew. Scientific Snitch is due to be on the line on Monday. Good. I did a shout out for Scientific Snitch on the line Saturday. So I was hoping we'd get Scientific Snitch around here. So she's going to be on the line Monday with Forrest. I can't fucking wait. Another Deconstruction posse member continuing the takeover on the line. Guys, listen, the TikTok Deconstruction crew is making waves, y'all. We started breaking into the YouTube market a while ago, and I think we're making a pretty good run of it. So I'm excited. Liberty Giblets, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $49 super chat. And beautiful pup. Says John Cohen mentioned you, and he may be doing something together soon. Yeah, that seems to be the case. We pass each other a lot because we're different time zones, and we've kind of exchanged some messages. I'll text him and actually set something up for real. I really want to sit down with John and do a live stream with him. He's so brilliant. He's so intelligent. He's just good. He's just really, really good. That's exciting. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, and blue balled for Blitz. Blue balled for Blitz is dynamite. I love it. We got to make that a reoccurring thing. All right, I think I've got a guest waiting. I'm going to grab 3 super chats, and then we're going to get our first guest in here. Oniwin, thank you for the super chat. Says, love this stream and the community here. Thank you for the streams and videos. But thank you. I really appreciate that. The community is awesome. In fact, I push it. I don't push it enough. I highly recommend joining the Discord. The Discord is a lot of fun, guys. It's a good time. I should spend more time in there myself. Anyways, it's a really cool community, y'all. Benny and the other mods have really made a really cool space for deconstruction and atheists to kind of chill. Simeon, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, oh, our guest just dropped. I guess they didn't want to come in. Okay. Simeon says, I actually am curious about the food laws, like why Judaism kept them. Then Paul comes along and says they're gone. Then suddenly Islam reinstates them. Was Islam just trying to be a contrarian? That's a good question. In Islam, did they have any food laws or dietary laws that were based on the Hebrew laws, or did they kind of do their own?
I mean, I think I'm not familiar with the Jewish ones, except that they do not eat pork and they do not drink alcohol. But what else? I'm assuming I've heard before that they do not eat shrimps or something.
I think that's the case. I have a sneaky suspicion that there might be a little bit of inspiration from the dietary laws of the Hebrew Bible, but it's hard to know because so many cultures in the ancient world had similar dietary restrictions. It's hard to know if it was just really common or if somebody was borrowing. But for those who are wondering, the Egyptians and the Hittites both documented some of their dietary laws as well. What was clean, what was unclean. You can find other lists out there other than just what's in the Bible. It's not like the Bible did anything new. The Bible's just the Hebrews were doing what everybody was already doing. It's nothing interesting. Wraith, holy shit. Thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's humongous. I really appreciate that, friend. Memberships really do help the channel a tremendous amount. And Real Webby, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend, says, I started listening to you recently and I love your style. Awesome, friend. Well, fuck. Thanks, Real Webby. I appreciate that. And is that a paper? Is that Clippy with googly eyes like Doug? Is there a new member to the Pantheon? We might have to converse and decide whether or not Clippy is the newest member. We'll have to see about that. Shroud, hey, thank you for the super chat, Fred. It says thinking about becoming an atheist. Well, there's a lot of good reasons why you should. Can you ask Ems if I can trade in my 72 virgins for one low mileage whores asking for a friend?
What is that?
He's asking. It's a car reference. He said, "Can I trade 72 virgins for just a low mileage single lady that
Have you
likes
seen the
to get
description?
busy?"
Have you seen the description of what is it called? The 72 virgins in heaven.
Not yet, but at some point you
You
get
should
into
look
like
it
a
up.
river of milk, right?
Yes, they have rivers of milk, rivers of alcohol. They have rivers of like just search up the like the how they look. What are they
Okay.
called? In English, they don't really have a translation for the name, but the 72 virgins in heaven in Islam and their description, they sound like they're like straight out of a horror film.
Okay, it looks like it's kind of cut up in multiple sections. And the 72 number comes from the Hadith. Let's see. All right, I'll pull that
Find
up.
the description.
Yeah. Let's see. Where can I find the Islamic rivers of milk and 72 virgins description? I'm just waiting eventually for like the FBI to knock on my door about my chat GPT questions because there's some crazy stuff that gets typed in here. It looks like it's 4715 says in it are rivers of water unaltered, rivers of milk whose taste never changes, river of wine delightful to those who drink, and rivers of purified honey. So let me go to, it looks like
Look up.
Quran 47.
Sure. I don't think it's gonna be there. Just search up. Just have ChatGPT tell you the physical characteristics of the virgins in heaven.
Oh, okay, okay. What are the physical? Okay, I asked what are the physical characteristics of the 72 virgins of heaven? And it says there are two sources. It says they have large, beautiful eyes. They are untouched, youthful. They are modest, full bosomed, big, huge tracts of land. That's okay. That's in the Quran 78:33. It says. Now I have to look this one up.
In the hadiths, it mentions that they have such white skin that they are transparent, and they have
No.
yeah, and they have like in their eyes are a mix between uh, the darkest black and the lightest white, and the colors are reversed. So the iris is white, and the cornea, uh, not the cornea. The cornea is what was it? Was the cornea or was the iris? So yeah, it is the iris is white, so it's reversed, and the rest of the eyeball is black, like very very black, and they have
That's crazy.
long black hair, and what else? And they have an ever renewing uh, virginity.
That's what. Yeah, I'm looking at some of these passages right now. It's pretty crazy. We all right. I have to touch on this next time we get a Muslim on the phone. I really want to ask him about how this God views women. It really feels like women are just like property to this particular deity. Alex, hey, thanks for the super chat. Friend says, question for M's. How come Islam doesn't have so many denominations like Christianity?
It does, and they just are like minorities. So 90% of Muslims are Sunnis, and then 10% are like a lot of different things, mostly Shias. And then Sunnis have denominations, and Shias have denominations. Shiaism and Sunnism are completely different religions, but they're under
Yeah.
the umbrella of Islam.
I thought there was at least the two major divisions. I bet there's probably some more that we don't know about in the Western world,
And
right?
within them, there are divisions. So,
Okay, fair enough. Well, listen, we've got guests waiting to get in. I think it's time to get some robust discussion started. So let's get Ferjev from our TikTok queue, and hopefully we'll get our session started. How you doing, Farah?
Oh, it's Farajev.
Yeah, I shortened it like a nickname.
Yeah. Topic is that your God's imaginary. It's not our imaginary. Someone else's imaginary to pushes us and makes us to believe that. Like
Sure,
people like you when they start explaining, and no one cannot debate, and people waking up.
sure. So,
And thanks
what God
for
do you believe
that.
in?
I don't believe that books God. Yesterday I sent you the message in the YouTube, like payment message. Remember, we
What?
limited
What?
have a we have a limited time. Remember yesterday I sent it. Do you remember or not?
Like in the comments?
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Firuz
yeah,
Faraji from YouTube.
I'm sure I responded, but like I respond to
Yeah.
like
No, I
hundreds
agree
of
with
comments.
you. God's like imaginary because nobody didn't see it, nobody didn't talk to, and they're just pushing us to. For me, like personally, when I was kid, they're just pushing me to believe it. You know,
Okay, so you don't believe in God then?
I believe, but not like how people believe in. I believe to like how to say it's like unseen, no
I
rules. If
I don't
if
I
he
don't know what
wants
that
to
means,
tell me
buddy.
some, okay, let me say one thing. If he wants to tell me something, he, she, it, I don't know what's the gender of God. If wants to tell me something, teach me something, or tell me something, tells through you or someone else. That's my opinion because I read the Old Testament, New Testament, and Quran. And finally, I decided to don't belong to any of them. And I'm keep listening to you and learning more things. And thank you very much.
Okay. Well, hey, thanks for watching the channel. I appreciate you stopping by. I mean, always keep learning. Learning is one of the things that makes us better as human beings, and so we don't, you know, fall into really stupid ideologies. You know?
True. And also for me, like every person have a life meaning. For me, life meaning is the learning.
Yeah,
The only
I
things we can get in this life, learning. Like
I can agree with
example,
that.
Islamic people say don't go to the Christianity or Jewish saying don't go to Christianity or Islam. Like each of them blocking us to don't go learn. Example, you're atheist, right?
Hmm.
Example, if I talk to Islamic people or Christian or Jewish or Buddhism, they're gonna tell you, no, don't go, that guy is demon. But you're not demon, you're human.
Yeah.
You explain him with knowledge. Knowledge is the keeps us to learn. Like watch around us, all the creations. Like creation, I don't mean that God created, that the nature created. Only we are the improving, right? Rest of them, 1,000 years before, let's say, still same.
Yeah.
Who's improved? We. Thousand
Uh huh.
years before humans acting like that? No. But right
Hmm.
now it changed.
Yeah,
And
we
one
agree.
question, simple question, can I ask?
Hmm.
Like struggling in my brain that one cup, let's say one cup with the handle, it's in your right side. For me, it's the left side.
Hmm.
Both of us standing and both of us right because we see in the view this way. It's handle, cup handle in my left and your right. Whose is the right? Like generally, like life explanation. I'm not talking on the religion. All the aspects. Always one says I'm right, other one says I am right, and conflict starts and causes the problems. Why is that like that?
Why is what? Because some things are relative. All right. Hey, buddy,
No.
thanks for stopping in, but we're just looking for debates, okay? I appreciate you watching the
Okay,
channel, though.
thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Bye bye.
Cheers, man. Well, that was something. Anyways, friends, if you want to get into the debate, it is Friday night. Usually Friday night, the guest queue will get filled up. If you want to get in and not get passed up, now's a great time to get into the guest queue so you don't end up here in behind 10 other people and then not get a chance to call in. So I'd love to hear from you. I'm going to read a couple super chats while we're getting another guest loaded up. We've been live here for 25 minutes or so. So It's about time we'll probably have the guest queue starting to line up. Boogit, thank you so much for the super chat. Friend says, when you self-depreciate, I'm sorry, deprecate, there we go. When you we're not doing taxes today. When you self-deprecate, but typo and shit your unbelievable. That was good. That was really good. I try my best not to self deprecate in my pants. That's not what you're looking for. Dylan, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says, I forgot how bad the book of Joshua is, where in chapter 7, Joshua and others had Achan stoned. Yeah, because, yeah. In fact, fucking the ground opened up under Achan, didn't it? And killed for taking God's silver and gold. But why, in verse 24, do they kill his kids too? So this is actually pretty common. So one of the reasons why they would kill the kids when you killed the heads of the household is simply because who's going to take care of the kids, right? The other problem is because people who do wicked things, it's always assumed that their lineage is going to be wicked, right? That's why in Genesis, we find the offspring of Lot and his two daughters are two enemies of Israel, Ammon and Moab. We find that after Ham sins against his father Noah, his lineage gets cursed. People who do horrible things get their entire lineage cursed, which is why God says in Exodus 34:7 that he visits the iniquity upon the children, the iniquity of the parents upon the children into the third and fourth generation. So it's just one of those things. That's kind of how people thought in the ancient world. You know, if you were shit, your kids would be shit. So they got treated as such. Yo, Gape, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says, barbecue become a pleasing aroma when I hear, let's try this again. You know things are warming up a little bit when you get, let's try this again. I'm planning to start this line of work in YouTube, but in Spanish, because I also want to contribute to the movement. Rock hard for Doug. Well, listen, yo, Gabe, there's a lot of guys doing this, but we don't know Spanish. Most of us don't. Like you've got the market cornered, most likely. And if you need resources, you know where to find me. I can give you all kinds of resources and recommendations and whatnot. Definitely, if you're going to be on the offense in this fight, certainly we're all here to help you succeed. You know what I mean? And famous Amos Squirrel, did you lengthen your name? Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says someone mentioned 2 Samuel 13 in a live earlier this week. I don't remember you talking about it before, but may have missed it. Thoughts on the entire chapter? I guess I'm not really sure. Let me see if there's something that's specific in this chapter you might actually be alluding to. The story of Ammon and Tamar is probably what you're referring to. Yeah. Okay. I guess I don't know what you're looking for in terms of thoughts. So it's actually one of the not so bad stories of the Hebrew Bible. So Ammon ends up raping his half sister. He's so, what's the word I'm looking for? Infatuated with the idea of having his sister that eventually he feigns being sick in the guise that she would have to take care of him while he was sick. And then while taking care of her brother, ends up, getting herself raped. And then eventually Absalom, so mad about it, Absalom eventually gets revenge on his brother. If I remember correctly, it took a period of like 2 or 3 years. Like he waited a while before he was able to take revenge on his brother. So it's a pretty wild story. The interesting thing is, David never really harshly punished Amnon for the crime. Like you can say he was punished a little bit, but it wasn't too harsh. It was one of those weird situations where kind of like David seems like kind of a prick here, but also like fucking First Kings, the dude's finding little virgin girls to keep him warm in bed, even though he's on his deathbed. Like I don't think King David was a good individual, to be honest, in history. Not the way he's painted. Marcus Vote, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says, where the hell do you get your patience from? Greetings from Germany. I'm going to say practice. that's probably the only way to do it. It's a kind of an acquired skill. When I first started, I don't know if I was quite as patient. Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. But I do have days where I'm like, what the fuck is what's going on here? I'm gonna lose it on somebody. It happens to all of us, you know. Sonus, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. That's huge. But I just saw it actually go out in the comments a minute ago. A bunch of people saying thank you for sending out the DZ Debate memberships, and I really appreciate that. It certainly helps the community and also my stream overall. So a big thank you. And also the follow-up chat from Sonus says, hi, Justin, happy to help, but could you check the prices for Argentina? I think they're too cheap. 20 subs is $0.27. Well, I don't know if they're actually calculating the conversion, but if they're too cheap, it's okay. Just buy more of them. I don't care. Like, if there's like a loophole in the system that allows you to buy a bunch of really cheap memberships and hand them away for next to nothing, fucking do them. I'm a lib, y'all. If you know, I don't know what to tell you. If people get free memberships, I'm okay with it. Like guys, I'm gonna be okay if it gets some free memberships. I love that people are getting them. But if there's a glitch in the matrix, I'm not gonna worry about that too much. All right, let me get our first guest in here. Although I think we've spoken before, Dodgety. I don't fully remember how the conversation went, so we'll bring in Rajity and see where we can get. Well, maybe. There we go. Now we got some connection. How you doing,
What's up?
Rajity?
How's it going? How I'm doing. I'd like to give you the backstory. I have talked to you quite a while ago. You told me to read Isaiah 40 through 53 three times. I read some of it maybe up to 10 times, but I didn't read every part 3 times because some of it was reminding me of when I was reading the Quran. It was hard to keep my attention on it, but the parts that got my attention, I maybe read more extensively, if you understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So I might have read it up to 3 times altogether and how much I've read. And I also read other parts of Isaiah. So basically, we couldn't come to we didn't really gain any much headway either way. You know what I'm saying? Not a whole lot. I mean, I might have got a little bit something in, but with one of your other guests. But I'd like to come back to some of the things I noticed when reading it. I've come to strongly believe the idea that Isaiah 53 is an individual interpretation, not a collective, by what I found in the book of Isaiah.
Sure. So go ahead and tell me what you found, and we'll discuss whether or not it's a good reason to think that it's about an individual.
Okay. Well, as far as I remember correctly, your idea, or not necessarily your idea, but the belief that you hold to, textually at least, not that you believe the Bible itself is true, but that the text was talking about a collective interpretation of the righteous remnant, if I understand correctly. If I might ask you one quick question, how do you clearly define exactly what the righteous remnant is? If I might just ask that real quick.
So God tells you who the righteous remnant is in the Bible. You'll find it in almost all the major prophets prior to Babylon, where he says that he's going to send his children, the Israelites, away into captivity in order to refine them. And those that survive, those that are left over, will be the righteous ones. And he compares it kind of like to smelting metal, where once you smelt it, you have to drag the dross off the top of it. And so that's kind of the idea, that you're refining the people group through fire, and the stuff that's left over is the good stuff.
Alright. Okay, this is not what I was looking for. I got different things here. One thing that's interesting to me on chapter 42, it seems to be throughout here, it seems to be talking about a individual servant, if you understand what I'm saying, in different areas. So right here, chapter 42, starting at verse 1, it says, "Behold my servant, whom I uphold. Behold my elect, in whom my soul delighteth. I put my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles." Okay, it seems to be talking about an individual. It talks about the bruised reed. You know what I'm talking about. I believe the New Testament applies this to Jesus. I understand you don't believe it and whatnot. So that seems to be an indicator of an individual servant earlier on in the Bible, if you understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. I understand why you would think that this is about an individual, and this particular passage could be about an individual. So I've often said on my live stream, the servants in Isaiah are the righteous remnant of Israel, and there's one occasion, only one, where the servant appears to be the prophet himself, giving the message to Israel. And the prophets are pretty routinely called the servants of God. In fact, almost every major prophetic book of the Hebrew Bible refers to the prophets as God's servants. So there's no reason why you couldn't read this and say, "Here's my servant whom I'm upholding, my chosen, in whom my soul delights. I've put my spirit upon him," which is true of Isaiah, and will bring forth justice to the nations, so on and so forth. And like all of this could be true of Isaiah.
But it seems
There's no reason why we would put Jesus in here.
Okay, but the one thing that I will push back on that, it talks about bringing forth judgment to the Gentiles. So it seems to be like Gentiles collectively as a whole.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I don't really see Isaiah himself necessarily doing that, seeing he seemed to be a prophet to mostly to the Jews. Well, how would you?
In Isaiah, there's like 6 or 7 different occasions where God tells Isaiah that his message is going to be a light to the Gentiles, and that the Gentiles will join in the worship of Yahweh. One of those situations is in chapter 56. In fact, I'll pull it up for you. The idea of the book of Isaiah is that God is restoring Israel, and that the nations will see the vindicated Israel, and they will come to Yahweh. That's why he has a whole section on this. It says, "The foreigners who join themselves to the Lord to minister to him, to love the name of the Lord, and to be his servants, all who keep the Sabbath and do not profane it, and hold fast to my covenant, these I will bring to my holy mountain." Before we read the rest of it, look what he talks about. He says, even the Gentiles that come to Yahweh will be servants. The servants are the people of God that do God's work. And like anyone could be a servant. There's no reason to read Jesus into the book. But also he says, "These I will bring to my holy mountain to make them joyful in my house of prayer, and their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar." So the passage here is expecting that when the Gentiles join in, they're still going to be following the laws of the Jewish community. They're going to be practicing the Sabbath laws. They're going to be bringing sacrifices and offerings to the temple. This could never be a vision of Jesus. The vision of Isaiah is always about the nations coming to Israel to worship God the way God told Israel to worship them.
Well, I push back on 2 things. You said the servant can be anybody. This is true, but the text is talking about a very specific servant, if you understand what I'm saying. So it's not talking about servants in general.
I understand what you're saying, but in Isaiah 42, I'm trying to figure out why you would put Jesus in here when the context seems to be the message being delivered by Isaiah.
But Isaiah is the one delivering the message. It says, "He shall not cry nor lift up." Wasn't Isaiah giving the message to the people, trying to tell them what's going on? He says, "Whom shall I go and who shall send for us?" Didn't the people come to Jesus to hear his word? As if I remember in the New Testament, he told them, basically it indicates that he was I can't remember exactly how they put it. He told his disciples or somebody not to spread forth that he was here or something like that. I can't remember. I'm sorry. That was maybe a lousy way of wording it, but I can't remember the verse.
Yeah, so I understand what you're attempting to do. You're saying, listen, we've got all these passages that describe the servant as being the nation of Israel, but what about this one passage, right? But that's not really how you interpret text. Like you don't get to say you throw all the clear references out because there was one reference that seems a little vague to you, right? It's like you're looking for holes to stuff Jesus in when there's really no reason for it. The author just tells you point blank that the servant is the nation of Israel. Like we can go through it. You want to walk through the passage?
You've been through those things. I'm trying to hit on different things. And there's another point I'd like to make here, because that's not the only one, but there's another point I'd like to make here. You seem to indicate that the righteous remnant, or collective Israel, or collective righteous remnant, was the one who is suffering. If you still hold to that, last time I talked with you is the one who is suffering in Isaiah 53. Is that correct? For the sins of the world, or something like that?
No, for the sins of the nations. So the righteous remnant is suffering for the sins of the nations who have actually done the harm to Israel. So that's why it says in Isaiah 62, the nations shall see your vindication and all the kings your glory, and you shall no more be termed forsaken, and your land will no more be termed desolate. This passage, Isaiah 2nd and 3rd Isaiah, is about the restoration of Israel and the nations witnessing what God is doing with Israel.
Well,
there's something particularly interesting about this passage, Isaiah 42, and it's verse 6, where it describes the servant as being librit am leor goyim. And this is a weird, librit am is a weird Hebrew usage, because it doesn't really mean for a covenant to the people, as if the servant is a covenant to the people, because it doesn't say librit la'am, a covenant to the people, but simply librit am, which could mean that they are a covenant people. The servant, which is why even in a lot of Jewish translations, like the New Jewish Publication Society, it says about the servant, I created you and appointed you a covenant people, a light of the nations. Jesus isn't a covenant people, but the nation of Israel are a covenant people.
Okay. So one thing I'd like to say about what Justin said about chapter 62, talking about them seeing what happened to Israel and whatnot. But that's, to me, that is a stretch to say that is the same thing as suffering for somebody's sins. To be a lesson is not the same as suffering or taking one's place. So I would say that's a stretch in the passage.
Who said anything about a lesson? Did I miss something?
No, when you said chapter 62, you said that you read the verses where it said they'll see what happened to Israel or something like that, but it didn't seem to show any language of being like a substitute for their sins in that particular chapter when you used it.
Well, I'm not really sure why that's a necessity. What I'm saying is that it's the suffering and the vindication of Israel that the nations are going to witness that brings them to Yahweh. That's like we see like Zechariah 8, where he says, once Israel's vindicated, 10 men from every tongue, from every tribe will grab hold of a cloak of a Jew and ask to go with you because we have heard that God is with you. The vision of the prophets is always that God will not abandon his promise to restore Israel, and that when he does restore Israel, the nations will take notice.
Yeah, but that's none of it's the same as being a substitute for sin. But there's one point that I want to go to.
It is. I think you're really confused here. Israel is suffering so that the nations who punish them will come to know the Lord. That's the same thing. That's basically substitutionary atonement. That's why Isaiah chapter 40 says that they've been given double for their sins. They've been punished for their sins and for the sins of the nations.
Double for her sins. It doesn't say for the sins, it says double for her sins. That's a very specific pronoun, which means...
I'm aware. Double for her sins is because they're also paying the sins of the nations.
I would also point out that in Isaiah 53, it doesn't actually say that that this person is wounded for the transgression of others. The preposition lamed isn't used there. It says micholal mi peshenu, that the person is wounded because of the transgression of others, not for the transgression of other. It doesn't use that substitutionary language there in the original Hebrew.
Yeah, I'd like to explain something.
Although
So when it comes to, I've
I
learned
think
languages before. I
but
tried to learn language before, and prepositions are actually very idiomatic. And I understand that very many translators use the word for here. So you can't always just directly translate prepositions, expecting
My translation doesn't say for. My translation says because.
yeah, I don't know what you mean, but prepositions are not idiomatic. Idiomatic is not. I think you're using the wrong word. You might be thinking of something else, but prepositions are
Well,
not
I maybe read
idiomatic.
that in a language learning book when they are something maybe can't remember if it was a language learning book or internet material, but because they're different in different languages, they don't all the prepositions do not just directly translate over. Like I had that problem when trying to learn German.
But lamed and mem as prepositions are pretty basic. We're not like confused about how lameds and mems work, but also it's not really
pretty
critical.
close,
Like
regardless.
well, hold on, it's not really critical because
Okay.
even if they meant to say that the punishment that Israel receives is some sort of substitutionary atonement, it's still meaningless because that's what's happened in the passage. God is saying that Israel is going to be punished or has been punished twice for their sins, which means either God is unjust or there's something else going on here. They're punished twice for their sins, double for their sins, because it's not just their sins that they're taking on. They're taking on the sins of the nations who will see their vindication.
But regardless, you're inferring something into text that does not even say, I see no reason to think that they're not suffering for anybody but her own sins. And I understand, like, in the biblical doctrine,
No, you're the one inferring from the text. Yeah, I mean, first of all, we're all inferring from the text. That's the problem with Isaiah. Second and third Isaiah is so vague, you have no choice but to try to infer things from the text. That's Isaiah's fault. If God was a clear communicator, he would have just fucking told you what's going on, but he didn't. So because Deutero-Isaiah is so vague, you have to use context clues to know what's happening here. And all of the context clues that we have says that this is about the nation of Israel. Give me one context in here that's not super vague and couldn't be about the nation of Israel that would lead one to believe that this is about Jesus.
So you're talking that this is or isn't about, so one context clue that this is about Jesus?
Yeah. I mean, is there anything in here that even mentions a Messiah?
It talks about, well, when you go to chapter 53, it talks about someone suffering for sins, and it's cut out from the land of the living, and then apparently his days are prolonged, so it sounds like he dies. As far as I can tell, it's saying that he dies, made his grave with the...
Have you read Ezekiel 36 and 37? What does it say about the nation of Israel there?
Isaiah 36 and 30.
Ezekiel
37 specifically.
Yeah, the valley of the dry bones. Have you heard of this?
I've heard of it. I'm sure I've heard him preach on it. I can't really remember a lot about that particular passage.
God brings the prophet Ezekiel to a valley of dry bones, and he says, tell the dry bones to be raised up, and the dry bones are raised up. They're given sinew and skin, and they're raised up, and God tells Ezekiel that the valley of dry bones is symbolic of the nation of Israel who are dead in the grave and are raised, and the fact that he's bringing them out of the exile.
Right. That's why it says, "O mortals, can these bones live?" Because they're dead.
Blue letter Bible. So what was the passage called? What was it called? Like Ezekiel 37?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ezekiel 37. I don't know that passage that well. I'm having a little bit of trouble here. Well, one thing I like to move on, maybe I can bring it up while I'm talking. One part that I noticed when you talk about, like, you're talking about context clues and whatnot, but there seems to be the whole idea, you told me that basically the idea I got that 40 through 53 was all connected and whatnot. So I noticed something in chapter 43, verse 3, it says, "For I am the Lord thy God, the Holy One of Israel, thy Savior. I gave Egypt for thy ransom, Ethiopia and Sheba for thee. Since thou wast precious in my sight, thou hast been honorable. I have loved thee, therefore I will give men for thee and people for my life." So the idea that God would give Israel over to suffering for other nations seems to go against that. God seems to consider Israel more important. So that puts the whole idea that he would put them through suffering for the other people, it kind of goes against that whole idea. He gives other nations
It doesn't,
for them.
because God reproves those who he loves. The reason why the nation of Israel gets to suffer, other than the substitutionary atonement to the nations, is because God has to reprove his children.
But that doesn't work.
You don't get off scot-free.
No, this does not. That does not work here, because when you reprove your child, you don't prove your child for other children. You reprove your child because you love your child and you want to correct them.
And
It's something entirely different.
you'd be quite wrong then. Have you?
That's not how my dad operates.
You've never heard of the practice of the whipping boy?
I don't know. My dad spanked me to correct me. He didn't do it for other people. That's not how my dad cared more about me than
you're not the God of the
kids.
Bible. The God of the Bible punishes people for other people's crimes all the time. He brags about it. In fact, he says he visits the iniquity of the parents upon the children into the third and fourth generation in Exodus 34:7.
In the book of Ezekiel, God tells the prophet Ezekiel to lie on his side, and he does this because and for the transgressions of Israel as a whole. He makes Ezekiel suffer because of Israel's transgressions as a whole.
I know when it comes to the prophets, he would have do things as like in the symbolism, like have a guy run around naked or something, which is fine. He can do what he wants. But he'll for symbolism. I don't know. I don't believe that would actually forgive Israel or whatever, because like the lambs and stuff, even that they slay, they didn't take away like eternal, like an eternal sacrifice for sins, as they still had to give Jesus. So even the sacrifices were maybe more of a symbolism than they were an actual remedy, if you understand what I'm saying.
I don't.
Okay, and another thing that's really interesting to me, because it
Also,
talks in verse.
I mean, I just want to make sure we finish addressing the point that you kind of raised about God treatment of Israel. We covered this at the beginning. God is sending them to the refining fire as well. Part of the reason why they're there is to be refined. And this is like a really common thing. Like, look at 2 Kings 19. It says, "The surviving remnant of the house of Judah shall again take root downward and bear fruit upwards. For from Jerusalem a remnant shall go out, and from Mount Zion a band of survivors." Same thing it says elsewhere. We find in Zephaniah, it talks about the survivors. Says that, let's see, let me grab Zephaniah real quick. This is chapter 3, if I remember. Zephaniah 3, 12 and 13, it says, "For I will leave in the midst of you a people humble and lowly. They shall seek refuge in the name of the Lord. The remnant of Israel, they shall do no wrong and utter no lies, nor shall a deceitful tongue be found in their mouths." The general idea is that once he sends them to the refining fire of Babylon, there will be a righteous remnant left over. It's just such a common theme in the Bible. It's hard that you could look at this passage and not see it as part of it.
And another couple of things here. I noticed when I'm reading the Bible, it talks about like a lot about like redeemed or redeemer and savior and whatnot. So in chapter 43, verse 1, when you go to it, it says, "For I have redeemed thee, I have called me by the name, thou art mine." And when you go down to chapter 11, it says, "I, even I, am the Lord, and besides me there is no savior." So the idea to me,
we agree.
so there's a problem in Isaiah 53 for the idea that somebody else, like the righteous remnant, are to suffer for other nations doesn't really seem to work.
No, the nation is not a savior. I think you're confused here. The nation is not a savior, or Israel is not a savior to the nations. The only savior is Yahweh and Yahweh alone. What Yahweh has done with Israel is what is actually bringing them to salvation. But more, if you actually read the context of the passage you're referring to, God's talking about being a savior specifically to Israel when they leave Babylon. That's why in 52, it describes what that salvation means. In 52:10, he talks. You're in 43, but if you go to when the salvation actually shows up in chapter 52, he tells you what he means by salvation. Let me grab verse 10 and 11. It says, "The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God." And what is that? Get the fuck out of Babylon. Depart, depart, go out from there. Touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it. Purify yourselves. The mighty arm of the Lord and bringing salvation is about freeing the Israelites from captivity. It's like in 12 or 13 different verses in Deutero-Isaiah.
So the thing is, the suffering servant is suffering for the sins of the world, right? And you're talking about like there.
No,
Here in the Bible.
I didn't say that. You keep adding world in there. I've never once said world. So the other problem you have here is this is specifically about the nations in that territory. They had no idea that the rest of the world even existed. That's why they thought that if Israel gets saved and restored from Babylonian captivity, all the world would know about it, because they had no idea that the Americas existed, or Greenland, or Iceland, or China. They had literally no idea how large the world was, which was they thought the entire world could notice such a thing, but that's preposterous.
You know, I think what I think is really damning for the argument that Isaiah 53 is referring to a singular individual is the usage of a plural pronoun to refer to the servant in Isaiah 53. The last four words of Isaiah 53 verse 8 are "Mipesha ami negat lamo," which means because of the transgressions of my people, the affliction was to them. It uses the word them in the plural to describe the one who is afflicted.
So to me, though, the problem is one thing I see was in Isaiah 43:25. It says, "I, even I, am he that blotteth out thy transgression. For whose sake? For my own sake, and I will not remember thy sins." So if God is forgiving their sins for his sake, it doesn't. How's he going to? It doesn't make sense to me anyway. I don't see any reason why he would forgive.
Not everyone in Israel is a sinner. There are wicked Israelites and there are also righteous Israelites. People who, like for example, in the time of Elijah, who never bowed the knee to Baal. Even the prophet Ezekiel speaks about how there were good fruit that were carried away into the exile, while the bad fruit was left in the land.
Hold on a sec. Isaiah. Now I forgot where it was. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I wish I remember it. Let me see if I can find it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here we go. Isaiah 64, verse 5 says, "Thou meetest him that rejoiceth and workest righteousness, those that remember thee in thy ways. Behold, thou art wroth, for we have sinned. In those is continuance, and we shall be saved. But we are all as an unclean thing, and all our righteousness are as filthy rags. And we all do fade as a leaf, and our iniquities like the wind have taken us away. And there's none that calleth upon thy name and stirreth up himself to take hold of thee.
I would note that Trito Isaiah is written at a later time and aren't about the same generation. Trito Isaiah is written at a different time in history. It's not about the exiles that are just now returning from the land. It's written at a later time when the temple is being rebuilt in the land of Israel. Different generation.
What I'm saying, their understanding here is that all of them are sinners. And even Isaiah 53 says the same thing.
So then all you could possibly do is demonstrate that the Bible contradicts itself.
I don't know.
Because Zephaniah says that the opposite.
Yeah, Zephaniah 3:13 uses the same exact language that the book of Isaiah uses to describe the suffering servant, almost in some instances word for word. It says about this, the remnant of Israel, they shall do no wrong and utter no lies, nor shall a deceitful tongue be found in their mouths. The same exact language used to describe the servant in Isaiah 53.
So I want to throw you a bone here because like at least you're reading the text and you're trying to figure out what's happening here. The reason why these passages are notoriously troublesome for readers is because they do contradict all over the place, and Deutero Isaiah is incredibly fucking vague. So that's the problem that you're going to have with these texts is you're going to find something you're like, well, I don't understand how this could be about Israel. But we're going to go into the same text and we're going to say, listen, well, here's stuff that makes it so it could never be about Jesus. Both of us are going to find like these passages that preclude the other's interpretation, which is why you have to lean heavily on the context. What do we know God is saying he's doing? What does he repeat over and over again that's not in question? The things that he says over and over and over again that are not in question is that he's restoring Israel. There's going to be a righteous remnant. All the nations are going to see it. And it's through the restored Israel that the nations are going to come streaming to Zion. He says this dozens of times. This is not ambiguous.
So basically you're saying that Isaiah 53, according to textually, I'm not saying you believe the Bible or believe it's true or Christian and faith in it. What I'm trying to say is you believe that the text, and you can do what you want, that's fine. But the text you're saying says that the righteous remnant of Israel is the one doing the suffering or for their iniquities and bearing iniquities for, like it says, for the nations, correct? Is that
Yeah,
the way
that's the point. And if you know anything
not
about
a single servant,
if you
correct?
know anything
so-
about substitutionary atonement, it's not that the nation of Israel or the righteous remnant of Israel is forgiving anyone's sins. They're not forgiving anyone's sins. Just like the goat that gets sent out into the desert isn't forgive anyone's sins. The sin offering, the whole burnt offering with the cattle, that's not forgiving anyone's sins either. It's still up to God to forgive the sins, whether or not there's atonement.
Okay, if I might, one other question I have before I go on to my next point, and also it seemed to, just so I'm making get it right, because I think I misquoted you a couple of times. Sorry about that. So, but it's maybe just the way I think. So I'm applying my regular biblical theology. If I understand, so that's maybe sometimes where I'm not saying I'm wrong or right. I'm just saying that's where the issue maybe comes in.
No, I think you're doing a fair job. I think you're doing a fair job with what you're working with. I don't think you're up here being dishonest.
Okay, I'm trying not to. I mean, for the most part, I try. I know I sometimes go off because I know the Bible says all men are liars, and I do go off sometimes in my honesty. But I really try hard to be honest. I do try to do that, and sometimes I do mess up, and I might actually have to apologize. But okay, so this is my question. So it seemed to me that you were saying that the where I was talking about earlier about the single servant being a light. Well, we were talking. You brought up, I think, the light to a Gentile, but I think you maybe brought. I think it was you But you were saying that the remnant, righteous remnant of Israel, was the light to the Gentiles, or
The
something to that nature, or Israel
the
itself?
Hebrew of Isaiah 42 verse 6 is kind of uncertain and ambiguous. It's worded very strangely. It refers to the servant as being lebrit which means for covenant of people, which could either mean that it's a covenant people or that this individual is a covenant to the people, although it doesn't say lebrit la'am, a covenant to the people. It just says that this person is lebrit a covenant people. So that's why
Yeah.
some translations render it, like the New Jewish Publication Society renders it as that this individual is appointed a light to the nations, a covenant people.
I would
what
also
is your
add
thoughts on
to,
that?
sorry to interrupt, I would add also to what Dalton's saying is if it was to the people, we would expect a definite article on people. It's not ha'am, it's just am. And it sounds like the best rendering here is going to be as a covenant people or to a covenant people or for a covenant people. It seems pretty easily here that what Dalton is saying is probably the correct translation. But also, we've got Chet with us, who knows Hebrew grammar pretty well. Chet, what do you make of Isaiah 42:6? Is this a covenant to the people or a covenant people?
Yeah, let me bring it up real quick. 42:6.
Let me go back there too. I got it all printed out.
It's very interesting because the King James translation also puts a definite article on Gentiles, on Goyim, when there is no definite article there.
Yeah, my JPS actually has a little footnote. It says in the covenant people, literally covenants of a people, meaning of Hebrew uncertain.
Yeah.
I guess the part that
I
I'm
think
interested in is
I think
for
a literal
light.
rendering of this would be for a covenant people to be light to Gentiles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so you believe that's how I don't know about exactly what you're saying. So do you believe that there is the covenant people as a light to a Gentile, or the person earlier that it was talking about?
I think the covenant people makes the most sense, especially in light of like Israel's original mission. If you look at Exodus 19, verse I believe it's 6, God says that the nation of Israel meant to be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. Like their entire purpose is like the purpose of a priest is to be an intermediary between God and man. The people of Israel's original purpose was to be intermediary people between God and the nation. So they're meant to be a light, or goyimi, a light to the nations.
So your best interpretation that the light to the Gentiles is the righteous remnant of Israel or the nation of Israel. Is that a correct way to put it? More
It's
simply,
intended to be the entire nation, but only the righteous remnant are like fulfilling that purpose.
oh, the light to the Gentiles. Okay, so I like to move on to the next point.
Well,
When I go to chapter 49, here it really seems strong that it's
I do have to head out. I just came up here real quick. I got caught up in the debate, but Justin, I just wanted to let you know I'm editing a video for you right now. It's only 4 minutes long. Do you want me to just edit it as a short, or do you want me to edit it as a regular video?
yeah, drop it down as a short. I'll post it as a short. Thank you for asking.
Okay, no problem, bud. All right, I gotta go for my birthday party. Okay, bye.
Happy fucking birthday.
Will do.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Dalton. Thanks for stopping in there, Dalton. So before we move on to Isaiah 49, and we're going to find a big issue in Isaiah 49, I already know where you're going. I want to buttress what you and Dalton were talking about. In Isaiah, we also find in 55, if I remember, if I typed that, yep, Isaiah 55 talks about the nations. It says, nations, I'm sorry, you shall call nations that do not know you, and nations that do not know you shall run to you because of the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, for he has glorified you. God says over and over again that his goal here is to glorify the nation of Israel so that the nations will turn and be amazed, which is what we're reading in Isaiah 53. It's a personification of the nation saying, oh shit, can you believe what we just witnessed?
I will like to push back at least one thing on there, because like I think that's 62 again, was it, or 55? No, it's 55 this time, correct?
I mean, 55.
So it seems to we maybe have the same problem as we did on 62. I think it was. It's not there. The idea
What's
of
not there?
the bearing iniquities and such. So it's maybe
Again, I think you're confusing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that every passage talks about substitutionary atonement. I'm saying that God is describing the purpose of these events and then the cause and effect. He says that nations that do not know you shall run to you. Why will they do that? They're doing it because the Lord, your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you. That's what's bringing the nations to Yahweh. It's through the punishment of Israel and the subsequent glorification of Israel. I think you're really worrying way too much about this substitutionary atonement nonsense.
No, but that's what Isaiah 53 says. If it's going to make a connection, that's going to happen.
I know. Yes, Isaiah 53 says that the suffering of Israel is for the benefit of the nations, and I agree with you. What I'm saying is the actual function, the method of how that works is described in the rest of the text. The reason why it qualifies as substitutionary atonement is because somebody else is taking on punishment in order to bring somebody else forgiveness. That's it. They're going to find salvation through the punishment and restoration of the Israelites.
Well, that talks nothing about forgiveness that I can see, and at least in that manner. What you're talking about is
Raji, you're confusing Christian doctrine with the Hebrew Bible. Salvation in the Hebrew Bible doesn't have dog shit to do with whether or not God is forgiving your sins. God will forgive your sins whether you're saved or not. The salvation in the Hebrew Bible isn't that you're going to have your sins forgiven.
Well, in Isaiah 53, someone is taking the punishment of the sins. That's what it's talking about. I did not use that.
I agree. Yes, that is the case, and that's the nation of Israel. But that's not what salvation means. Salvation is not the sins being taken away.
It can be different. There's different types of salvation in the Bible. There's physical salvation from like problems, like another enemy that attacked you. But there's also talk about everlasting salvation, if I remember correctly. I can't remember which verse.
Not in the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible doesn't say anything about freedom from sin being salvation. Like you don't get saved from your sins.
It talks about an everlasting salvation. What on earth would an everlasting salvation be if it was not from sins? Seeing that
again, you're trying to backwrite Christian doctrine into the Hebrew Bible. You don't need salvation from your sins. In the Hebrew Bible, why would you possibly think you need saved from your sins? Nothing in the Hebrew Bible says that you're going to die and go to hell if your sins aren't forgiven. That's strictly a Christian theology. In the Hebrew Bible, everyone dies and goes to Sheol, and some of them will be resurrected on the final day to everlasting life, and some to everlasting shame and contempt, according to Daniel chapter 12. According to Isaiah 65, even in the new heaven and new earth, the new Jerusalem, some people will still even die. And it's clear that their people will still be sinning in the new heaven and new earth because the Messiah in Ezekiel 46 and onward is doing actual animal sin sacrifices on behalf of the people. So this idea that the sin is just you need saved from it doesn't seem to really show up in the Hebrew Bible. This is a New Testament concept, strictly.
It talks about, what is it? It says, I have blotted out thy transgressions. I have blotted out as a thick cloud thy transgression, and as a cloud thy sins. Return unto me, for I have redeemed thee. What does he redeem them from?
From servitude. Also, I mean, if you just read the context, you would know. So the problem that you keep having is you're reading passages out of context, and then you're just trying to apply the context of the New Testament. Not how that works. You have to use the context of the actual Hebrew Bible to interpret it.
Well, what I'm saying, I see where he redeemed them in a physical sense, but when you're talking about sins and being redeemed, it seems to be a spiritual sense when you're talking about, if you know what I'm saying. And it also
I don't know what you're saying. I don't even know what verse you're reading.
What is it? Everlasting. It talks about everlasting salvation. So what is everlasting?
What verse? You tell me.
Okay, Isaiah 45, 17.
Okay.
Talks about some people being confused.
It says, but Israel is saved by the Lord. Israel is saved by the Lord. You see what it says? Israel is saved by Yahweh with everlasting salvation, which is what he promised. When he rescued them from Babylon, he promised that they would never be punished again. That's Isaiah 54. In Isaiah 54, he says, just like the days of Noah, so I promise I won't, flood the world again. I will never be angry with you or punish you again. This is again, all this would make sense if you were familiar with the context of Isaiah.
Well, I understand that there is I guess this is where we diverge. I'm not saying I'm right or you're wrong. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, look what it
Because when
says
I
in
read it,
17. It says,
when I
Israel
read
is
it,
saved by the Lord with everlasting salvation. You should not be put to shame or confounded. And it's specifically referring to the salvation from Babylon, which is why the previous verse is talking about the idols in Babylon. All of them are put to shame and confounded. The makers of idols go into disgrace together. Isaiah talks all kinds about how the idols in Babylon are a snare for the Israelites, but also that he's going to do away with them.
okay, well, I guess I do see the physical redemption and the physical salvation of Israel. I guess I see also seems to be some sort of spiritual sense.
Where?
Of
Where's the spiritual redemption?
I guess that's how I felt about it.
Well, look at even like Isaiah 40. Isaiah 40 is the very opening of the book of Second Isaiah. So this is setting us the entire context of what this book is. And we just read the first two verses. Comfort, O comfort my people, says your God. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her that she has served her term, that her penalty is paid, that she has received from the Lord's hand double for all her sins. And that is when, me and Justin talk about Isaiah 53 and reading it as Israel, that is exactly encapsulated here. That this is what it's describing. This is setting us up for you, the whole book.
I guess yes, I see that from the beginning. That's where I see it the same way as you. Not 100%, but I see like the beginning part. Yes, I see that is talking about a physical, like they got, what do you call it? They got served justice, and then they're going to have like a physical like redemption. You know what I'm trying to say? Like a better time after that point. So
Right,
yes, I do see that. By the time I get to
but where do
53,
I
though,
find the part about being saved from their sins? Because God already says in the prophets, including Isaiah, that their sins were paid for through the Babylonian exile.
I guess that's where I'm not saying I'm right and you're wrong. It's not what I'm saying. But where I see from that perspective, because I see that God deals with people, including Israel, in a spiritual sense, like people in Israel in a spiritual sense. He also deals with them in a physical sense. And I feel that they pay physically for their sins in this world, kind of like you go to jail. And then once you're done and you get out of jail. And because even God uses that in our world to when we do bad things, right? But we still have an eternal sin problem that needs to be dealt with.
But that's not in the Hebrew Bible. That's what I keep trying to tell you. Everything you're saying right now is nonsense from the New Testament. It has nothing to do with the Hebrew Bible. According to the Hebrew Bible, their sins were paid for in Babylon, which is why Isaiah 44 says, I have swept away your transgressions like a cloud, and your sins like the mist. Return to me, for I have redeemed you. It's already, the redemption and the forgiveness of sins was done when they left Babylon.
So yeah, like I guess the main part I guess the biggest part where it talks about like spiritual transgressions or whatever would be Isaiah 53 itself. You know, verse 5. But he was wounded for our transgressions and whatnot.
Israel was. Who's speaking in Isaiah 53? This is why I asked you earlier. You just want to walk through it, because if you walk through it slowly, it becomes kind of apparent who's speaking and why they're speaking. Right? It starts out with get the fuck out of Babylon, right? The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of the nation, and all ends of the earth will see the salvation of our God. Depart, go out from there. Touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord, for you shall not go out in haste. You shall not go out in flight, for the Lord your God goes before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard. This is clearly talking about the salvation of Israel from captivity, correct?
I believe that's, yes, this is after it's done. I think, as far as I understand, you're correct there.
So we're going to keep reading. It says, see, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up and shall be very high. just as there were many who were astonished at him, although I like there's actually manuscripts that say you in the plural. There were many that were astonished at you. Some translations go you, some say him. So marred was his appearance beyond human semblance and the form beyond that of mortals. So he shall startle many nations, and kings will shut their mouths because of him. Is there any reason why I would not read this as being about Israel?
Well, first of all, it seems to be, there is one reason, first of all, that I have to go back to this, because I'm not saying it's your fault, it's maybe my fault, but, well, maybe I should have, I don't know, it doesn't have to be anybody's fault. So back at chapter 49, before we even get to there.
Well, we're not at
verse
49.
5.
We're in 52, and we're
No,
trying
this
to
is
actually
why.
use the context to understand what's happening, right? So the context so far is God said it's time to get out of Babylon, and so He says, "Go out of Babylon," and then He says, "My servant shall prosper and be exalted and lifted up," which is a promise that He's made multiple times prior to this, that He's going to redeem you from Babylon, and then He's going to restore you and exalt you. So that all the people will see it. So I'm just trying to ask, is there anything in verse 13, 14, and 15 that would demand that I read this as an individual rather than the nation or the remnant?
Well, when in chapter 53, it says, he was
Nope.
wounded for our
We're not in
transgressions."
53. We're in 52. I'm asking you, in 13, 14, and 15, is there anything that would make it so that I would need to read these 3 verses as about anybody but the nation of Israel?
Well, I guess marred with his appearance is talking about a man there.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
We've already
human-
been over this.
human-
Rigidity, we have already been over this. The nation of Israel is referred to as a servant in the singular 9 different times. This is not, you don't, just because it says my servant in the singular doesn't mean it's about an individual. That's not how this works. So again,
52. Hold on a sec.
would you like me to
no, I'm
remind
saying
you the
this-
verses? We'll go over the
This is-
verses again. 41, 8 through 9 says, "You Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen." Can the nation of Israel be a singular servant?
The nation of Israel. Which verse is this?
This is
Which chapter
41,
was it?
41,
This
8
is
and
the-
9.
This is talking about Israel, yes. Singular,
Okay,
Jesus.
all right. So then grammatically, it's not a problem to refer to the servant as a singular, even when we know that it's about the nation, right?
Yeah, you can use it singular.
Okay,
yes, that is-
so there we go. So when we get to Isaiah 52 and it talks about the servant again, what I'm asking you is there a reason in this text that would preclude this as being applied to Israel?
First of all, it seems to be talking about someone's appearance. It seems to be talking actually a physical thing that's happening. The
Yes,
nation doesn't have
I know. Well, the nation isn't a single person. The crazy thing about Christians is that when the Bible is clearly using a metaphor, you don't fucking catch it. And then every other passage is a metaphor to Christians. It's crazy. We know that the nation of Israel is not a singular individual. So when God says that the nation of Israel is a singular servant, we know that we now have a metaphor on our hands because nations aren't people. There's not a single person. So what are we doing here? We're comparing a nation of people to a singular person. This is not difficult. But what does it say about everything it says about the singular person? You just apply to the nation. Does it sound like it's talking about a singular person? Yes, because that's how metaphors work. But that doesn't mean it's talking about an actual literal single person. You just take the stuff that it says about the person and you map it onto Israel.
Well, we're missing a part that was important for context that I've been trying to get to. I really would like to get to, which is important to this, because you've used other parts of this book and the middle.
We're just doing immediate context right now. I'm trying to get you to look at the immediate context preceding 53. We can talk about broad context. We can talk about immediate context. We're talking right now about immediate context. So in the immediate context, is there anything in this We're not
Just
talking
went back
about
to chapter 41.
we're not doing
Just
that
for
right
context.
now. Just try to pay attention, Rajadi. Just focus up here, okay? In the immediate context leading up to chapter 53, it talks about a servant. All I'm asking you, is there anything in these 3 verses that would lead someone to believe that this isn't the nation of Israel?
I already told you what it is, but you said it's a
And
metaphor. I don't see it that way.
obviously, it's a metaphor, yes, because the nation of. We'll try this again. If I say the fucking Cleveland Browns is my servant, is that a metaphor?
Cleveland Browns is my servant, I suppose.
Yes, because a
Yeah.
football team isn't a singular person, is it?
Yeah. So
Okay, so if I said the nation of Canada is my servant, is that a metaphor?
yes, I can see that.
Okay, there we go. So then saying the nation of Israel is my servant is also a metaphor, which means the author of this metaphor wants you to map on what he's saying about the servant onto Israel. That's what's happening here. So, for example, it does say that's how metaphors work. So, if we're talking about the Cleveland Browns again, and I say, listen, the Cleveland Browns are my servant, and I had them fucking brutalized and whipped this weekend. What do you think that means?
Brutalized and whipped.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still speaking metaphorically?
The whole
If you
thing's a
are-
metaphor. Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The whole thing's a metaphor. Nations are not a singular person, which means every time it talks about the singular person, it's talking about the nation. So again, if I said the Cleveland Browns are my servant and they were whipped this weekend, what do you think I could possibly mean with that?
That you work them hard, as far as I can understand.
It could either mean, there you go. It could either mean I worked them hard. It could mean they got their asses kicked on the football field. Either way, what you have to do is take the metaphor of the singular servant and then map it on to the source. That's how metaphors work. So what you do in Isaiah 52 is you take what it says about the singular servant and you map it on to Israel, which is, it matches what the prophet says about Israel. He says that he's going to restore the nation of Israel. It says that they got their asses kicked, they got double for their sins, they got punished, and then he's going to restore them. That's the broader context. So I'm asking you, in this passage, is there a good reason why I wouldn't take this as just a continuation of the nation servant metaphor?
Yes.
What's the reason?
Well, from these verses, you couldn't. If you take these 3 verses without any context, you would think that it was a singular servant. If you took no context, but you're reaching outside, you have to reach outside the text.
I agree. I'm using the context of Isaiah to interpret this passage right here. That's what I'm doing. Isaiah told me 9 times leading up to this. 9 times. He told me that Israel is the servant. So again, why would I get here and say, nope, this isn't Israel? What in this passage would lead me to believe that it's not Israel?
You're reaching outside. You're doing something unfair here, okay? You're
The
reaching
guy
outside the
trying
text.
to apply the New Testament to this passage is accusing me of reaching outside the text. What I'm saying is that we have ample evidence of the prophet telling us that Israel is the servant. 9 times leading up to this, he says it. Isaiah 41, he says Israel's the servant. Isaiah 43:10, he says that Israel is the servant. Isaiah 44, he says that Israel is the servant. Isaiah 44:21, he says Israel is the servant. Isaiah 45, he says Israel is the servant. Isaiah 48:20, he says that Israel is the servant. And he says it again. I'd even put it in here in chapter 49. So when I get to chapter 52, I need a good reason to think that the servant here, who's already been mentioned many times, isn't the nation of Israel, because that's the precedent that the author of this text has set for us?
Chapter 49, 5 through 6 is the reason.
No,
Are
it's
you
not.
afraid to read it?
Chapter
Are you
49
afraid
will
to
not
read it?
help you because Jesus didn't do it.
No, I'm not saying necessarily Jesus did it, but what I'm saying is chapter 49, can we please read it? You're reaching outside and to the back, and I'd like to reach back to 49 because it helps explain things.
Isaiah
It
49:3 says exactly what I told you. He says, "You are my servant Israel, in whom I will be glorified." You are my servant Israel, in whom I will be glorified. That's why I told you 49 says it too. So again,
So we need to
why
look
would
at
why would I go into chapter 52 and think that the servant is anybody but the nation of Israel, keeping in mind I already established 30 minutes ago that the prophet himself is one of the servants in this book?
Are you afraid of chapter 49, 5 through 6?
I'm
Why
not.
can't
I
we
was
read it?
hoping you were going to address the passage just previous to this before we read it, and it sounds like you're not going
I've
to.
been trying to get to chapter 49, 5 for the last 30 minutes to an hour, but we can't seem to get
And
to
I'm gonna tell you the exact same thing I just told you 30 seconds ago, which is that the prophet himself is the servant to Israel. Israel is receiving a message from God. God's prophets are labeled his servants in almost every prophetic book. There's no reason, again, why this needs to be about Jesus. As now says the Lord, who formed me in the womb, Isaiah, to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him, and that Israel might be gathered to him. This clearly isn't about Jesus because Jesus didn't do any of that shit. The Jews rejected the message of Jesus. The Jews killed Jesus. This is not about Jesus. This is about the prophet.
No, but here's where I'm trying to go. I'm trying to get all the way through this. Can I please read it? I really want to read it. It's really
I'll
important.
read verse 6 again. It's not fucking about Jesus because he didn't do it. Is it too light a thing that you should be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob? Jesus didn't do any of that shit. To restore the survivors of Israel, Jesus didn't do any of that shit. To give you a light to the nations that my salvation may reach the end of the earth. Again, that's not what salvation means. It's not forgiveness of sins. None of this is about Jesus.
Okay, we came to an issue right here when it comes to you originally said, basically I got the idea from you and the other guy, that that the remnant of Israel was the light to the Gentiles. But the funny thing is that the servant here is the one who to restore the preserved of Israel. So
Yeah,
and it says
you
that
got it. Who's bringing the prophecy to Israel?
the prophecy, I believe, at this point, I'm not sure, but originally in Isaiah was Isaiah.
What?
But
No,
you
no.
got three
Who's bringing the prophecy of Isaiah to the people?
through the first 39 chapters. I think Isaiah, but I'm not sure that.
There
Isaiah
we go.
himself-
Isaiah is the one who is the servant of God, bringing the message of God, the message of salvation to restore the tribes of Jacob, the survivors of Israel. The message of Isaiah is the restoration. That's why we find in chapter 45 and 44, God talks about how he's going to restore Israel. In fact, he says he's even going to use King Cyrus. He says, King Cyrus, my Mashiach, is going to rebuild the city and the temple. The restoration comes through this message of Isaiah.
Well, you're missing an important point. What I was saying, it's a singular servant here that is a light to the Gentiles.
It's a
not
singular
the-
servant in every time Israel is mentioned. I don't know why you keep going back to that dry well. I wish you would stop ignoring it. Just because servant is a singular has nothing to do with whether or not this isn't about the nation of Israel. This is not difficult, and I'm tired of addressing it.
That's not what I'm saying here. What I'm saying here is there is a singular servant besides Israel that is to restore the preserved of Israel.
Why would I believe that?
And so
Does
that indicates that
the
it's a
singular servant, which I've told you 3 times, and I'm not going to say it again, that we're reading about in this passage is clearly the fucking prophet who was sent to the nations of Israel and given the task of restoring them. That was what the prophet was told to do. Jesus didn't do it.
And it says that thou mayest be my salvation unto the end of the earth.
Did Jesus do this?
Yes. But I'm
No,
not
he
trying to
didn't.
say-
Show me where Jesus restored the tribes of Israel and the survivors. Show me that.
Didn't we already say that God is the salvation of Israel? So
Show me where Jesus did that.
We're not.
So
Well,
if
not-
Jesus
okay, not-
if Jesus didn't do it, then this clearly isn't about Jesus.
No, because you understand that Jesus is the eternal
In
Son
fact-
of God.
In fact, that this is actually really easy. If you go to Isaiah, and I mean, I don't think that Isaiah actually wrote this shit, but you do. Isaiah 23 says, "Then the Lord said, just as my servant Isaiah has walked naked and barefoot for 3 years as a sign and a portent against Egypt and Cush." The only two servants that show up in this text are the people doing God's bidding in the immediate context, namely fucking Isaiah, and also the nation of Israel. The only other servant that could possibly show up here is King Cyrus, and he's literally called the Mashiach. He's literally called the Messiah.
But here's a problem. I don't really feel necessarily. I feel like it was maybe later. So by the time we get to, let me ask you a question. By the time we get to chapter 49, is Isaiah dead or alive? Did Isaiah write chapters 40 to 56?
It doesn't matter for your worldview. You have to believe that one of God's prophets wrote 2nd and 3rd Isaiah, whether it's the original Isaiah or not. And so I don't care which viewpoint you hold to. The reality is God's prophets are always labeled his servants. So again, there's no reason to try to backfill Jesus into any of this when it actually tells you what the servant is meant to do. The servant is meant to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the survivors of Israel, a task specifically given to the prophet that Jesus never did.
What I'm saying though, this still brings it, so that's still an individual. So Isaiah 53, even
Again, I know it's an individual, which is why I told you for the 5th time that the only servants here mentioned are the prophets and the nation of Israel. Using the actual context of Isaiah, you'll never get to Jesus here. Jesus doesn't show up. The only Messiah in all of Isaiah is King Cyrus. Every single prophecy in Isaiah is about the immediate context, not about 600 years later when some guy named Jesus comes around and fulfills 0 fucking prophecies.
it didn't. I thought earlier in Isaiah it talked about, was it an everlasting kingdom or whatnot? I can't remember what part it was at. I'm trying to remember. This is not just talking about immediate. That's definitely.
No, it clearly is. And if you look at all of the qualifications of the Savior in Isaiah, Jesus doesn't do any of it. Not a damn thing. There's not a single passage about the supposed messianic kingdom that lines up with Jesus. And this is why Isaiah 53 is so annoying to those of us who's actually read the Bible, is because even if you can get to the conclusion that this is talking about a singular individual, Jesus still doesn't fucking fit it. There are hundreds of people that were supposed messiahs that were punished and killed. You could put any one of them in there. You could put the teacher of righteousness in Qumran in that position. You can put Bar Kokhba in that position. Like, I get it that Jesus died and you have to find a way to plug Jesus into the Hebrew Bible, and the best you can do is find a passage that talks about one of God's people's suffering and dying, but that doesn't tell you anything about the role of the Messiah. The role of the Messiah is not to die.
Well, we're talking about Isaiah 53 right here. We're talking about
we are.
Missionary. So, well, I don't know why. Okay, there's some.
Did Bar Kokhba die?
Everybody dies, but you're narrowing
Okay,
it down too much.
did Bar Kokhba get murdered?
He was fighting. I thought the guy Jesus in the
Yeah, he
sorry, not
was.
Jesus.
He was fighting on behalf of Israel. God called him. They accepted him as the Messiah for a period of 3.5 years. They even put his face on coins. And then the Roman government captured him and killed him.
Hold on. Isaiah 53 doesn't say he shall put the face on coins. It doesn't say that he's going to reign for 3 years. It says none of this.
It doesn't matter. It didn't say that anything Jesus did. It didn't say he's going to split fishes and loaves. It doesn't say he's going to get his fucking feet perfumed. It doesn't say any of that stuff. Just saying it doesn't say something that he did is not relevant. What I'm asking you is, if we're talking, if the only qualification you have for Isaiah 53 is that they're going to suffer and die, as the purpose of redemption, then again, why are we going to Jesus as opposed to Bar Kokhba?
Bar Kokhba, you just said things that it doesn't even say about the coin and stuff. Isaiah 53 talks nothing about.
Again, just because something happened during Bar Kokhba's reign that isn't mentioned in the prophecies has nothing to do with whether or not you can apply Isaiah 53 to this particular situation. For the same reason I just told you and you weren't listening, which is why this conversation is getting so dull to me and everybody else, which is that Jesus did all kinds of shit that's not recorded in Isaiah 53. So that's not a real argument.
He was oppressed. He was afflicted.
So was Bar Kokhba. So was Bar Kokhba. I know, and he was oppressed and afflicted, and he got murdered by the Romans. So what?
He was a fighter.
So what?
Jesus
came to bring a sword, and he even commanded his disciples to take 2 fucking swords.
And remember, doesn't Isaiah 53 say there's no deceit found in his mouth? But Simon Bar Kokhba, after he died, they called him the son of lies.
There was deceit in Jesus' mouth because he was literally a fucking fake Messiah that claimed that he fulfilled prophecies and he didn't fulfill even fucking one of them, which is why you're trying to die on the hill of Isaiah 53, because we all know, everyone here knows, it's the only thing you have in the Hebrew Bible that will come fucking even close to anything Jesus ever did.
And he also says he was cut out of the land of the living for the transgression of my people.
And so was Jeremiah. And so was Jeremiah. And so was Jeremiah. Do you know what it means to be cut off from the land of the living? Do you know what that reference is?
As far as I can tell, it means he died because it talks about his grave, made his grave with the wicked and the rich in his death. It
means they were cut off from the actual land.
Well, right after it says, and he made his grave with the wicked. It's talking about
so
dying.
What? And Bar Kokhba died. I don't know if you know this. We already covered this. Bar Kokhba actually fucking died.
So did Abraham Lincoln. You're narrowing it down.
There you go. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Isaiah 53 is so vague. You can apply it to literally anybody. There's no reason to stick Jesus in here. And there's certainly no reason to make it about a single individual when Isaiah already gave you the precedent telling you that the nation of Israel is the servant. There's no Messiah in Isaiah outside of Cyrus. Cyrus is the only Messiah ever mentioned here.
You call him a shepherd. It's not a he was actually there to afflict the people. If I thought no,
Isaiah 45:1 says that Cyrus is the Mashiach. Says he's the Messiah.
Maybe I've read it different. I thought it said he was the and that's the word's different Mashiachs in the Bible.
He says, "Thus saith the Lord to his anointed." That's Mashiach in Hebrew. To Cyrus. Yeah, the only Messiah mentioned. The only Messiah mentioned here is King Cyrus. And he tells you what King Cyrus is going to do if you read the rest of the text. King Cyrus is the one that's going to restore Israel. And who's bringing the message of restoration? It's Isaiah, the person writing this text, which is why Isaiah is the one that is bringing restoration to Israel.
Okay, so after it says he shall prolong his days. So I don't think Simon Bar Kokhba prolonged his days after dying.
Jesus didn't prolong his days. He died at 33. Did Jesus have children? Because who's ever in 53 has fucking children, and they divide the war spoil. It says when you make his life, or actually, when is not a great translation. It says that if you make his life an offering for sin, he shall see his offspring and shall prolong his days. Jesus didn't have any offspring. Israel did.
You seemed very fond of metaphors earlier.
Can I ask Rajadi a question?
Well, hold
Because
on.
Raj,
We're still in the metaphor, Rajadi. If this is if this is a servant and the servant has offspring that could literally only be applied to the nation of Israel, it can never be applied to Jesus.
When it's talking about seed, what makes you say that it's not a metaphor? You seem very
It
thinking about
is
metaphors.
it is a metaphor because Israel's not a human being. The servant has offspring because it's a metaphor for a people group with offspring.
But the Bible uses the words like children of Abraham and such as a metaphor for
what?
Spiritual descendants.
No, it doesn't. Only the New Testament. Again, you keep taking the New Testament and trying to blanket on top of the Old Testament. There's no reason to do that, and I won't let you do it here. For the same reason, if you were talking about the Bible with a Mormon, you wouldn't let them interpret the New Testament through the Book of Mormon. That's preposterous. All right. I think we got a minute here. Dalton, sorry to cut you off there. I wanted to finish what we were talking about.
oh, you're good, bud.
Before
Absolutely.
we moved on.
Rajadi, you're so obsessed with the idea that the servant of Isaiah 53 is a singular individual, but Isaiah 53 verse 8 specifically uses a plural pronoun to refer to the servant. How is that? Isaiah 53 verse 8. And your Bible, if you're reading, especially if you're reading the King James, which I have a feeling you're a King James guy, is going to say that the affliction was to him. But I can show you that even in your Bible, in every other respect, that Hebrew word behind being lamo is consistently translated as to them, even in your Bible. It's only in Isaiah 53 that they choose to translate as to him. Well, because they're trying to, they're trying to hide something a little bit here. But it refers to the servant as mipesha amin negalamo, because of the transgression of my people, the affliction was to them, not to him, to them.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to look into that one because I'm not going to look into
We can
that.
prove it right here on the live. We can go. I can show you, even in the book of Isaiah, where the word lamo is used elsewhere, and even in your Bible, it will get translated as them.
Well, that's great. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but where are those places so I can remember what they are? So right here, verse 8.
We'll do it. We'll do it right now, in
That's
front of
fine.
everyone, so we can see
That's
for
great.
ourselves
Okay, let's do it.
what Isaiah says.
It's important to let's do it.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Yeah,
and do that.
in fact,
I'm gonna
we'll
pull up.
we'll show too how the King James Bible is dishonest, because most of the online interlinear translations overlay it with the King James, and the King James just flatly disagrees with the lexicon.
Okay, let's start with Isaiah 16 verse 4.
Oh yeah, sorry, let me grab 16:4.
And yeah, let's go to King James so we can show him that even in his translation, it'll say them.
All right. All right, now we got the King Jimmy up.
Yeah, let mine outcast dwell with thee, Moab. Be thou a covert to them from the face of the spoiler. And if we look at the Hebrew, the word for them there is what word?
It's going to be Lamo if I had $1 million to bet on it. And it is.
It is.
Lamo.
How about Isaiah 26:16?
In fact, you know what we should do? We can do Oh, it doesn't pull up the concordance for that word. You shenanigans. Okay, what was the verse?
Yeah, Isaiah 26, verse 16. Actually, it's used in verse 14 and 16 of that chapter.
Yep, we got Lamo upon them. It's just, I mean, it's pretty clear what's happened here.
26. What was it? 16? I'm gonna mark it so I can go back to it.
Isaiah 23, verse 1 is another one. But what we're seeing consistently, like we're going to hear Isaiah 53, for some reason, the King James Bible, it says, he was stricken, but the word there is lamo. Lamo means to them. I can pull up a Jewish dictionary. For example, a Hebrew dictionary, the Klein, if you go to, like, for example, to Sepharia, Justin, and you type Isaiah 53, verse 8 then, and you click on lamo.
Yep. What the hell's going on with this browser? Hold on, my browser is rebelling against me. There we go.
And look at the entry for lamo in the Klein dictionary by Rabbi Ezra Klein.
There we go. Let me see if I can zoom in, though. I don't think anyone can read it. Lamo is at, to, for, or in, of, by, in reference to, a poetic form of the inseparable preposition. Well, that's for the lamed. Let's see. Inflected
And underneath
person,
it, you'll see the Klein.
Yeah, personal pronoun meaning to them. To them.
It serves the same purpose as lahem, except for lamo is just a more poetical form. It's not used in modern Hebrew anymore. But lahem and lamo have the same meaning. Ernest Klein, actually, sorry, Rabbi Ernest Klein. Thank you to the person who mentioned that. The dictionary here, because Strong's Concordance, sadly, and also the BDB, neither of them have an entry for lamo, unfortunately. But yeah, the Klein dictionary does. It means to them, which is why Jewish translations will translate them as, because of the transgression of my people, the affliction was to them. Because the servant is a them, not just a him. You can have multiple people referred to as a him in Hebrew, but you never have a singular individual referred to as a them in Hebrew.
Right, and we find other anomalies too. So, for example, in 52, and we kind of touched on it, but didn't really get to talk about it. It says, just as there were many who were astonished at him. We've got actually a bunch of manuscripts that say you in the plural, astonished at you in the plural, the nation of Israel.
Really, I didn't know that. It's interesting.
Yeah, it goes back and forth. The author of this text goes back and forth between speaking about the nation as singular and speaking about the nation as a plural. That's why this text is so ambiguous to people who aren't super familiar with the context. But if you're really familiar with the context of Isaiah, it's not that difficult. You just need to know the text. Like, that's why Jews didn't see what happened to Jesus and say, oh, this must be Isaiah 53, because they actually read their Hebrew Bible. And in the Hebrew Bible, it doesn't say the Messiah is going to die. It says the Messiah is going to bring the people of Israel back to the land and is going to reinstitute the Mosaic laws, and that he's going to rule forever.
So you say in the Hebrew Bible it doesn't say that the Messiah is going to die?
No, there's not a single verse in the Hebrew Bible that says the Messiah is going to die. In fact, it quite literally says the opposite. In fact, you go to Jeremiah 33, and he says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David. Well, that's the Messiah. He shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety, which didn't happen. And this is the name by which it will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. Which means the Messiah could never be Jesus because when the Messiah comes, there will be a king on the throne forever, and there will be Levitical priests in the plural doing actual burnt offerings with dead animals.
Zechariah, that's interesting that you went there. I like it that you went there.
Well, what I'm trying to say is you're spending so much time and effort trying to die on the hill of Isaiah 53 when your interpretation contradicts every other passage. Every passage that talks about the Messiah says the opposite of your interpretation of Isaiah 53. But our interpretation of Isaiah 53 happens to match every passage about the Messianic age because we're just consistent with the rest of the Hebrew Bible. And we talked about Isaiah 37 or Ezekiel 37 previously. But listen, it's not just about the restoration of Israel. He talks about the new Messiah, the coming Messiah. Says, my servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes, and they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. And they and their children and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David shall be their prince forever. So whoever this messianic figure is, he has to restore the tribes of Israel back to the land and be their king forever.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to find it, but I
Take your
kind of
time.
lost it.
Take your
Sorry
time.
about that. I'm confused. There's something about the Messiah. I can't remember where it was. I'm sorry. I forget.
It's okay. I mean, I can walk you through some of like the traditional messianic passages, which is why the Jews rejected Jesus.
Okay. Well, when you're talking about the Isaiah 53, they're saying that all we have gone astray. You know what I'm saying? It seems that, as far as I can tell, it's like
Right, but
someone who
who
knows
is,
the Lord.
again, who is speaking?
Well, it seems to be someone that knows the Lord, as far as I can tell.
No, it's not someone who knows the Lord. That's why I tried walking you through the context, and you wouldn't bite. So we'll try this again. The context is clear, which is that the nation of Israel is being delivered from Babylon, and they're going to be exalted, and the nations are going to be like, holy shit. That's why it says, he will startle many nations, and kings will shut their mouths because of him, which is what we find in the rest of Isaiah. He says, when he restores Israel, in Isaiah 59 or 60, I believe, he says that the kings of the other nations will lead a procession bringing you their wealth, their gold and their silver. That's what Isaiah is saying. That's why the nations are going to be startled. They're going to be so startled that they literally bring you their fucking wealth when God restores you. It says, why is that going to happen? That which had not been told to them, they shall see, and that which they had not heard, they shall contemplate. Okay, great. So Isaiah is saying the thing that they don't know about, they're about to fucking see it, and then they're going to contemplate it. Easy setup. The next verse is the nations contemplating it. It's a personification of the nations talking about the past, just like Isaiah 14 does, where it personifies something in the future that happened in the past according to the future timeline. Who has believed what we have heard, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Or most translations actually say, who has believed our report, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? But we know who this is. The arm of the Lord was revealed to the nations. 52:10 told you. It says the Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations. So it's the nations that are speaking here about seeing the revealing of God's mighty arm to deliver the Israelites from Babylon. Like all the context of this passage is easy when you apply it to Israel. You don't have to do any hula hoops. You don't have to do any weird interpretations. All you have to do is say, listen, the rest of Isaiah told us that God is redeeming his people from Israel. He's going to restore them, and through their restoration, the nations are going to come to know Yahweh. So, and that exactly lines up with my interpretation of chapter 53. But your interpretation of chapter 53 contradicts every single passage of the Old Testament when it talks about this subject.
So the problem I have here, first of all, in chapter 15, okay, basically when you look at 13, I know the way it's set up in the English Bible, it's got chapter 53. But as far as I can tell, 13 and chapter
14?
52, or whichever one, 13 through 15 actually should be part
You
of.
mean verse. You mean verse.
Yes, sorry. Verse 13
There we
through 15
go.
should be part of chapter 53. But the
Why?
thing is,
Why
it
would we
looks like
why would we say that?
it looks like all one literary unit as far as I can
I know,
understand.
because it is. I'm trying to tell you, this is a literary unit. God is setting you up for the deliverance of Israel and the subsequent restoration of Israel.
Okay, here's the number one problem I got. So when we get to number 15, when it says, "So he shall sprinkle many nations, the king shall shut
Startle.
their mouths at him." Okay, so I'm not sure. I'm a little bit confused about that word too, because I tried to look at a different translation. It seems to be different, so I couldn't figure that one out. But the king shall shut their mouths at him. To me, this is just happening right here. So when you go into the next verse, if their mouth is shut in 15, and then it doesn't seem to me they're the ones who are going to be speaking in chapter 53, and also the fact that it
Wait,
says they just
you literally think that this is saying that the nations will never speak?
No, but it's at the moment.
Wait, hold on. I just want to make sure we're clear, Rajdi. If someone is I don't know, accosting me verbally, and I say, yeah, I gave it back to him and he shut his mouth. That doesn't mean that he's never going to talk again. That's preposterous.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this verse comes right behind it.
It's obviously a reference to the servant just being startled and shocked, not that they're not speaking.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with them becoming mutes, because it literally says just after that that they're going to contemplate. What are they going to do? Contemplate in silence?
No, here's the thing. So they're startled according to your Bible translation. So then they shut their mouths, all right, and then they are told what they've not been told they shall see, and that which they have not heard they consider. They just learned it. So when I come to the next, who that's believed the report is not what you would say, because that's not their report.
Yes, it is their report. That's why I'm saying if they issued they didn't receive a report.
Well, then they just learned something. They just learned something.
They did. Yes, it's a personification of the nations when they witness God's salvation, meaning it's imminent. It's about to happen. When it happens, this is what they're going to do.
So, another point I'd like to make, like when you read the Septuagint, and you also
don't do that.
No, please. When you read the New Testament, the word that's right here before this comes, when I see it, it says Lord who hath believed the report. So it seems to be someone who's familiar with the report and familiar with the God. So it doesn't seem like
I don't give two fucks about the Septuagint, and you shouldn't either. If you think the Septuagint is authoritative, then we've got lots of problems, because the Septuagint says in Hosea 11 that the son is actually the children, rather, like, so that means Matthew's wrong about that prophecy. It also means that you can't apply Isaiah 9 to Jesus either, because Isaiah 9 doesn't say any of the shit that it says in the Masoretic text. Trying to bounce back and forth between the Septuagint and the Hebrew is only going to cook you. It'll never help you.
No, here's what I'm trying to say. It seems to be, well, here's what I'm trying to say. So if you see the New Testament, when they quote this passage, they say, Lord, who hath believed our report. When you look at the Septuagint, it says, and these were like, it was 300 years before Jesus was even crucified or any of that stuff.
And so was the Hebrew text. You know the Hebrew text predates Jesus, right?
Why does he think that quoting a Greek translation preserved by the Catholic Church is going to convince us of what the original Hebrew should mean?
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, because he's like running out of like actual arguments. So this is kind of like the tail end of the cognitive dissonance is, well, what about this translation of it?
Well, this is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. If I might say it, I know I've tried to be respectful. You know what I'm saying? And I know you guys, and it's your show. You can do what you want. But I know you talk a lot over me and stuff. But what I'm trying to say, and cut me off a lot, but that's fine. You can do what you want. You know what I mean? But what I'm trying to say is that it seems to me when I look at that verse, like when I look at the Septuagint, I look at what they quoted in the New Testament, it seems to me that they understood that this passage right here was someone talking to the Lord. If you understand what I'm saying, it doesn't
So
mean
what?
I'm not,
We don't know what text the translator was working with. All you have is guesses, and traditionally scholarship has not been overwhelmingly positive on the translation of Isaiah. In fact, one of the earliest English translations by Sir Lancelot Breton, like if you get an English copy of the Septuagint, it's going to be from Sir Lancelot Breton. He tells you of the translations in the Septuagint, Isaiah is one of the worst. Just read the prologue, buddy. It's right in there.
No, I'm referencing two things here. I'm saying there's enough textual evidence when you look at different things to see that this was maybe actually understood by Jews at the time to be talking to the Lord. When you see how it says,
again, I don't care what Jews thought hundreds of years later. That's not relevant to me. If I believed what Jews thought hundreds of years later, then like I would probably be Jewish. We're not asking what Jews believed later on. We're asking what does the text actually mean?
Well, I'm trying to say that
of course, when prophecy fails, later Jewish people are going to recontextualize the text to be about something else. I mean, when they read Isaiah 52 and God promises that right after the exile, that the uncircumcised and the unclean would never enter into them again, of course, later believing Jews are going to recontextualize what Isaiah says. So that's why we don't take into consideration what the later translators and paraphrasers and commentators say. The question is, what did the author of Deutero-Isaiah say?
To Deutero-Isaiah, okay. Well, there's my question. So when is the earliest Masoretic text that we have?
Dead Sea Scrolls. I would point towards the Great Isaiah Scroll and some of the other Isaiah fragments, and it reads just like what we've got in Hebrew.
No, but I'm saying, well, what are they considered to be dated at?
The Dead Sea Scrolls,
2nd century BCE.
Yeah, they predate all of our copies of the Septuagint.
Really, I understood them maybe to be around that time period.
We don't have copies of the Septuagint that are that old. When people talk about the dating of the Septuagint, what they're talking about is when they think this text was created. They're not saying that we have texts that old. We don't have any texts of the Septuagint that are that old. We have a couple fragments that could predate Jesus at best. Most of our Septuagint text comes from Origen, probably the earliest. He put together the Hexapla, and then later we've got like the Codex Sinaiticus and Vaticanus and other things like that. But we don't have any like ancient actual manuscripts of the Septuagint that predate the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Okay, so you were talking about the Messiah never dying or something, being victorious. Was that what you were saying earlier when we were talking about the Messiah?
What I'm saying is you're wasting so much time and energy on one passage when you could be reading the entire Hebrew Bible and asking yourself, what does the entire Bible say about the Messiah? And should I take that into consideration when reading Isaiah 53? And I think that you should. And because you'll find lots of passages just like Isaiah 60, where he's talking about the nation of Israel. And it says, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord has risen upon you. For darkness shall cover the earth, and thick darkness the peoples, but the Lord will arise upon you, and his glory will appear over you. Nations shall come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your dawn. Lift up your eyes and look around. They all gather together, and they come to you. Your sons shall come from far away, and your daughters shall be carried in nurses' arms. Then you shall see and be radiant, and your heart shall thrill and rejoice, because of the abundance of the sea shall be brought to you, the wealth of the nations shall come to you. This is identical to what he says in Isaiah 52 and 53, where he says, I'm going to restore you and exalt you and lift you up, and then all the nations are going to see it. The kings will be shocked and startled, and they're going to come to you, which matches what we find in Isaiah 2, Isaiah 11, Micah chapter 4, Jeremiah 33, Jeremiah 23, Ezekiel 36, Ezekiel 37, and Zechariah chapter 8. All of the Old Testament says the same thing over and over again. God will be restoring Israel, and when he does it, the nations are going to come to know that, holy shit, the God of those people, that's the real deal. It has nothing to do about some dude dying a cross.
Look, every time.
By the way, I'm looking at the Dead Sea Scrolls right now, the Great Isaiah Scroll, 53 verse 1, doesn't use either the word Adonai or the Tetragrammaton, so it doesn't look like it's more reflecting the Masoretic text than it is the Septuagint.
Yeah, it just starts out me ha amin. So it's like there's no Yahweh, there's no Adonai, there's nothing in there.
Here, one second, I'll turn my camera on so that no one thinks I'm bullshitting.
No, I understand that the Masoretic text does not say Lord.
No, not the Masoretic text. The original, the Dead Sea Scrolls say the same thing. So even in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it says "Mi ha'amin," who has believed. It doesn't start with the Tetragrammaton or with the word Adonai. So the Dead Sea Scrolls match the Septuagint. I don't know why my screen is backwards, but anyways, oh wait, here, that's why. It matches the Masoretic text, not the Septuagint.
Well, my understanding was that when the ancient Jewish people read the Bible, they read that verse, they understood it to be talking to the Lord, and so when they tried to write it into Greek in a way that could be understood,
all you have for that belief is the Septuagint. The version of the Septuagint we have right now is, we don't have any Septuagint preserved by the Jewish people. We have a Septuagint that's preserved by the church.
Yeah, read what the Jews of the time period said about, like, the Jewish leadership, what they said about the Septuagint. They did not like this thing. They basically called it trash. In fact, give me a second. I'll pull up one of my favorite quotes from the Talmud about it.
You mind me saying one thing while you're looking for it?
Yeah, go for it, bud.
So, and also what I said is, like, I think it was maybe the Pauline letters. I can't remember exactly what it was, or it was Peter, but they quoted this verse from chapter 53 and they applied it to their situation.
But nobody cares what the New Testament did. Nobody cares. There's not a single verse in the New Testament that would lead me to make conclusions about the Old Testament. No one cares what the Christians believed, because the Christians, most of them weren't Jewish. The actual Jewish people, the ones who were living in Palestine, largely rejected these interpretations and the Septuagint itself, which is why what we find in the Jerusalem Talmud, let me grab it real quick. Let's see. Says the Torah scrolls only permitted. No, hold on. This wasn't the quote I was looking for. Maybe it's one back.
I'm trying to say, when he quoted it, he used Lord. He said Lord, who hath believed our report. So whatever he was quoting.
Who did?
I think it was maybe Paul. I can't remember.
I got a quote
why?
Here that says,
why do we care that the New Testament is quoting the Septuagint when the Septuagint's irrelevant?
What I'm saying, though, is whatever he is quoting from uses that word there. So it means that.
I know he's quoting from the Septuagint. Paul doesn't know about any Masoretic text. He almost exclusively only ever quotes the Septuagint, which is why I'm asking you, why do I care that Paul is quoting from the Septuagint, a non-authoritative text?
You just started saying someone
Paul's
here.
not the brightest bulb in the bucket either.
I think there's a
No,
point of interest.
He's certainly not.
The Bible was saying that as preserved by the church, and I'm trying to say that the reading of Lord goes back all the way to Paul. So it's not necessarily.
But
the
nobody
church
cares about Paul. Paul has no bearing on the ancient Hebrew text. He's clearly quoting from the Septuagint, which is what Paul always does. Paul doesn't quote from the Hebrew text. Also, the quote I'm looking for is in Megillah 1:9. Verse 71c, and for some reason it's not popping up on Sephira. They probably have a different numbering system, but I have it written down here. They said the day that the Septuagint was made was as grievous to Israel as the day that the golden calf was made.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I was about to quote you too. Yeah, Mesechet Sofrim 1:7. Yeah. They hated that shit. They hated they hated the Septuagint, and saying, "Well, Paul said, well, Paul's not the brightest bulb in the bucket, so we don't really care what Paul has to say."
Yeah, using like Paul's writings as some sort of indicator of what the Jews thought is never a winning strategy.
Paul can barely quote the Hebrew Bible to save his life. I mean, he misquotes it all the time.
I'm just saying what he's quoting from and showing that the existence of it at that particular time. That's my thing.
But we don't care. We don't care that Paul knew about the Septuagint.
We also don't know that Paul is necessarily quoting the Septuagint accurately. We just have a quote from Paul, and we don't know if he's necessarily relating what the Septuagint said accurately. Again.
Okay, and there's another interesting point to me when it comes to the
Let's redirect this so we don't like just bore the audience to tears. We actually don't have anyone in the guest box, which is why we're continuing this conversation. I want to demonstrate to you that the New Testament is so fucking full of shit. You should never believe what it says about the Hebrew Bible. I think nothing's more clear than Matthew chapter 2. Matthew chapter 2 is just a fucking litany of nonsense about the Hebrew Bible. So for example, he talks about the babies being killed in Bethlehem, and it says, hold on, we want massacre of the infants, 18 is what we want. It says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled when the babies were killed. A voice is heard in Ramah, wailing and loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. But listen, you can go to Jeremiah 31:15 and read it and see what this is about. How much money you want to bet that this is not about the babies being killed in Bethlehem?
I'm not a betting man, but please show me.
Yeah. Don't worry, I got you. So in Jeremiah, it's so clearly not about the babies. It's baffling that people haven't gone back to read this. It's about Babylon again. So if you go down to 15, 16, and 17, it says, thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard, not was, by the way. Notice how he said was, this says is. A voice is heard in Ramah, because it's in real time. Lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refused to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Meaning this is happening right fucking now. This is a personification. This is what's happening to the nation of Israel as they're being carried away into captivity. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. That's the prophecy. The prophecy is that they're going to come back from the land of the enemies, namely the Babylonians, which is why it says, there is hope for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country. This certainly could not be about the babies killed in Bethlehem, and the part that was quoted isn't even a prophecy. There's no prophecy in this section.
Yeah, I'll look into that. But my understanding of that sometimes when it the New Testament's talking about fulfillment, I think the word maybe carries different like subtle meaning. Like it could mean like it comes to a fuller meaning of what was originally.
Why
Like maybe
would we accept that? How do you know if you're going to apply a meaning to the supposed passage that is divorced from its actual original context? Then how do we know what is the proper secondary interpretation? Can I just make up one myself?
I don't know if it's gonna work. I mean, you
Why
might be
not?
able to come to that conclusion. Maybe you'll get it right. I don't know.
Like,
But
so
probably not.
why would I accept that any prophecy in the Hebrew Bible has two meanings?
I don't know. I think you just said it wasn't a prophecy, though.
No, the verse that's quoted is not a prophecy, but there actually is a prophecy connected to the passage. And the prophecy is about the return of the Israelites from captivity, but it's prefaced by a statement that is not prophetic, meaning this is just what's happening, right? Lamentation and bitter weeping is happening. Why? Because Rachel is weeping for her children because they are no more. They're being carried away into captivity. Now they're going to come back. In chapter 25 and 29, he literally states that they're going to come back after 70 years. So again,
wait. You just said they're no more, and now you say they're going to captivity. Which one is it?
that's what it means. Do you know that some of them went into captivity and some came back, right? So when they say that, when it says that they are no more, it means they've been carried off into captivity. It doesn't mean that every single one of them has been murdered. That's why the next line says, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears. There is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. Yes, because they didn't all die. They've just been carried away into captivity.
So is it possible that you're wrong and that this is actually a prophecy
No.
sneaked in there?
No, it's not possible that I'm wrong.
I mean, even the reference to Bethlehem is out of place here because what the gospel writer is doing is associating this with slaughter in Bethlehem specifically because the matriarch Rachel was thought at this time to have died and been buried in Bethlehem. But if you actually go into our oldest sources in the Hebrew Bible, it's very obvious that Bethlehem is not at all where this was. It was up quite a bit further north in the territory of Benjamin.
Yeah.
And
go ahead, buddy.
But yeah, like even in this prophecy in Jeremiah where it says a voice is heard in Ramah, according to the book of Joshua, is located in the territory of Benjamin. So this is
right.
This is a late misunderstanding. Like even if I granted you the dual prophecy, which obviously I'm not going to, but even though I grant you that, it's still completely misunderstanding the Rachel reference here.
Right. Because listen, if this is a different prophecy from verse 16 and 17, first of all, it's not a prophecy, but it's still about something happening in Ramah, not something happening in Bethlehem.
Yeah, I'll look into that because I'm not saying you're wrong. But sometimes when I look into things, when people tell me them, and I look into it, there's something missing or they said something wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I said I'll look into it when it seems like a point of interest in it. I'm sure it's interesting. I'll look into that one. But one thing I wanted to say that, okay, so we're still the Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53. Sorry, Isaiah 40.
Why are you dying on this hill?
For fuck's sake!
No. There's something
Jesus Christ, this guy. All right, we're going to continue.
Desperation.
We're going to continue the charade of demonstrating that the prophecies attributed to Jesus are all bullshit, every single one of them, including Isaiah 53. So, for example, we've got another prophecy in 13 to 15 about their escape to Egypt. It says, Joseph got up and took the child and his brother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. But if you go to where this is located, namely Hosea 11, it's not a prophecy. It's like, first of all, if it was a prophecy, it certainly wouldn't be about Jesus, but it just isn't even a prophecy. It's talking about history. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. That's what he says in Exodus chapter 4, verse 22. He says he's calling his firstborn son out of Egypt, and the more that I called them, the more they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols, which is history. It's not a prophecy. There's no prophecy here. So that means Jesus going in and out of Egypt is irrelevant.
Unless you want to make Jesus a Baal worshiper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's those missing years of Jesus. He was out worshiping Baal. Now I get it.
That's why he had to get crucified. All right, listen, Rajity, you've given us quite a bit of time, and I'd hate to beat the horse dead. Come back, and we'll re-up this conversation with whatever new information you have, and we'll do a couple rounds again, okay?
Of what? The same thing or something different?
I mean, hopefully something different.
Could I just get one last point, one last thing I wanted to put in here?
Fair enough.
The whole thing, different things seem to go against your interpretation to me, and one of the points that goes against it to me earlier, because the whole thing is the 40 through 53. It's apparently according to you, and I think this is. I mean, it's fair enough to feel that way as context, correct? So when I look at chapter 48, it's starting out here, got highlighted. Starting at 9, let me start at 9 and see if I can find it. Okay, so for my name's sake, I will defer mine anger, and for my praise, I will refrain from thee, that I cut thee not off. So what I find interesting, he says that he's refraining to cut them off. So when you go to Isaiah
Read the next verse.
1,
you stop too short. Read the next verse. What you're doing is you're reading the text, not in its entirety, and you're missing the important bits.
well,
Read
okay,
verse
so it says,
9 and 10.
Okay, behold, I have refined thee, but not with silver. I had chosen thee in the furnace of affliction. That doesn't change what I'm
Thank
saying.
you.
Here.
That's what I told you a dozen times. There's a righteous remnant that's coming out of Babylon after God refined them in the fires of persecution.
I'm not denying any type of refinement, but the point to me is important is number 9, where it
What
says
about it?
that I cut thee off. When you go to Isaiah 53, this is my last point.
Do you know
what?
what does he mean when he says so that I may not cut you off? What do you think that means?
It could be something like metaphorical. It sounds like at this point, like cutting them off, like totally destroying them, because he's leaving a remnant. So it sounds like
yes, exactly. He left a remnant. He didn't completely cut them off. He left a remnant. This is not a tricky passage.
Okay, but here's where it's important to me. So when you go back to verse 8, and we've already been here, I can't remember. I think it might have been you who brought us here. I can't remember. It might have been me. I can't remember. Sorry if I'm wrong to say that you did. So it says, he was taken from prison and from judgment, and who shall declare his generation? For he was cut off out of the land of the living. He just got done saying that he's not going to.
Yeah, he was removed from the land of the living, and I already told you that the same thing that happened to Jeremiah, being removed from the land of the living, is referring to being taken out of the land of Israel, a reference that shows up a couple times in the Hebrew Bible. The land of the living is Israel, the land of the dead is in Babylon.
Here's part of your homework, Rajadi. Go read Ezekiel 37.
Ezekiel 37.
Mm-hmm.
The Valley of Dry Bones, dude.
Okay, that's actually a good one. I guess if we get back, I maybe like to talk a little. I think I need to be going, but I'd like.
Yeah,
to talk
I think we've beat the horse pretty good, and I think that our audience is getting bored. To be fair.
Okay, that's fine, but I think I'd like to talk about the Messiah, whether or not he dies.
Okay, but all right. Well, come on back. I'll be live again Monday. Come on back Monday night. We'll talk about that. Okay.
I guess I'd like to go back to that part. Maybe not as much about Isaiah, but about the.
Oh, looks like he got cut off. All right.
Jesus Christ. Pun intended.
Some people are a glutton for punishment and don't actually want to listen. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Well, friends, we got a couple of people in the guest box. We're gonna move through the queue. I'm gonna grab a couple of super chats and then we'll get another debate in here. By my view, it looks like the next in line was Mitch, and then John, and then Bob. That seems to be the order that they appeared in, so I try to bring them in that particular order. Clodius, hey, thank you for the 10 Canuck bucks, and you are a #1 fan. I really appreciate that. Sonus, hey, thank you for the super chat. So just making sure you weren't losing money. We'll keep on helping. Don't worry, I really do appreciate the concern. It's very kind of you, but I love people becoming members. So Sonus, thank you for sending out 50 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. And so does everyone who got a membership from that. Thank you so much. Captain Howdy, thank you for your super chat. It says, hey, Justin, if prayer worked, there would be no need for hospitals, and that is the case. It's actually crazy, too. Prayer is such a weird concept because, like, theoretically, God can't change his mind, right? So prayer is basically asking God to change his mind about something. And so you're like, okay, that means God can change his mind. But if you stick to it, some Christians will say, well, no, he didn't change his mind. He knew ahead of time that you were going to pray. But like, well, if that's the case, then you don't actually need to pray. Like if he just knows he's going to do it, he could do it whether you prayed or not. Like it's just a weird, like nonsensical practice, and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it only makes sense if you think God can be persuaded, which I guess the ancient Israelites did think that, but modern Christians don't think that, so it doesn't make any sense.
Right, yeah. E-Money Snipes, thank you for the super chat, says, hey, Justin, letting you know that you just glazed over a 500 euro super chat from Marcus Vote 66. That's about $600 US, and that can't be the case because it didn't actually show up in my software or in YouTube. Although I really appreciate you telling me. I'm looking through the list of super chats right now, and I don't see a single one from Marcus Vote. Marcus, it's possible that your super chat was actually rejected by the system. Maybe you thought you sent it, and YouTube was like, "No, we're not doing that." That's certainly a possibility. It has happened sometimes where people have sent like large super chats, and YouTube itself has rejected it. What I can tell you is that I don't even have that dollar amount in total in my YouTube. I have a live tracking feed that shows me the totals for the live streams, and my entire total for all super chats isn't even $600. So it can't be true that somebody sent a $600 super chat. But even if you attempted to, then I'm really sorry that I missed it. I don't know what else to say. Let me check my other account. Hold on. It might be
Marcus, you're more than free to try again tomorrow on my show. You know.
Well, hold on. It might be. It might be that he didn't send it on DZ Debates. Let me check to see real quick if there's one that shows up on my main channel. Dun, 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 dun. I'm looking at all the super chats on my main channel right now, and I don't have any of them from Marcus. If there's a glitch in the matrix, I apologize, Marcus. I fucking hate that somebody could have sent a $600 super chat and then it just doesn't show up. But I'm looking right now on my super chat filter for my main account, and there's nothing here from a Marcus or for $600. So I'm really sorry, Marcus. If you're still around, somebody, if there's a mod, if Marcus could send the same thing just in a regular comment and pin the comment, that would be super helpful so I can find it. But shit, I really hate that happens. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how somebody can send a super chat and then YouTube just not show it to me. You know what I mean? I don't get that. But I do see like about a dozen super chats on my main account, but none of them.
Oh, I see it here.
Oh, where's that?
It's on the Deconstruction and Justin's live chat. Someone took a screenshot of it.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying, but it doesn't show up. I'll show you what I'm looking at. Give me a second.
It looks like it looks like you actually clicked on it already, because I see it, and behind it I see your books.
Well, hold on a second. So I'm going to show you my what I can see. So this is my dashboard. Oops, sorry. There's a thing here. Let me clear. Okay, so there's a dashboard on the live stream, and I can filter it for my YouTube or my super chats. And there's no. It would be red if it was in here, if it was that amount. And there's not one. There's not one in here. And there's not one weird on my other channel either. So like, maybe you did send it, but also, I'm looking at this super chat here, and if I remember correctly, I already read this super chat at the beginning of the stream. I distinctly remember reading this super chat. I don't know if over the course of time it falls off the list. You know what I mean? And is no longer
Yeah.
there. But I did read the super chat. Where do you get your patience from? And my response to it, which is what I said, was practice. So lots of streams and practice. And I said sometimes I do lose my patience. So I guess I don't know
Mystery
if
solved
John,
then.
maybe he wasn't here.
At least in
when
part.
Yeah. But Marcus, I'm sorry that I guess you weren't here when I read it, but I really appreciate you sending the super and even my list of supers. After I read it and so much time has passed, it will actually drop it from my list. I'm looking back on my complete list, and I absolutely do remember reading the one about patience. But let me see if I can see it in here. It should be turning up as already read in my system. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. Marcus Vogt, where the hell do you get your patience from? Greetings from Germany. Yeah, and it's green, which means I already clicked on it. And it looks like it just maybe you weren't here when we went through it. I went through it at the beginning of the stream, and I really, really appreciate you sending me a 500 euro super chat. I don't know why maybe it didn't calculate into my account yet, but that's fine. Neither here nor there. I promise you, my friend, I did read it, and I thanked you for it. I really appreciate that. I don't know where the idea came that it was missed. That happens sometimes, but I promise. I'll show you something real quick, guys. I've got I've got a piece of software here that collects in real time. It collects and aggregates all of my super chats. There's never a super chat that actually gets missed. It only feels like it gets missed if you weren't here in the specific moment that I read it. Should be this one. Nope, it'd be the other one, that one there. Okay. So this is what my list of super chats looks like. I've got a software that aggregates all of my chats into one location. And when I click on it and read it, it marks it as this light green color. The ones that aren't light green haven't been clicked and read yet. So you can see the one from Marcus Vote here was already green. It was already clicked. And I've got a bunch down here that have already been clicked on, and a bunch I didn't get to yet, which I was hoping to do right now between phone calls. It sounds like we got tied up in a wild goose chase, but that's what I'm working with. I like, if you super chatted me, my friends, it's gonna show up in the list, and I'm gonna read it eventually. My deepest apologies if you're not here to hear me read it. I try to interact with all the people who send supers, because I get it. If you send a super chat, you want to interact with the host typically. And I want to interact with you. I always want to interact with the people that are supporting the stream and are contributing to the conversation. So, like, I'm not leaving super chats hanging, y'all. At least I would never do it on purpose.
You know, Justin, this is somewhat related to the last caller. I got called out one day for saying Lamo was meaning to them, and me being petty, I spent hours one night looking at all 57 instances of Lamo in the Hebrew Bible just to prove a point. And, like, I need to get a life, because this is where I'm spending my birthday, sitting up here on this panel.
This is what we love about you, is that you don't have a life and you get to do the fun stuff. Steve is saying that the guy complaining about it isn't even the one that sent it. So obviously, Marcus wasn't even complaining about it. Somebody was complaining on Marcus's behalf, because obviously they weren't here to hear it, or possibly they started live stream and they haven't got to the part where I read it yet. I don't know what to say. Anyways, friends, with that, I am going to read a couple super chats so I don't end up reading 100 of them at the end of the stream, and then we're going to get Mitch in here, and then after that we're going to get John in here, and hopefully have some conversations going. So we'll do what we can. Hey, we also have Carissa with us tonight. Thank you, Carissa, for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, and it's pretty fucking monumental for the channel. All the memberships really help the channel out a lot, and it's really cool because I'm a little bit behind on looking at all the comments on the cheat sheet. But when you get access to the cheat sheet, you actually are allowed to comment, and sometimes people leave comments on the cheat sheet that make it fucking into the cheat sheet. So it's a really cool system. Also, join the Discord, friends. And Demonzel, Thank you for sending out 20 more DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really fucking appreciate that. But not to be outdone, here comes fucking Randy with 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Randy, my friend, it's great to see you. And thank you so much for sending out 20 and another 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's 40 for Randy tonight. Thank you so much, Randy. That's huge. But also make it so getting in on the membership party. Send out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That's huge. Mike B-Den with a long chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And also, fucking beautiful kitty says, I need from you to either add to the cheat sheet or charge separately. I need all of the prophecies on a cheat sheet and why they failed. Would this be too big of a project, or would you be able to do this? Love what you do. Well, I think you mean by the prophecies, you probably are referring to the prophecies in the New Testament about Jesus. And I've gone through and I've listed all the ones specifically from the Gospels so far. So I'll show you what the cheat sheet looks like. And most of them, not every single one of them has been filled out with rebuttals, but most of them actually have been filled out with rebuttals. So if you go to the tab that says JC Prophecies, you'll find the virgin birth with a section of rebuttals to it. You'll find Bethlehem's Jesus' birthplace with a section and rebuttals. The flight to Egypt with rebuttal. Rachel rebuttal. Jesus being called the Nazarene rebuttal. The voice of one crying rebuttal. I've got like 30 prophecies in here, and most of them I have the rebuttal already in there from the Gospels. There's just a couple I haven't completed yet. So that's there. But as for the rest of the Bible, there are like 300 supposed prophecies that Jesus fulfilled. I don't know if I have room for all 300 of them on the cheat sheet, but I certainly will get to them eventually. Like that really is something that I'd like to do. I see people in the comments already asking. I am still completing my book on the same topic. I apologize, I haven't been able to get it published yet, just this yet, but I'll fucking be getting it done this year if it kills me. That's a risk I'm willing to take. Astronova616, beautiful name change, by the way, and thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, Justin, can you articulate how you can tell when you're speaking to, I think you mean when one, being a person, when you're speaking to one who is taking in even a little bit of what you're saying. I know if you stick to a call for long, you must be picking up on something. Love your patience. Well, thank you, Astronova. You're right. And I've said this before. Sometimes I draw conversations out for a long time. And there's kind of 2 or 3 different reasons why I do this. One, because I know Rajadi. We've talked before, and I gave him homework, and he went and did it. He came back. All the stuff we went around this time was stuff that we talked about before. He went and did more homework. He did digging. He read the text, and then he came back wanting to continue the argument. And I respect that. He's willing to put the work in. So I should be willing to put the work in the opposite direction. And also because sometimes you've given somebody just enough information to make them question, but not enough information to really move the needle. Sometimes you need to give a lot of information and kind of overwhelm the interlocutor before they're like, oh shit, that's a lot, right? So sometimes a little bit doesn't work. Also, the other thing, and this is not, I don't think this is true for Rajadi, but it's true for a lot of our guests, which is sometimes you get a guest that just needs a beating. Like they can't sleep at night. They will never leave you alone until you just give them like the actual, metaphorical, proverbial beating that they need so that they can sleep at night and then not come back and crash out on your live stream. So those kind of the reasons why sometimes I keep them on very long. Also, we haven't done an Isaiah 53 like a long form in a while, so it was good to dive back into it for some of the guests that might be new watchers of the channel. We do Isaiah 53 quite often, but it's been a little bit since we have somebody really dig into it. Nevertheless, like anyone who's been around for any amount of time knows that like most Christians, when they're trying to talk about Jesus being the Messiah, are going to point to Isaiah 53. It's like literally all they have. Hey, Adele, It's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says I was just gifted the 1885 revised version of the 1611 KJV parallel leather-bound Bible that has my family tree in it. This thing is a beast, and I have no idea where to put it, but it's cool. Happy Friday, friend. I love that for you. Okay, so Adele, one of the things I love is collecting some of the older Bibles. I can't show you. I've got a collection of them this way on my shelf, and I've got an 1828 King Jimmy with like actual running timeline on the side of it with verse reference. I've got all kinds of really cool Bibles. If you guys like history, even if you don't want to read the Bible, you can. There's a lot of cool books in history, like Bible copies that have stuff in it that are really neat. Like a lot of our study Bibles tell you about things, generally related to the Bible or the time period. But the old Bibles did too. There's all kinds of stuff in these old Bibles that they believed about the world, whether it's commentary or whether it's translation notes that now we look at it today and you're like, oh, it's crazy. I can't believe they thought that back then. You know what I mean? So friends, pick up some old King James Bibles if you can. It's totally cool. In fact, I've got over here, because I'm a crazy nerd, I've got preserved a leaflet of one of the original Geneva Bible printings. I couldn't afford a whole book, but it was nice to have one leaflet. You know what I mean? Anyways, like historical books are really super fucking cool, y'all. If you don't share my love for them, I get it. Not everyone's, as weird and nerdy as me. But, at least Chet gets me, right, Chet? I was hoping for some backup. I guess not.
Sorry, I was just plugging my mic back in. Of course.
All right, last super chat and then we're going to move on to our next guest. The Duncan Idaho Gola. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says Dolphin. Dalton, now Dolphin. Oh, shit. Oh boy. Dolphin and Justin obsessively doing the hard work so we don't have to. Justin, I changed my name again so you might pronounce it easier, but I know you don't get the reference from Dune. Absolutely, I don't. Gola, a clone of a dead guy. Oh, interesting. Well, I appreciate you explaining the reference for me, because I would not have caught any of that. So thank you so much. And also thank you for supporting the stream. And yeah, Dalton and I, and actually Chet has too, we spent many, many hours poring over these texts, both in English and Hebrew and even in Greek. So I get why if you're a Christian, you might turn to this book and be like, oh, this really fucking sounds like Jesus. But like, if you really know the stuff, and the ancient Jews did, there's no reason to read Jesus into it. There's a reason why they overwhelmingly rejected Jesus. It's because it just didn't line up with the Hebrew Bible. Okay, let's get John. We had a guest, Mitch, waiting in TikTok. Mitch dropped, so I guess Mitch isn't coming in. But we've got John and Bob and a couple other people waiting to get in on YouTube queue, so we'll grab John first. John, welcome on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. John, are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. And do you believe in some kind of a god?
No, I'm Buddhist.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess
I didn't know. Is that I'm a Buddhist, so it's not really. It's sort of a gray area, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't actually believe in the like spirits and whatnot, like a lot of Buddhists do. But for the sake of this topic, we're basically just debating whether or not God exists. And you don't really believe in God, right?
I mean, myself, I have no experience or anything to be able to tell you that there is one.
Okay.
I guess because I've watched you and I've enjoyed your shows. Because I escaped from Catholicism 30 years ago. So
congrats.
Being raised from that and then fell into Buddhism. Yeah. But so maybe I went out of the frying pan into the fire. But
I don't think so. I think Buddhism makes a little bit more sense than the traditional religions.
So, I mean, because as I try to unpack the implicit biases of my Christian upbringing, because they're just you're just how you think about the world, it's so, you're raised in something, and like, you've talked about this too, but trying to remove that reference point as my starting point. I don't know if that makes sense what I'm saying, but just
I
that
get
your
it.
worldview is from a certain, from an Occidental, what have you.
So let me
I
ask you
guess,
some questions,
yes, sir.
because like we don't disagree on God. So you and I are on the same page there, it sounds like, but we probably do disagree on say whether or not there are souls or spirits, right?
So in, again, my experience, I've practiced Zen, so it's there's lots of different kinds of Buddhisms. There's, just like in any other religion, there's lots of flavors, like Baskin Robbins. Uh, I think because it's such a syncretic religion, and me being here in the 21st century, I tend to, I don't really put any money into reincarnation or anything like that, because I don't have any. It's not in my, I haven't been enculturated into it, right? Just like I was enculturated into, Adam and Eve and being a sinful creature. So I don't have to take that,
Right.
because that's not the
So
purpose of it.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not there's something we can actually debate on. It sounds like there
I
might
guess
not be.
let's how debate. I'm not a debate bro. I guess, what about since you guys sort of do some, logical form, the first claims that the Buddha gave. So the first teaching, as they say, which is the uh, that, all life is suffering. Suffering comes from desire. If you end desire, you end suffering, and to do that, you follow the eightfold path. That's his first logical uh, what he expounds
Right,
on
but
to.
so let me preface this,
Yeah,
and John, you're really nice, but this is a debate stream, so if we don't have anything to debate about, I got to move on to the next
that's
guest.
fine. Yeah, that's fine. I just hear you taking on Christians all the time, and I wanted to get some shade thrown towards the Buddhists.
Oh, you know what? Fuck Buddha and the horse he rode in on. That motherfucker.
There you go.
I left food out for Buddha last week, and he didn't touch it.
All right.
Actually, do you leave
Well, I
food
don't
out for
wanna-
Buddha?
Did I?
Do you? Yeah, do you practice that?
We at the temple that we put, you put offerings on there. Yeah, but you're allowed to eat them.
Oh, okay. I was curious. I've actually known a couple of different Buddhists, and it seems like some of them have different practices when it comes to that. But hey, man, I appreciate you coming by, but we do have to do a debate.
That's
you know what I
fine.
mean?
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry I can't do anything Christian for you.
That's right. Fuck Buddha, though. I'm just joking. I
Take care.
actually kind of like Buddhism. All right, cheers, buddy.
Cheers. Bye.
I don't know. I know there probably is something about Buddhism that's distasteful, but most of what I know about it, which is not a lot, most of what I know about it actually seems pretty decent. Like I've like the core tenets of Buddhism doesn't seem to be problematic to me. But there's, I don't really know that much about it. So there's probably some shit in there that would raise alarm. All right, let's get Bob in here next then, since we couldn't get a debate there. Welcome in, Bob. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do. The whole
Sure.
thing is, I'm kind of going through a process, and I was raised Muslim, and living in America, it's a Christian country, so there's a lot of Christianity put forward. But it's kind of something that I find interesting, that there's atheists, because I see religious people, they're like, God has to exist. And then atheists, well, God doesn't exist. And I don't see how either side could prove their point in a way
I can do it
that
for you.
makes sense. Okay.
Okay. So the reason why God doesn't exist is, first we would have to decide on what we meant by God. So typically God is some kind of an agent outside of like space and time that created all things. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, we could agree on everything.
Okay. So I think this is preposterous and absurd for a couple reasons. One, I don't think you can do anything outside of time. In order to do anything, like to make verbs realized, like you need a sequence of events, and you can't have sequencings of events without time. You can't have thoughts, you can't speak, you can't do anything. So right off the rip, it doesn't even make sense to believe that there could be anything outside of time, especially something that's completely immaterial, doesn't take up any space, doesn't take up any time. The description of God is literally identical to nothing. So, like, at that point, we would have to ask ourselves, okay, well, if God can't actually create anything, maybe it's true that, like, he's like the Greek gods. You know, when the ancient philosophers talked about the Greek gods, quite a few of them understood them to be gods, even though they were limited. Like, they weren't all knowing. Not all of them created all things. You know, sometimes they made mistakes. I think this version of God, if it existed, is a little more plausible. But I can tell you why I don't think that's plausible, right?
Okay, but here's where it gets a little foggy, right? The religious stories, they're made up, they're invented by people, let's say. And on the same accord, you have atheists who kind of look into, all right, well, we came from kind of like this nothingness, or
Mm-mm.
there really isn't.
That's not atheist.
Well, I would like you to explain that to me, clarify that for me. But in terms of, well, then what is the answer? Because as a human being, I'm a simple man. Okay, well, if atheism is, say, the answer, then what is the beginning? I don't even need to know the purpose, but what is the beginning of our existence?
I don't think there is. So atheism isn't the idea that something came from nothing. In fact, almost all of the atheists I know don't believe there was like a beginning of all things. And we don't really have any scientific evidence that would suggest that either. So, based on everything I can tell, and I have to lean on science for this. So, I just have to take the scientific data and interpret it myself. I can't do the experiments because I'm not a scientist. But the data that we have seems to suggest that there was never a state of nothingness, that there was always some sort of a universe, and that it changes form over time. But there's no reason to believe that there was like a state of nothingness that gave rise to something. That was something that people believed a long time ago. You know, when the Big Bang was very first conceived of, some people were like, "Oh, well, that's interesting, something from nothing." But I don't know any like modern scientists who believe that.
I would say, like, with that idea, and I'm only going to use simple language. I'm not like some super theists or went to college for this stuff. But let's say that like an atheist believes the universe is kind of like it's a circle. It doesn't really have a beginning, doesn't have an end. But at some point, you could point to the circle as, all right, this is where we began in this infinite loop. Then in that infinite loop, wouldn't you say that's where we're created, and
You mean
whatever that
humans?
is, yeah, as human beings, well, like somehow, let's say a protein got hit with another protein, and there you go with the simple organism. Wouldn't you call that your creator? And it doesn't mean that creator wants to be worshipped,
So
but why
it
not see
sounds.
that as God?
So it sounds like you're saying that there's something that, while it might not have been the creator of all things, it was the creator of humans. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, say the what do you call it? The Rube Goldberg machine. The thing that hits the thing. Event. There is the thing that pushes the domino, so to speak.
I
Why
guess
not see
I
that
don't
as God?
understand what you're talking about. Human beings don't have a creator, as far as we can tell. We're a product of evolution.
What I'm saying is the product of evolution is kind of you look at it, and then there's this kind of infinite going backwards, right?
Yep.
Well, this had to create this, and this had to create that. Well, at the beginning of that line, or maybe you don't believe in the beginning, but in a point in that infinite circle, wouldn't that be God to you? And
No,
why not
because human
accept it as
beings
God?
don't have a creator. We evolved from lower life forms. Nothing reached down and said poof, now you're created.
Well, let's go with your theory, right? Let's say evolution is, well, I'll say not theory, but the fact, right? Say evolution is how human beings are created, right?
But
We
I
came
don't. The
from,
word "created" is not the right word.
well, let's use the right word, um, evolved,
Sure, there we go.
right? We evolved from something. As you go back into that, from the leaf of that tree into the root, that is the beginning.
Beginning.
I'm just asking.
I don't know what you mean
I'm
by
just
beginning.
asking.
Beginning of what?
Okay. Beginning of life, beginning of evolution.
Ah, there you go. So there was
So
a
I'm saying,
first moment of life,
yeah,
is what you're saying.
yeah. Eventually, let's say that we have the periodic table of elements. So
Mm-hmm.
we're just in the universe, nothing going on. Something happens, and something smacks into something else. And I don't know, a lightning strikes into those elements, and then you have life. Uh, why not call that moment or the moments preceding that moment God?
Because God has a specific definition, and it's not the beginning of life. Sorry, Chet, what were you gonna say?
Like, didn't we literally define God at the beginning of this conversation specifically?
Yeah, I thought
So
we did.
yeah,
I wasn't here at the beginning of the
definition.
conversation.
No, you're when I talked to you when I first brought you in.
Oh, how would, oh, you would define God as what religious
Uh,
people would say
like
as God?
a creator of things. Like he creates things,
Okay, okay,
right? So like
but
if the
why?
first moment
Okay,
of life happened, which it certainly seems to have been the case, I don't know why we would call that event a god. Like events aren't nouns.
Yeah, so entailed in calling it God, I think on our definition would involve it having agency. And I think we would say, what is the evidence that this first cause had agency?
okay. So we're I would say that God, if there was a God, let's say, it would have to be in this universe. Like, I think you make a good point of how can a being outside of time and space make time and space? They would still be outside of it. I'm saying it in the simplest way I can. Uh, if there is a God, it would be natural and within our realm.
Gotcha.
And if you don't believe,
An evolved
yeah,
being.
um, I think the idea of being is to evolve. It may not make it makes sense in the way I would look at it. Is it is God as complex and as simple as like a one-celled organism, right? It's a thing. Why my question to you really is, why would an atheist put so much merit into like a religious book? Because it's
Why
made up by humans.
why I specifically do it? Because like I live in a world where most people believe it's true. Like if you lived in a country where like 70% of the people in the country believed in vampires, and then they thought that those vampire books were sacred texts. What was the name of those books again? Do you remember those, Chet, from like the 2000s? I forget.
The Twilight ones?
There you go. If there were a bunch of people thought Twilight was sacred text and that vampires are real, and you had to live with these
Twilight is
people,
real.
then
Yeah,
certainly you can see.
I had to live around those people.
So like
Well,
you understand, it affects the society that we live in.
I, that makes complete sense. But where I'm going with it is, if religion is made up, let's say, if the idea of not God, but what God is seen as is this omnipotent, this, that, and the third, that's that's all a manufactured idea of God.
Uh-huh.
So when I speak to someone like yourself who says, okay, God doesn't exist, but my question is, does God exist?
We lost your audio for a second. I think your audio device cut out.
Oh,
Oh, we
is
got
it
you
out?
now. We got you now.
Okay, I was asking, well, what do you consider? Or here's the easier question: What would you what would you qualify as God if there was a God to exist?
It would be a sentient being that would be theoretically the most powerful or on par with the most powerful entity in the universe that is responsible for creating said universe. Now, if you want to talk about like a super evolved entity, you can talk about a super evolved entity. I don't think that would be a god. It would just be another entity that is like really evolved. And it's certainly possible that something like that does exist, but I have no evidence of such a thing, and I wouldn't call it God if it did exist.
And this, I think, the second question that's most important is how would someone prove that entity to you?
Well, that would be up to the person demonstrating it. Like if I said that the tooth fairy was real, it would be up to me to demonstrate why the claim is valid.
Okay, so let's say I have this entity in my microwave right now. What would I have to show you this entity in my microwave, or what?
I mean,
And better yet,
that'd be the
what
easiest method.
if I did show you that entity in my microwave? Would it change your mind, or would it change the conversation to, well, why does God do all these awful things, good things? So
Well, I mean, you'd have to
really, are
demonstrate
you
that the
looking for
entity is a
the
god, right? If I showed you like a stuffed deer on somebody's wall and said this is the deer god, just showing me the entity is useless. You have to still demonstrate that the thing is a god. So just showing me something isn't really showing me that it's God yet.
and I think this is I think it's a fair point. I think would be more fair, or just as fair, is you're asking for a burden of proof of does God exist, and to say, okay, well, you exist, we exist, all these things have come into play. Where are the atheists, not just you, but specifically, atheists, to say, okay, well, God doesn't exist for these reasons without a doubt.
Oh, I
I
didn't
think
say that.
there's scientific. Okay.
I didn't say that God didn't exist. I said your God doesn't exist. Whatever God you believe in, I'm 99% sure I can prove that that God doesn't exist. I don't actually know what you believe in. That's the part of the problem.
If I was to believe in a God, it would be a God of food. It
Fucking
sounds a little
A, we
crazy,
agree there. We are in violent agreement on the God of food.
because here's the thing about, I think, about religion. Or my problem with religion is that
Wait, is this why you said you can open the
everything.
microwave and show it to me?
Yes, you were
Ah,
on.
gotcha. So
You might be a prophet.
you might be a fucking troll. All right, well, we're gonna move on from that. Oh well, what are you gonna do? April was in the guest box for just a moment, and now she's gone, which is sad because April would have been next in line. April, if you're still watching, I was gonna bring you up after that guy, and now you're gone. Shame. Anyways, if you come back, I'll pop you up. I know you're waiting in the guest box for a while, so I don't want you to lose your spot in line. But I don't know. Maybe April had somewhere to go. Maybe had things to do. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm going to grab a couple super chats and we're going to move on to our next guest, which, as far as I can tell, is going to be PVG. So make sure your equipment's ready, PVG. Sourdough says, expanding the googly eye pantheon, which I'm still all for. Could Marty Feldman have been a prophet of Doug? That's a good question. I don't know who Marty Feldman is. I don't know anything about pop culture. Let me check it out. Marty Feldman. Oh, he's got some fucking googly eyes. Okay, who is Marty Feldman? Marty Feldman is a British actor and comedian. Shit, y'all, listen, I don't know if I was supposed to know this reference or not because it's British, but his eyes are pretty fucking googly, actually. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. Here's one. Oh, it's a tiny picture. Hold on. Marty Feldman. Oop, I can't type. Let's try this again. All right, here's a picture. That should be big. Although it's not really a picture. It's like the beginning of a YouTube video. But yeah, he's got some pretty good googly eyes, and there's better pictures of his googly eyes than this actually. If I can find one in here that works, like you actually see. There's one that's got some googly eyes. There's some fucking googly eyes right there. Yeah. So I mean, listen, Marty Feldman, maybe he is part of the pantheon, or at a minimum, maybe he's a fucking prophet. Maybe he needs to be a prophet of Doug, at least. We can get him in there for that. Alexander Sarboza, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Justin, I can't stick around for this live. Can you do me a favor? Save me some warm pretzel with cheese sauce. You know I will. There will absolutely be pretzels served tonight. So hopefully they'll be salty and to your liking. Klein says, correct me if I'm wrong, but did I hear in a video that I watched that you are writing a book? It is true. I'm working on a book dispelling all of the silly prophecies about Jesus from the Gospels. Love your content. Would love to see your platform soar. Well, thank you, Klein. I'm certainly trying to soar, but it takes time. You know, there's only so much time in a day. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's the end of the day. So it is what it is. I'm trying, though. I'm trying. Jamoke guy says, happy birthday wishes to Dalton. Yes, indeed. It's a shame he's not up here right now. I wish I would have saw this earlier. And everyone else who shares the same birthday. Indeed, if it is your birthday, friends, happy birthday. And cute fucking parrot. Is that a parrot? It looks like it might be a parrot. It's hard to tell in the picture, but hey, W parrot for sure. William, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. 1, 2, 3, 4. I saw what you did there, William. I like it. Weird question. Do you have a favorite Christian hymn, either now or as a former Christian? Despite me being an unyielding atheist, one of my favorite hymns, ironically, is Faith is Victory. Okay, this is a fair question. I have a song that I still kind of like that nobody's going to know. It was kind of niche. And it was, honestly, I think it was kind of for kids, but it was so fun that the adults used to do it at some churches. The line was push back the darkness. And there's like a whole dance to it where you have to like push back the darkness, build up the walls. In the name of Jesus, chains are gonna fall. It's a really fun song that even kids would love. If you know the song, sing it out in the comments. Give me the name of the song. I always forget the name of the song. I don't even know who did it, but I know there's a lot of charismatic churches that used to do that song. It's a fun one. And even the adults in church would join in with the young people doing it. I kind of liked it. Sometimes we got some original dance moves even. Cameron says, my ChatGPT questions you don't want to know. Listen, Cameron, ChatGPT is that place where you get to ask the dumbest stuff imaginable. And Carnage, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, Smash, Marry, or Unalive, Biblical Monster Edition. This should be fun. Options are Leviathan, Behemoth, and the Great Fish.
I don't know if I know the difference between the first two.
Well, you know what? Actually, I was just going over this the other day. So if you read Esdras chapter 6, they give an explanation that the Leviathan and the Behemoth were made on the same day, but there wasn't enough room for them in the waters. It was like there's only enough water here for one of us. One of us has got to go. And so God put the Behemoth on land. And so in Second Esdras, that was their explanation of these being two different creatures. But again, I mean, Second Esdras was written beginning of the 2nd century, ending of the 1st century. So it's not really original and meaningful to the text. And I still kind of agree with you. It might be plausible that the Behemoth is another name for the Leviathan, given the description.
Yeah, it's hard to say. We don't have much on it, unfortunately, much earlier, but it's a fun one I like to play with.
I think you've done 2 videos on it, and they're great videos. I think you won me over to your side, actually. But you know what? You won me over to your side on the Horns of Moses, and then I read some more, and now I'm not on your side. We have to fight it out again.
Oh, all right. Okay.
But it'll be
All right.
it'll be a lover's brawl. Don't worry. I won't like pull your hair or anything.
Are we gonna live stream it?
we should actually do that. Debate among
We have
friends.
a friendly debate. Yeah, yeah. We don't get enough friendly debates around here.
I
Get
agree.
a friendly one.
Okay, so Carnage, the answer to the question, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say Smash, probably the Leviathan, because it's got to be, the Chaos Dragon's got to be a good time. Let's get that out of the way. Also, Unalive the Great Fish, because you know my motto, fuck fish. We don't care about fish. And the Behemoth, obviously, I'm going to marry because I can only imagine that the Behemoth has a honky tonk badonkadonk. So I think that's how I'm going to work that one out. It's a fucking great question. I never thought about who I would have to end up with in terms of biblical characters, but a fantastic fucking question. And Famous Amos coming in again, thank you, friend, says, follow up, I should have been clear. 2 Samuel 13, Ammon wanted Tamar, but after loathed and sent her away. Then years later, Absalom killed Ammon and Absalom fled. What does one learn from this insanity? So this is actually a fair question. So what I'm understanding from this is building up as a precursor to the Absalom narrative. So part of the whole rebellion of Absalom also includes what he did to take revenge for what happened to Tamar. So it's just part of the backstory of Absalom. He was such a large individual in the text that we learned a whole bunch of shit about him, even shit that really isn't even all that important. Sometimes it's just a historical memory that people never forgot. And because they never forgot it, eventually it becomes like some kind of sacred text. And another example of this, and we mentioned it earlier, but I love this text. It's one of my favorites. It's such a nonsensical text, but in 1 Kings chapter 1, when David is old and about to die, it says David was old and advanced in years, and although they covered him with clothes, he could not get warm. So his servant said to him, let a young virgin be sought for my lord the king, and let her wait on the king and be his attendant. Let her lie in your bosom, so that my lord the king may be warm. So they searched for a beautiful young woman throughout the territory of Israel, and found Abishag the Shunammite, and brought her to the king. The young woman was very beautiful. She became the king's attendant and served him, but the king did not know her sexually. And to that I say, fucking liars. Because later it turns out that she belongs to the next king in line, meaning she was probably passed on like a concubine. But what purpose does that story serve? Not fucking much, other than to make the king look silly. Now it does, if you keep reading the next two chapters, she comes up again. But even with her story as it evolves, none of that story needs to be there. But it was one of those memories that was stuck in culture that became part of the written historical text, no one believing one day this historical narrative would fucking be a sacred text. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's no impression in here that, in fact, these people were writing scripture. They were writing history, and it became scripture. Dustframe, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, hey, do you know Deconstruction Zone? What? You're okay. I know Deconstruction Zone very well. Have you met him, Chet?
No, I know. I don't think I've heard of Deconstruction Zone.
Oh shit. Okay. Well,
that must be some other TikTok.
It could be, actually. Hey, do you know Deconstruction Zone? I do indeed. If he was a robot made for the purpose of kidnapping flying insects, would he be called Bee Abduction Drone? I mean, it does rhyme. And I definitely agree with you. It would be a bee abduction drone. Fair question. Not a question that has ever crossed my mind, but I appreciate you coming here and asking it. But I do have some questions about why somebody is abducting bees now. What would you do with abduct? I guess if you're starting your own honey farm, you might want to abduct a couple of bees. That might be the thing to do. I don't know. Fair point, though. I do like words that rhyme sometimes, even if they're silly. And Malcolm, thank you for the $10 super chat, says you should make callers read Zechariah 9 from verse 1. This is clearly propaganda about how Israel is going to F up all their neighbors, and then the king will ride home bloody. None of them ever read it. Yep, Zechariah 9, especially about verses 9 and 10. It literally talks about how he's going to cut off the war chariots from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem and the battle bow, meaning it's a victorious king in battle. Now, some people have rightly pointed out that some of the Hebrew manuscripts for he will cut off the war horses actually says not he, but it will actually say, what does it say? Now I got to go back and find it real quick. I apologize. But we also have manuscripts that do say he. So it's like, that's if someone gives you the argument that that's not really about the Messiah, you can say, well, it depends on what fucking manuscript you're reading. And if you read the whole verse, it actually seems to be talking about the same individual. But let me grab, let's see, in verse 10 in the Hebrew. Yes, there we go. It's actually in the first person causative stem. Hikrati, which means I will cut off, but that's obvious. The speaker of this text is not obviously cutting off the war chariots. This is obviously just a scribal error, which is why the other manuscripts we have it corrected, and the Septuagint has it corrected. Side, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat tonight. It says, God made man in his image. He breathes the breath of life into Adam. Doesn't this mean God is physical? Love the widescreen. We got a new member of the Horrors group, apparently. Okay, so yes, if God speaks, he's got a physical representation. If God breathes, he has a physical representation. If God fucking walks, if he hears, if he sees, all of these things are physical representations, which means God clearly has some kind of a body. There's really no way around it. But good question, though. I would definitely recommend going to read by Esther Hamori, When Gods Were Men. I think it's a fantastic, it's a really fantastic book, and it really describes what's happening here. Also, I got a bunch of people saying the audio is not working, which is weird. Is it working on TikTok, y'all?
It works for me.
Okay, I hear some people saying it's working on YouTube and some people saying it's not. I'm looking at my audio mixer. My audio mixer is moving around. Okay, well, we'll test it. If you can hear me on the horizontal stream, just type whores in the chat and we'll see if there's any whores. And then we'll test the other one. Everyone's saying it's fine. I didn't see anyone saying whores. Oh, there's a whores. Okay, so horizontal must be good. There we go. Now, if you can hear me on the vertical YouTube live stream, type in verts. I want to see if the verts can hear me. Someone in the Discord is saying that it might be the vertical that's fucked up, which is weird. I don't know why just the vertical would screw up, but if we need to, we can re-add the audio to it. That's not a problem. Oh, verts are hearing it. Okay, so the verts and the whores are both hearing the audio, which means maybe y'all just need to refresh your browsers. It might be on the receiving end, not the delivering end, because my software is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. There's nothing amiss here, and it appears that a bunch of people can hear me on both streams, so it might just be a YouTube glitch. If it's a YouTube glitch, I apologize. I don't know why it would be glitching out like that. I'm looking at the audio feed for both of the channels. The audio feed looks good. So, anyways, we'll press on, friends. We'll keep pressing forward. I've just got a couple more super chats that I'm going to get PVG in here. I'm sorry, wanted to grab a couple super chats so we didn't get super backed up and end up reading a whole backlog at the end. And sometimes I really like reading them between the guests because they make comments about the guests. You know what I mean? So I like to read them if I can while they're still relevant, but it's not always possible. Blake Blake Malfoy, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, what's the name of the study Bible you prefer? I think you've mentioned it once before that you liked more than others, but I can't remember the name. I'm trying to learn out here, Justin. Your videos help. Well, I fucking got you, friend. Here's the 2 I would get. Actually, maybe 3. So you guys know my preferred is always going to be the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. The 5th edition is the latest. The 6th edition is on pre-order, and it is going to be the NRSV updated edition. It's supposed to be shipping this summer in August. Initially, when I checked around Christmas, they said it was coming in the spring. Now they're saying it's coming in August. It's getting these things published take time. It's difficult to get them to the public, but the 5th edition is awesome, amazing. You'll love it. After that, I would highly recommend the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition. Don't get the 2nd, get the 3rd. You'll appreciate it. My favorite version of this, though, is actually called the Catholic Note-Taking Bible, which is in another room. And it's got thicker pages, so there's not as much bleed through, and there's a margin on the side that you can write your own notes in. And anyone who really studies the Bible knows you got to write fucking on everything. You're just writing everywhere in the Bible. Now, my other one, which is not really a commentary on the scholarly interpretation. This is a commentary on the translation itself. So in each page, it's kind of set up like the Talmudic text, where each page has the actual passage, and then all the footnotes surrounding it are giving you the information about how they came up with their particular translation. Why did they translate it this way? Here are the reasons. And this is called the Net Bible with full notes. Highly recommend it. If you're seeing a passage where it gets translated in multiple different ways in multiple different Bibles, and you're like, what's going on here? Why can't they figure that shit out? Get yourself a copy of one of these, and it'll actually it'll break down those problem translation pieces and why they ended up on either one side or the other of the translation puzzle. So I recommend it. I love their write-up on Psalm 22:16, and they've got a couple other write-ups that are really good. And it's not terribly expensive. You can just get it on Amazon. I promise you it'd be well worth the money if you actually want to study the Bible and talk a little bit, or know a little bit at least, on some of we'll call it the translation difficulties, because there's a lot of them. In fact, Chet and I have talked about quite a few of them over the past. We were talking about one earlier. Does Moses have horns, or does he have radiance coming out of his head? It's hard to tell from the text.
Yeah, and I know I wasn't asked, but I'll go ahead and throw this in there, because one, especially like if you happen to be, I don't know who that commenter was, if you happen to be coming from a Christian perspective, I really like the Jewish Study Bible by Oxford, which uses the JPS and has really good scholarly commentary, but it gives you more of an idea of how Judaism interprets the text, which, again, like if you come from a background like me where you didn't grow up in Judaism and aren't familiar with those interpretations, it's a nice one for giving you some of that perspective. So, and that's just going to be your Hebrew Bible.
I actually haven't picked that one up yet. I have to get that. I'm glad you reminded me, Chet.
Yeah, I use it a lot. I'll use it a lot for a translation. I really like the notes on it. Yeah, they're pretty decent.
I'll get on that. I appreciate the rec on that one. It's now in my shopping cart for the next time I log into Amazon and get time to check out. I really appreciate that. Jake Caudo, thank you for the super chat, says, I'm assuming that it was beneficial to kiss the backside of Cyrus in the scriptures. I'm thinking he was probably the most powerful man who ever lived up to that point. Kind of. I mean, in terms of the Jewish people, he's probably, like, in terms of good things happening, one of the most influential kings in the entire Hebrew Bible that actually did something good for the Hebrew people. Obviously, we know the horror stories about some of the other people that did horrible things, but he seems to be good. So yeah, you definitely want to butter that fool up, which is why it talks about how he's God's chosen. He's his Mashiach, and he will do his bidding, which is my favorite thing. Because if you read the Cyrus cylinder, Cyrus actually credits Marduk for taking Babylon. It's fucking horrific. He doesn't even know about Yahweh. It's like, who's this fucking clown Yahweh? All right, last super chat from our friend Travi666. Hail Nero. Thank you for the $50 Canadian super chat. It says, gay for Justin. And that's what I'm talking about. Thanks for being here, friend. I really appreciate that. I do love the gay for Justin hashtag, but I'll use this to remind people that there's a new one also. And maybe it won't catch on. Maybe I like it and nobody else does, but there's a new hashtag. And it's JFR, Justin's fucking rock. And if you don't know what that means, there will be a video. Somebody in the Discord, can you link to that clip, Justin's fucking rock, so people can know what happened there? There's a hilarious episode of The Line on Wednesday night, and they accidentally coined a new hashtag for us. It was phenomenal. And Travi also sent out 20 DZ Bait gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Travi, it helps the channel a lot. Huge, huge W, million W's for you. All right, I said PVG was coming in. Let's get PVG in here. Welcome in, PVG. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am. I'm 18 years old.
Awesome. And do you believe in some kind of a god or maybe multiple gods?
Actually, I'm an atheist. I did put it in the chat. But I don't, so I was willing to wait up. I don't necessarily. I used to believe in a god, and then I used to believe in many gods. Not many gods, like because I have a Hindu background. My parents are Hindu, and I have my so I have footing both in India and as well as the UK. So you know, it was a bit of a journey, and some of my relatives are Buddhists as well. So it went from being just superstitious and then to bit more transcendental, philosophical. Maybe there's some truth in that.
Okay.
And then now I'm just up
PVG, I appreciate you hanging out and chatting with us, but this is a debate live stream. So if there's nothing for us to debate about, we're kind of not really going to get very far here.
Oh, okay, no worries. No, I was wondering if I could. I'm not sure if it will become a debate, but what if I were to say, if I do happen to believe in a God who is not all powerful, none of the omnis, is not powerful, not omniscient, not omnibenevolent either, or if he is benevolent, or if he or she is benevolent, they're not all powerful. Is that a fair belief system to have that we can debate?
So I mean, is that what you believe? Because it sounds like you don't believe that because you're an atheist.
It's something that I question. It's something that I question because there are so many contradictions. Because if God is all powerful, if then they can't be all benevolent. And if God is all benevolent and good, I don't think they'll be all powerful. Because that's how I see it.
It just sounds like we agree then. So a monotheistic deity can't have all the omni properties. Like one of the omni properties has to go. So I would definitely say that if there was a god out there, it certainly wouldn't be an omni god. That's for sure. But that's not really an argument for whether or not there is an omni god. It's just saying if there is a god, it certainly wouldn't be the way Christians and other people think it is.
That's true. I mean, just to question, because sometimes it is comforting to think that there is goodness out there, which the goodness you see in humanism. And I'm a humanist, and I would like to call myself a secular humanist, but sometimes just deifying some of those things and romanticizing it can be very comforting. So I was just wondering if that is something that you would be against, or do you see that as a form of theism, or do you see that as just a comfort metaphor for people to just romanticize on?
I mean, I think it's just comforting for people to believe in a god or some type of god concept or some kind of afterlife, and that's fine if they believe it. It's not inherently problematic. But I think the question at hand is whether or not there's a good reason to believe it, right? So, part of the endeavor that we're doing here is asking what is true, right? I'm not really all that concerned whether or not believing a lie can be beneficial. Certainly, believing a lie can be beneficial, but maybe only in the short term, and it might be beneficial to one person and negative to another person. So, I'm not really all that concerned. If you have like a peaceful God that doesn't like fuck things up and doesn't want you to do harmful things, and you just take it on faith, that's fine. You can have it.
Okay.
I mean,
I also have seen one of your videos before, and you did mention when you debated people on morality, when people argue that there is no objective basis for morality, you did argue, you and as well as Forrest argue, you guys argue that there is an objective evolutionary benefit for utilitarianism, where we shouldn't be killing each other or be very selfish, very individualistic. If you're too individualistic, the species die out. But however, I see many people argue that, well, because in the society we have lots of inequalities, and there's not everyone gets to even lead a comfortable life or a good quality of life. Do you think that the neo-realistic or the realistic approach, where some people use the naturalistic argument saying that only the strongest, as in it's not being selfish, it's about being efficient or competent, and I see this argument coming from the right, and I have a hard time denying that. But then at the same time, how do you set morality without this comfort belief? Like the whole point of love and loving others and being kind and being compassionate to others and getting that emotional fulfillment from it. Does naturalistic I'm not a huge fan of classical realism, but does naturalistic
I feel like there's a
so
question in there somewhere, but I didn't hear it. What's your question?
yeah, I have no idea where we are right now.
Neither do I.
Is it?
Okay, sorry, I was just. Is there space? Is it possible to have? Is there place for compassion in a naturalistic view of reality?
Yeah, of course, because compassion, even if you're only doing it for self-preservation, is good for the entire people group. And philosophers have been talking about this for a long time, as early as the Greek philosophers and even like Confucius have said that it's illogical to be cruel to others, and obviously because we live as a species that are dependent on each other. If everybody on Earth died yesterday and it was literally just me, like it would be bad for me. Always just looking out for you, looking out for number one, actually in the long run isn't really good for you.
But does that kind of suggest that there should be tribalism, or there should be a bit more unity beyond tribalism?
No, I don't think it suggests tribalism. I think tribalism produces wars. Tribalism says the only thing that matters is my tribe. But in the utilitarian framework, it's to minimize harm, both to you, to those on the small scale near you, and to those on the large scale, meaning like all humans. So like, I get it. Like there are some people that think that atheism requires you to only care about yourself, but if you only care about yourself, I think you're acting illogical.
No, I totally agree. Do you have any comments on Machiavelli and his philosophies?
Unfortunately, I don't. I actually, I haven't spent much time reading philosophy. The philosophy that I have read are like basically like the classics. Like I've read some like original Plato stuff. I've read some original Aristotle stuff, but I haven't read a whole lot after like the original Greeks. I've read some Seneca, but yeah, anything past like the original Greeks, I never found time to dig into them or the motivation.
I totally appreciate it. Yeah, because I'm not. I see a lot of people use Machiavelli as a crutch to justify selfishness in a way, in a way that benefits kind of the competitiveness and Machiavellianism. That's where Machiavellianism comes from in psychology, the trait. So,
yeah.
Okay, thanks, Justin. I don't want to take your time, and thank you. I wish I could have. If if I had come on the show like 2 years ago, I would have debated you on karma and stuff like that. But I don't believe in those myself now. So
Fair enough.
it's a
No
bit too
worries.
late.
No worries.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
All right, cheers. Have a great one. Well, it sounds like he deconstructed from his religion, which is dope. I'd love to hear that. I think next in line is going to be Matt and then now Red. That seems to be the order. Matt, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Oh, am I here?
Yeah.
Good dope. Yes, I am 18, and I'm over 18 actually. I'm a lot over 18.
Sure.
Sounds like, yeah.
Don't worry,
I
I'm a
believe in
lot
God.
over 18 as well. Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Sure. Which God do you believe in?
Well, I'm Christian, so
Okay.
I believe in God, as in, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, all that jazz.
So you're a Trinitarian
Sometimes.
Christian then?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think is the best evidence and argument for the Christian God?
For the Christian God specifically, I
Yeah.
mean, the best evidence, in my opinion, is the resurrection of Jesus. That's the ultimate evidence. I mean, just from a purely Christian perspective, I think there's good arguments for God in general, as far as like a first cause argument or a moral argument that could be made.
Well,
if you're-
I'm more than happy to talk about all of them. We just kind of have to pick which one we want to do. I personally don't think the resurrection is helpful because I don't think there's any evidence that Jesus rose from the dead. We have lots of resurrection accounts from the ancient world. Jesus is not unique, and it's not even like the most well documented of them. So I guess I just don't really see why we would believe in Jesus' resurrection and not the other resurrections.
What other resurrection would be more well documented? Let me ask you that.
There's quite a few of them. I would point possibly towards Alcestis and then Aristeas. Aristeas is my favorite, though.
All right.
I can quote you the text.
Sure.
Sure. So if you go to Herodotus Histories, Book 4, on the resurrection of Aristeas. By the way, the backstory is that Aristeas was a young man that went into a fuller's shop, which is basically where they make soap. And then he died in the shop, and then his body vanished. And then he subsequently, over like the next 20 years, kept reappearing to people even after he was supposed to have been dead, and so much so that they actually deified him. They set up a statue of him among the Proconnesus people next to a statue of Apollo. But here's what Herodotus says in Book 4. He says, "So much is told by these cities, and what follows I know happened to the people of Metapontion in Italy 240 years after the second disappearance of Aristeas, as I found by putting together the evidence that Proconnesos and Metapontion, the people of Metapontion, say that Aristeas himself appeared in their land and bade them to set up an altar of Apollo and place it by the statue bearing the name of Aristeas of Proconnesos." So that's what part of what Herodotus mentions, and we've got other mentions by Pliny the Elder. It says, "Aristeas then, as the Metapontians affirm, appeared to them in their own country in person and ordered them to set up an altar in honor of Apollo," so on and so forth. He gives more information. Apollonius, in his histories, writes, "It is reported of Aristeas the Metapontian that at the various time of his death in a fuller's shop in Proconnesus, many saw him in Sicily teaching. This kind of thing happened to him often, and over a long period of time, his appearances in Sicily became quite frequent and generally known, so that the Sicilians accorded a shrine and sacrifices to him as a hero." And then we also got mentioned by Diodorus and Plutarch, and there's actually more than that. I just kind of limited it. But so we've got a guy where lots and lots of people say he died and resurrected, and they even set up a statue for him and declared him to be one of the gods.
All right. You have to forgive me for blatantly looking at Wikipedia here to catch up with you because I don't know this beforehand. So it says, that Aristeas was I'm just trying to look at this. Was supposedly active about 7th century BC, and Herodotus wrote like 3 centuries later. And
Hmm.
that's the first account we have of this Aristeus fella. With the Gospels, I
Well,
mean, those are
it was passed down by the Metapontians.
sure that's yeah
They had
over
they had a statue of him.
sure great.
Okay.
Again, that account is being passed down over 300 years later on.
Okay. So we shouldn't trust accounts that come 300 years after the events.
No, and the
Oh,
Gospels
so
are not those
oh,
accounts.
then
There
Moses
you
definitely
go.
didn't exist then.
Oh, well, fair enough. Yeah, you know what? We shouldn't trust. Yeah, you're correct. You know, that's a good one. Good one. Uh, I was, as far as historical, I understand. We just
Yeah, I mean, listen, I agree that when you're doing history, it's always better to have texts closest to the time period. But I don't know if this is that critical for what we're talking about. I mean, most events in history don't have texts. When it comes to religious texts, they don't have texts that are like really close to the time period. But my point's pretty easy though, which is that listen, there's lots of resurrection accounts in the ancient world, quite a few of them. I don't have a good reason to believe the Jesus resurrection, especially because the book that talks about his resurrection says a lot of things that just aren't true.
okay. Like what? So, like, you're talking about. Hold up. Are you talking about the Gospels individually, or are you talking about the Bible as a whole? Because we could, you can say that there's, you know, historical accounts that may or may not be accurate in like the Old Testament or New Testament or something like that. They're all pointing to an event that happened within the writer's lifetimes that they're claiming they have eyewitness testimony for.
Who are you talking about? I don't know of like anyone claiming to be eyewitnesses in the Bible of like Jesus's resurrection. I think the closest you'll get is Peter, and I don't actually have a good reason to believe that Peter wrote First Peter, and First Peter doesn't actually give the account.
No, First Peter doesn't give the account.
Right.
Well, the Gospel of John, John's the
Mhm.
beloved disciple, who is we could assume to be John, potentially, just hypothetically. I know you probably have an argument for that as well. Um, uh, so the Gospel of John, that account, the beloved disciple says he is the one that observing it, and then the others around him saying, "We know these things to be true." Granted, that one is the latest gospel. It was
Who's
probably written
we?
around. If you follow the
Yeah,
traditional,
John 21:24 is where you're at. I know the passage, but I'm saying, who's we? Who's saying we?
uh, it doesn't say in the text.
Right. Yeah.
Uh,
We probably is who is ever actually collecting these testimonies and putting them into the book. So they
if you
actually
look at
they do the same in chapter 1. In chapter 1, they record the actual testimony of John the Baptist.
mhm. So I think if you follow the second century second century writings, like Muratorian fragment, and
Mm-hmm.
I think also I'm not sure if Irenaeus mentions this as well, but I mean John is writing I think with a group of people. Some might include like Papias or Andrew.
Well,
There's
you
different.
know, the early church, like even like if I remember, even Papias talked about having an alternative John, not John the disciple writing the Gospel of John, and certainly not Revelation. They didn't think that John wrote the book of Revelation. Most of the early church talked about this being John the Revelator.
Yeah, there's probably multiple Johns that meant
Right.
Jesus. I mean, John was a common name.
Right. So, but my point is this, right? I don't know if the authorship is compelling to me. First of all, I think the authorship is fun to talk about, but I didn't bring up the authorship because I really wanted to address the actual point, which is that I have no reason to trust these accounts because they just constantly say things that aren't true, and they actually disagree with each other, especially John. John contradicts the synoptics so much that I cannot believe that the testimony actually came from John unless the other three gospels had nothing to do with any of the disciples, because John's testimony is quite different. Like, he calls the disciples, if you read the testimony, once, but if you line it against the synoptics, you have to believe that that he called the disciples twice, because in the synoptics, right after his baptism, he's driven out to the wilderness for 40 days, and then he comes back and calls the disciples. Well, in the Gospel of John, the day after his baptism, he calls his first disciples, and he doesn't go into the wilderness. And then the next thing that happens in chapter 2 is he goes in and he clears the temple. But if you read the synoptics, he doesn't clear the temple until right before the Olivet Discourse, like Matthew 21-ish. So it just, this nonsense with the eyewitnesses, to me, doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because I wouldn't expect the eyewitness of John to disagree so vehemently with the eyewitnesses in the synoptics.
Well, is John writing chronologically, or is he writing thematically? That's the question.
Actually, he is writing chronologically, which is why in John, like chapter 1, he keeps saying the next day, the third day, 6 days after that. Like, so for example, in the story of the perfumer that perfumes Jesus prior to his death, in John, I forget if it was 6 or 2, but it's either 6 or 2 days before his death where it happens. But in the synoptics, it's the other number. It's like 2 days, right? I think this is kind of actually important. Like, if you guys were all there, you should have known if it's whether 6 or 2. And if it's the case that he cleansed the temple in John chapter 2 immediately after, was it the wedding in Cana is after he did it? Yeah, immediately after the wedding in Cana. Well, then it certainly wouldn't make sense if he did it 3 years later.
No, I mean, it could have happened multiple times, potentially. I mean, it probably is referring to the same instance.
It certainly is. Somebody just got it out of order, right? So, I mean, what I'm saying is, who's ever writing these two accounts don't seem to be on the same page. What time did Jesus die? Well, in the Gospel of John, he's still on trial at noon. In the Synoptics, he's already dead at 9 a.m. In Luke, he has different last words before he dies. In John, they don't agree. He's got a different set of last words before he dies. There's just so much there that's different. It's hard for me to believe that any of these accounts were written by people that were actually there.
Well, as far as time goes, I'm not sure how accurate their clocks were in the ancient world. I mean, I don't know how finely grooved your sundial is at that time, or whatever.
I mean, you could tell the difference between dying at 9 a.m. versus like dying at 2 p.m., right?
2 p.m.
Well, he was on trial at noon still, which means he died after noon sometime, right?
What does it say? 6 hour or 9th hour or something?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just look at this one. Hold up. Let me just look. I have one Bible open here. I just want to look. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, and John 19:14, he's at trial about the 6 hour.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're saying Luke, it says different time?
Mm-hmm. Should say 3rd hour. Well, I don't know if it was in Luke. I can get you the gospel that gives the timing. I forget which one it was, but I've actually got it written down. If you got a moment, let me check. All right, the cross reference is going to be Mark 15:25.
Mark 15:25. Mark 15:25. Sorry, that's on live stream, isn't it?
Yeah, don't worry. Many weird things happen on live stream. You having a little song, a little ditty stuck in your head's not a problem.
Yeah, we've seen much stranger.
Oh yeah.
3rd hour. Yep. You know what? Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. But like, I'm not saying that means everything in the Gospels is wrong. All I'm saying is it makes me quite suspicious that the people that were writing these stories were actually people that were there. It seems like these are probably accounts that were passed down that were, you know, vaguely familiar with the facts. And to me, that's not really the worst part for me. Like, that's not the thing that would lead, like, the contradictions to me aren't the thing that destroys Christianity. I think the contradictions are fun. When I first started streaming, I never thought that I would spend so much time talking about contradictions, but it's a good way to illustrate where the problems begin. My biggest complaints are in the Bible making claims about history that simply aren't true, and also the claims about Jesus being the Messiah. Now, if you're familiar with the Hebrew Bible, you'll know that the Hebrew Bible kind of gives you a pretty good layout of what the Messiah is supposed to do, and Jesus doesn't do any of it. And when you read the Gospels, okay, well, what did he do? What did he fulfill? Well, it's just true that he didn't fulfill any prophecies, because the stuff that they're listing in the Gospels, most of them aren't even prophecies, and the ones that are prophecies, typically he didn't actually fulfill. If you just go back to read it, it's clear that he didn't fulfill it. You know, one of the, I don't know if you've read much of the Hebrew Bible, but one of the most famous passages comes from Matthew chapter 1 and Isaiah chapter 7, where it talks
Yes,
about
the
the naming
virgin
of Jesus,
shall
right?
be called Emmanuel. Yep.
Yeah, but if you go back
That's
and
in
read
Isaiah
Isaiah,
7
yeah,
and verse 14. I understand. And I think because that's where Isaiah is delivering a prophecy to Ahab about this child, the young woman shall conceive, bear a
Ahaz, yeah.
child.
Mhm.
Ahaz, you're right.
It's okay. It's easy to mix up. It's just one letter different. But my point is, if you read the context of chapter 7, it's just very clear that this is about a child who's being born during the reign of King Ahaz, and that it's the woman's already conceived. It calls her Ha'amahara, which means the pregnant young woman in Hebrew. Doesn't say, and even if it did say virgin, it still wouldn't say that a virgin is giving birth. It said a virgin will conceive, and virgins conceive all the time when they have sex. It's not that hard. My brother got his wife pregnant on their wedding night when he got married. My twin brother did. So, like, there's no good reason to read anything in Isaiah about something happening hundreds of years later, when the context is clearly about what's happening with Israel during the campaign of the Ephraimite Syrian war.
Well, sure. I mean, I don't think there's no good reason to say there's nothing to read about Isaiah that doesn't point to a Messiah.
Well, I mean, throw me a bone. What do you think in here is pointing to Jesus?
Well, I know I've been on long enough to know you've already talked about Isaiah 53. I didn't catch the whole conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that does point to Jesus, even though he is a representative of Israel that is redeeming Israel.
Well,
So,
I have a general rule about Isaiah 53. When we attack Isaiah 53, we almost always spend like an entire hour on it. We spent 2 hours on it today. So the deal that I typically make with my guests is, once I've already covered Isaiah 53 thoroughly for the stream, I won't cover it again in the stream unless you can show me at least one prophecy other than Isaiah 53 that he actually fulfilled.
sure.
That way, because obviously you would understand my audience doesn't want to hear a 6-hour stream of Isaiah 53.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, some people might. You never know. I mean, Psalm 22.
Sure, yeah. I love Psalm 22. What about it?
I mean, that seems fairly, messianic in nature.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why would we think that Psalm 22 is a prophecy? Because it just tells you that it's not, right? It's a Psalm of David, and he's lamenting. It's a Psalm of lament. My God, why have you forsaken me? Like, yeah, I get it. David talks about his troubles around 15, 16, and 17, and his troubles really do sound reminiscent of things that Jesus went through. But just because something that happened to somebody else sounds vaguely reminiscent doesn't make it a prophecy. Like, if that's the case, like, fuck, this is about me. I've had my hands pierced before. Although it doesn't actually say pierced in Hebrew. That's another problem. I'm just saying, like, if all you need is a vague familiarity to some other text, whether it's a prophecy or not, I got a bunch of those.
I mean, look at verse 27 here
What about
the
it?
end of the chapter.
What about
It's talking in future tense. All the ends of the earth will remember and turn to
Mhm.
the Lord. All
Yeah, so
the ends
what?
of the nations will bow down.
Uh-huh.
So talk about
Before Yahweh.
Before the Lord, yes.
Yeah, Yahweh, not Jesus.
Jesus is Yahweh.
Except he's not.
Okay, he claims to be the second power.
Well, he
So-
certainly isn't Yahweh then. He'd be a separate person, separate entity, separate deity then.
Well, it's like the second power. He's like the
I
angel of
know
Yahweh. Or
I
the
know
word of
about the
Lord.
two powers in heaven, but that's
It's
a meaningless
heresy.
reference here. It definitely heresy.
It might be in Judaism, but that's kind of the basis for like the Christian understanding. It's kind of like the how the angel of the Lord and the word of the Lord in Jewish tradition was called like the Memra, the word of the Lord.
But the angel of the Lord also is not Yahweh, despite the way the text is laid out. We can get lost on this, but
Yeah,
the fact of the matter is,
let's look at that, please.
the fact of the matter is,
Okay.
the angel of the Lord is a late tradition that is literally added into the text. We've got lots of evidence that, like the Yahweh tradition, and even people later in like the Septuagint and people doing the Aramaic Targumim, were adding angel into passages where they thought it was inappropriate for Yahweh, the deity, to actually interact directly with mankind. So even after we get some of these Old Testament texts in Hebrew, we see people willingly and happily changing it. It shows up in the Samaritan Pentateuch, it shows up in the Septuagint, and it shows up in the Targumim. So you're not going to get anywhere with the angel of the Lord here, given that it's not even original to the text. And also, even if it was original to the text, there's no reason to believe that the angel of the Lord is part of a Trinity. I don't want to waste a bunch of time on that. I want to finish this topic first, and after that, I'd love to talk as long as you want on the Trinity.
Sure. Let's finish this topic.
So my point is pretty clear.
I'm not trying to be hostile, by the way. If I'm coming across that way, I don't mean it.
No. I think you're being good faith. I just think you might be a little easily distracted, and that's fine. That happens to all of us. So in Psalm 22, I get it. There's one verse in here that actually is talking about what Yahweh is going to do, and you might think, oh, that sounds like Jesus. Again, not really meaningful. There's dozens and dozens of verses in the Hebrew Bible talking about how Yahweh is going to rule over all the nations. Isaiah 2, Micah 4, Isaiah 11, common situation. What I'm saying is that this section here is clearly not a prophecy and is no reason to read it as a prophecy, which means this can't be about Jesus. It's in the past tense or the present tense.
Okay. I mean, it's in the Hebrew tradition, it'd be inspired.
Well, it might be inspired, but it doesn't mean it's prophetic. Like a prophecy is something you can test. That's why in Deuteronomy 18, God says, how can you know if a word that was spoken is not from the Lord? And he says, if it doesn't prove to be true or come to pass. And if somebody predicts something that doesn't come true or come to pass, then you get to kill them, right? It says, I will raise, almost there. There we go. You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If the prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. Do not be frightened by it. And so a prophecy, a word from the Lord, is something you should be able to actually look and test and know that it's a prophecy. It can't be like some weird secret thing that you actually don't know is a prophecy.
Fair enough.
Right?
Which is funny because in the Hebrew Bible, God actually specifically gives out prophecies that don't come to pass, and it's explicit in the text, like the lying spirit that comes on the prophets in the Book of Kings. That's a great one.
That is a fantastic one. The lying spirit in the Book of Kings. Do you know this one?
No, it's on my head. Let's see.
Oh,
is Kings 22? 1 Kings 22.
Should be towards the end.
Yeah, the curtain kind of gets rolled back in terms of God's administration, and you get to see in this passage God kind of interacting with these spiritual beings.
So it says, well, I just heard echo for a second. I think it's okay. Then Mickey said, therefore, hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne with all the hosts of heaven standing beside him. to the right and to the left of him. And the Lord said, who will entice Ahab so that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? Then one said one thing, and another said another, until a certain spirit came forward and stood before the Lord, saying, I will entice him. How? The Lord asked him. He replied, I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all of his prophets. Then the Lord said, you are to entice him, and you shall succeed. Go out and do it. So God sent a lying spirit in the mouth of all of his prophets, which they might have all got murdered for it, actually. Pretty crazy.
It's also funny because it says that he will entice him, but when you read the rest of the narrative, he actually figures out that the prophets are lying, if I remember right. He's like, there's no way all these people agree. Well, I mean, actually, that's before in the story. This is the point when he admits that the word that they received was bad. So yeah, even when God told him that they would entice it even doesn't work.
I think we could also include Jesus in this lump as well. Jesus made some predictions that certainly didn't come true in regards to when his second coming was going to happen. So as far as I'm concerned, maybe Jesus got killed for being a false prophet, which is actually what the Talmud says about him. It says that he was leading the people astray and doing sorcery. But
okay. So as far as this is concerned, I don't see that as being a prophecy not being fulfilled. I see it as, God allowing Ahab to be deceived. And I mean, the true prophet of the Lord is telling
I think
him,
what Chet was saying was that the test of a prophet, if the word is actually from God, means that the word spoken will come true. But God actually did send words through prophets that don't come true, which means God's test of whether or not it's from God isn't even true. Did I get that right, Chet?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm highlighting. There's a contradiction because it says that if the word of the prophet does not come true, then the word isn't from God. And yet we have a narrative where explicitly a word comes from God, and then we are explicitly told that that word is not true. So the test of the prophet has to be a lie if we believe what's going on in Kings.
okay, yeah, that's interesting.
All that to say, what we're saying is prophecies are things that are like clear forms of speech that you should be able to test. Like, so and so is going to do such and such, and then we can say, okay, does it happen? And we've got lots of examples in the Bible of this, which means we kind of know when a prophecy is a prophecy. Like, we can't just point to any text and say it's a prophecy because I like it. I want it to be a prophecy, right?
Yeah, I agree. You can't just point to any text and say it's a prophecy. I think
Right.
Yeah, it's true. You can't just point to any text and say it's a prophecy.
So let me ask you a question then. Can you find me a prophecy in the Hebrew Bible that you think Jesus fulfilled other than Isaiah 53? Now, there are some listed in the New Testament that you might want to reference, but it does have to be like a legit prophecy.
Yeah, I mean, I saw some of your stuff on the Matthew chapter 1 and 2. I think what's happening there is more like typological because Jesus says he's the fulfillment of the law. So it's kind of like trying to find references, not necessarily saying it's prophecy. But to answer your question, sorry, that's a bit of a sidetrack.
It's okay.
It happens to me. I don't know if you noticed.
It's okay. It happens to all of us.
So I mean, Daniel, I think, is probably the best example of a clear prophecy that gets fulfilled.
Daniel 9.
I was going to say, well, Daniel 9 is one of them. Daniel 2 as well, I'd say.
Ooh. Well, I'm very familiar with both passages. Which one do you want to do first?
Let's go to Daniel 2.
Okay. Oh, so we're going to talk about the statue, huh?
Sure. Why not talk about the statue?
The statue is way at the end, like verse 54. So let me get all the way down here. This is such a long chapter. Nope. I must be thinking of a different chapter. 42, not 52. Okay. So everyone knows the story. It starts out with the four kingdoms, right? The head of gold, and then what the chest, torso, and legs, or how it was divided up. And then we get the interpretation. There we go. The King of Kings, to whom God of heaven has given the kingdom, the power, the might, and the glory, and to whose hands, blah, 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 blah. You are the head of gold. Gotcha. After you shall arise another kingdom inferior to yours, and yet a third kingdom of bronze, in which will rule over the whole earth, and there shall be a fourth kingdom, strong as iron, just as iron crushes and smashes everything. You shall shatter all these. Now, what you're going to suggest is that the last kingdom is Rome, and that the four kingdoms are going to be Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greece, and Rome, correct?
Yes, and what you're going to suggest is that the fourth kingdom is something like the Seleucids or the Ptolemies.
Yes, because literally every ancient resource we have says that that is the succession of kingdoms, and I have no reason to believe that somehow Daniel didn't believe what the rest of his text said, because both the Bible and the Dead Sea Scrolls and other Jewish texts say that the succession of kingdoms is Babylon, Media, then Persia, and then Greece.
Okay, so when has the Medes and the Persians, they seem to be fairly united in the book of Daniel as well, because...
At a point.
Yes.
Right,
but... All right, go
but
ahead.
They weren't always, remember? The Medo-Persians didn't just develop alongside each other as always, I guess we don't want to call them partners, but as like two kingdoms combined into one. The Medes were actually more powerful and influential before the Persians were powerful and influential. In all of the ancient sources we have say that there was a succession of kingdoms and that the Medes conquered either the Akkadians or the Babylonians, depending where you live. Sometimes they were called the Akkadians. But it says that the Medes conquered them first, and then the Persians conquered them. It wasn't until way like in the modern times where people started to actually question whether or not that was the order of events. And it's only because we discovered some finds in Persia that seem to contradict the ancient sources. But to be fair, all of the ancient sources outside of Persia say that the Medes were going to get there first, and even the Bible, like Isaiah 13:16, says that God says, I'm raising up the Medes. I'm stirring up the Medes against the Babylonians. And we find the same thing in Jeremiah. God says he's bringing the Medes against the Babylonians. There's a really old concept that lasted for a long time, that the Medes got to the Babylonians first, and then the Persians conquered the Medes, and then what was left of the Persians conquered the Babylonians after they finished off what was left of the Medes. Or vice versa. I want to say that one more time because my words are failing me. The Persians conquered what was left of the Babylonians after they conquered the Medes. So the succession was short. So in the histories, let me find one. I think they said the succession only lasted 3 years. So the Medes, according to the histories, only held power over the Babylonians for 3 years before the Persians came in and beat them up. But prior to defeating the Babylonians, they were still considered the most powerful entity in the land, even prior to defeating the Babylonians. It's the Bible that paints the Babylonians as being the most powerful kingdom in the world, but that doesn't seem to be the case. But let's go to Dionysius.
Well,
He
from
wrote,
the perspective of the Jews, I'd say they're the most powerful kingdom in the world because they're the ones that conquered the Jews, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, according to the Jewish people, the Babylonians were enemy number one, given what the Babylonians did to them. But if you were in like ancient Greece or even in ancient Rome, you had kind of a different version of events, depending on what time period you were living in. But okay, so anyways, let's go to Tacitus. The common historian says the East was under the dominion of the Assyrians, then the Medes and Persians, and the Jews were regarded as the meanest of subjects. But after that, the Macedonians. And so we've got a fourfold kingdom given in Tacitus, and we find the same thing in Dionysius. He wrote in Roman histories. He actually talks about a little bit about the war between the Medes and the Persians, talking about how some of the Medes didn't actually fall to the Persians. It was a progressive situation. But he says in his writings that that of the Medes, after overthrowing the Assyrian Empire and obtaining still a wider dominion, did not hold it long, but was overthrown in the 4th generation, the Persians who conquered the Medes. So according to Dionysius and other historians, the Medes actually got there first before the Persians. And Amelius says that the Assyrians were first of all races to hold world power, then the Medes, after them, the Persians, and then the Macedonians. And I can go on and on. Polybius says the same thing. The book of the apocryphal books like Judith say the same thing. The Dead Sea Scrolls, we find the same thing. Most scholars who study the book of Daniel agree with this, like John J. Collins, and people who have written after John J. Collins all agree that the fourfold kingdom seems to end with the Grecian people. And that also lines up with all the other chapters that end with the Grecian people, like Daniel 7, Daniel 8, Daniel 9, Daniel 10. All of them end in the Grecian Empire.
Okay. What about? All right. I figured that's what you would say, something probably like that. Not all of that. I'm not a prophet.
Fair enough. I mean, at least you kind of know the opposition, right? You already know a little bit about where, where the opposing side would stand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to learn. So
I want to go over Daniel 9 with you because I think you'll actually like it. So
Hello?
I don't have my Bible in the room, so I have to do some of the verses from memory. But so I think Daniel 9 quite clearly is about Antiochus Epiphanes. I don't even think it's debatable. I think if you start from the beginning of the chapter rather than like verse 24, it's even more obvious. But let's take a look at it. Also, Laurel, thank you for the galaxies. I appreciate that. So, in the first year of Darius, son of Ahasuerus, by birth a Mede, who became king over the realm of the Chaldeans, I, Daniel, perceived in the books of the numbers of years that according to the word of the Lord to the prophet Jeremiah must be fulfilled for the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. So it seems like at the beginning of Jeremiah, he's sitting around just after the 70 years have passed. So Darius is about 522 if it's the first year. So it seems like the 70 years have passed and Daniel's like, we were supposed to be restored. Jeremiah 25 and Jeremiah 29 said that we're going to be restored after 70 years. That's how long our devastation is going to last for. So like, what gives? Like, what's the problem? So then he turns to God in prayer and is like, God, I need an answer. And he actually gets it. He makes the realization by verse 11. He says, all Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. And these are going to be found in Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26. And the promise in Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28 is that when God punishes you and sends you into exile, if you don't return to him, he's actually going to multiply your punishments. So verse 21 says, if you continue hostile to me and will not obey me, I will continue to plague you sevenfold for your sins. And then 23 says the same thing. Then I too will continue hostile to you and I will strike you sevenfold for your sins. He says it like 6 different times in the chapter. So obviously Daniel's like, hey, we haven't actually been restored yet. Why? And then he's like, oh, because we didn't behave appropriately when we got sent to exile. So now we're not going to be the devastation of Jerusalem. Remember, he's trying to figure out how long is the devastation of Jerusalem. So he's like, it's not 70 years. It's 490 years, 70 times 7, right? So what that means is that the beginning of counting for the 490 years has to be at 605 BCE when the devastation of Jerusalem actually started.
Oh, so that's okay. That's interesting. So I don't follow that because where does it say that? Because it says from the in verse 25 that it cut that the start of 70 weeks or the 490 years, that it's from the issuance of the decree to restore or rebuild Jerusalem.
It's
That's
not
when the
them.
67 weeks and 60. What up?
So I think part of the problem you're going to have is it doesn't actually say decree in the text. There's a Hebrew word for decree. In fact, it shows up in Ezra. I forget what it is at the moment. For when Ezra sends out a legitimate decree, it doesn't show up here. So it just says a word went out. So let me go down to the verse that you're questioning. It's going to be in 24 and 25.
Yes.
Know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince. So I don't think there's a good reason to think that this is actually a written decree. And if it was, it would have been the one of Cyrus, but we'll get there in a second. So if you just go back like 2 verses, maybe 3 verses, you'll actually get the interpretation of this. So he says, the angel says to Daniel, at the beginning of your supplications, a word went out and I have come to declare it. So, a word going out is a word from the Lord going out. And then it was declared, in fact, to Daniel. Okay, so if a word going out is a prophecy, then what's actually happening here? I still think that this is pointing towards 605 BCE, because he says, from the time that the word went out, meaning it already went out, right? Until to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem until the time of anointed prince, so shall be 7 weeks. Well, Jeremiah wrote the restoration prophecy basically in 605. If you read chapter 31, and he's talking about the restoration, he's writing as they're being carried off into captivity in about 605, right? So I'm seeing this and I'm saying, no. This is talking about the prophecy that was already given by Jeremiah that already went out in 605. It still lines up with this idea that Jerusalem is going to be devastated for 490 years, according to the prophecy of Jeremiah and the punishment in Leviticus. And then we get subsequent timelines after 605.
Okay. I just disagree with you. I think it seems like the word going out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem would be referring to, a decree from like Cyrus. Or
what about the text would lead you to believe that?
Well, Jerusalem at this point is sitting destroyed.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think that the word, if he's receiving a prophecy that from the word going out to restore is going to be 7 weeks and 62 weeks.
Yeah, I'm asking, like, from a grammatical standpoint, why would I read a word going out as being a decree from a king when he just told you 2 verses earlier that a word going out is a word from God?
I don't. I mean, the word. Where does it say the word going out is the word from God? Is it? I didn't say that necessarily.
Yeah.
I mean, wherever it says an answer went out.
Well, what I'm saying is in verse 23, it says, at the beginning of your supplications, a word went out, and I have come to declare it to you.
Okay.
Right? So I'm reading it. I'm just asking, like, if a word went out, if that's what the phrase means to Daniel, a word going out means a word from the Lord, then I just don't see why, 3 verses later, I would look at this and think that it's something else. Because Daniel was writing at a time where he would have known like multiple ways to say decree, and he just didn't use it.
I mean, if he didn't use it, he didn't use it. I mean, it doesn't seem like the 2 words in here are the same message. Like, I don't think the prophecy is. I think you're saying the prophecy is self-referential in a sense, right?
Well, I'm not saying it's self-referential. I'm saying is that the author of this text has a particular vocabulary. Like, he uses words, hopefully, in a fairly consistent pattern, right? So, if he says here that a word went out, and that a word going out is a word from the Lord that the angel is bringing to you, then when you get to 25, I would need a really good reason to think that a word going out is something different.
Well, I mean, a word going out is a word going out. The question is, are the two instances of a word going out the same word or a
Yeah.
different words?
No, it's the same thing. It's going to be dabar in Hebrew, and the word is probably actually not went out. It's probably sent out. But I mean, I'm more than happy to pull it up. Give me a second. Ba-ba-ba.
I mean, I'm no Hebrew scholar at all, so
It's okay. I mean, you don't have to be a scholar to actually get to the bottom of this one. Yeah, it's Yatsa, which typically means to send out, and Davar, a word. So it just says a word went out because right here it's the object of the verb went out. Now, if you go down to Daniel 9:25, you'll just find the same two words paired up. So this is the same word. This is yatsa, but it's actually in the participle of. Oh fuck! Why I don't know why it went to a different verse. Hold on. This is just a different form. And then davar. So if you click on the actual word, it'll find you a different variant of the same form, brought out.
yeah.
Going forth.
I mean, cool.
So
If it's the same one.
yeah, but my point is, like, if we're just taking Daniel for his word,
Pun intended.
oh fuck, you got me. If in fact, that was good. I'm a little sad I didn't catch it myself. If in fact we're just saying, we believe Daniel's vocabulary to be consistent, then I think there's no good reason to think that this isn't about a prophecy. But also, if you continue reading the rest of this chapter, which we'll do it, you're being a very kind guest. There's no reason why we wouldn't read through this whole thing and talk about it. I think it actually just becomes abundantly more clear that it's about Antiochus Epiphanes and not about anybody else. So you want to walk through it with me? What Bible version are you using?
I mean, I have the ESV pulled up right here, and I also have another one. I don't know if you've heard of the Berean. I know the Berean because it's cool. It's because I like it because public domain stuff. I'm all for that.
I do like the public domain stuff. I'm going to be using the NRSV. It's going to match most of the translations out there, but I'll explain why I'm using it. So anyways, know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks. So they're saying, okay, there's going to be an anointed prince, although the word prince in here, hold on, give me a second, where'd that go? The word prince here doesn't have to be prince, but this is pretty consistent with some of the language of Daniel. Mashiach Nagid just refers to like an anointed leader of some nature. I don't think it has to say prince. In fact, your translation might not even say prince. What's yours saying?
I think the one I'm using, the Berean, says Messiah. So
yeah, it probably says Messiah prince or Messiah leader.
Yeah, I just closed it because I'm slipping tabs.
Okay, so my point here is that the first anointed person, right, shows up after what, 7 weeks?
No, I mean the first anointed person. No, it comes up after from the issuance of the decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem. See, that does set a decree in the Berean standards. So then I agree with you. That might not be the best translation there, if it's the same word.
Sure, but setting aside the translation of decree.
Anyways, to the word to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the Messiah, the Prince, there will be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. So
gotcha.
69.
Okay,
nice.
So I think your translation is trying to be heavy-handed with what's actually there for a couple reasons. One, it doesn't say the Messiah. It just says Mashiach Nagid, which is not definite. So Mashiach here in the text has no definite article. It shouldn't be translated as the Messiah. They're translating it that way because they want you to think it's about the Messiah, but there's a bunch of Messiahs in the Hebrew Bible. This is just one of them. The other
David's Messiah, Cyrus is the Messiah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So one of them seems to show up after the first 7 weeks. And now there's a really good argument from John J. Collins and others about how to translate this kind of messy, clunky section here, where it says, there shall be 7 weeks, and for 62 weeks it shall be built again. Now, most scholars today include this as the unit. From the time until the anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks. And then the next part here is a continuation after the 7 weeks. I don't know what your other Bible translation says, but I think even the ESV now agrees with the NRSV. I can check it real quick.
It does. It footnotes the
Okay.
the joining of 762.
Right. And so, needless to say, though, there are clearly 2 messiahs, and we'll talk about that here in a second. So it says that there's after 7 weeks, they're going to be a messianic leader of some nature. This could be Joshua the high priest. It certainly could be perhaps even Zerubbabel, but we're not totally concerned about that with just the moment. And then the city is going to be rebuilt in times of trouble. Sure, we know about that. We've read Nehemiah, right? It says after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing, and the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Now, I think this verse here and the next verse are the clearest indications that this is about Antiochus Epiphanes, because Antiochus, roughly, if you do the math, roughly around when this math would be, coming true, Antiochus cut off Onias III, the high priest, had him killed. You can read about that in 2 Maccabees 5-6. And he was installed in the city. He came and he stormed the city, and he destroyed most of it, set the houses on fire, sold the women into slavery, destroyed parts of the sanctuary, and then defiled the sanctuary by putting pig sacrifices in there and a statue to, I think, Jupiter or Zeus, one of the two. And that's recorded in 1 Maccabees. In fact, I think in 1 Maccabees chapter 1, verse 30, it actually starts talking about the destruction that was done. And the other thing I would point out, not to overload you, is that when it says that the city and the sanctuary will be destroyed, the word in Hebrew here is shakath, and it doesn't mean that it's going to be utterly annihilated. It just means it's going to be despoiled. So, for example, if my shirt got some bleach on it in the wash, it's not completely annihilated, but it is kind of destroyed, right? So I don't think this is a reference to the destruction of the temple, like the way Jesus described it in the Olivet Discourse. This is a reference to what happened to the city and the temple when Antiochus Epiphanes came in. And it says in verse 30, deceitfully he spoke peaceable words to them, and they believed him. But he suddenly fell upon the city, dealt a severe blow, and destroyed many people of Israel. He plundered the city, burned it with fire, and tore down its houses and its surrounding walls. And then the rest of the chapter talks about how he cuts off the sacrifices and offerings. He puts up, he destroys the temple with his defilements, which seems to match here. So the question I would have is, it talks about a person, right? It says the troops of the prince who is to come to destroy the city and the sanctuary. And then we hear about that person again here, right? It says, in their place shall be a desolating sacrilege until the decreed end is poured out upon the desolator. So the desolator seems to be this person here, right? The troops of the prince who come in to destroy.
Sure.
Right. So let me ask you a question about the Jesus narrative. Who's the desolator in the Jesus narrative?
I would say the Roman Empire is a desolator in the Jesus narrative. I think it's...
So you think this is the desolator is the Roman Empire? So that's I got to be honest. I've never heard someone say that.
Well, the abomination of desolation is what comes to destroy Jerusalem, and right. That's what the Romans did.
But that already happened under Antiochus. We'll talk about the abomination in a second. But I was just saying, I'm just actually happy that you had that response, because I'd never heard that before. Now I get to mark that down in my brain as a possible response.
Well, that was stuff on my head, but I didn't know If it was,
I haven't heard that one yet, and it's fine. You could, I mean, theoretically, it could be possible that he's talking about an actual nation and not a person. I don't think that's the best way to read it, but you're welcome to read it that way. But I don't think that's important, right? Because we'll look at when this is going to happen, right? So this is going to be at the end of the 490 years, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, when did the Roman army under Titus Vespasian march into Jerusalem and destroy it? They started the onslaught in what, 68, but they didn't actually succeed until 70, right?
No, yeah, about that, right?
Okay. So what this means is that this didn't happen until well after Jesus is already dead. But according to this passage, this is supposed to happen like all within the last week, right? He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half a week he shall make sacrifices and offerings cease, and in their place shall be a desolating sacrilege. So all this is supposed to happen basically within 1 week of this individual dying, the one who gets cut off. So that's only 7 years.
Yeah, it's true, I guess.
Now, there's something really interesting about this. So when Onias III is killed, and if you go to Second Maccabees, you start the narrative around chapter 4 and 5. What it says is that through treachery, Jason became the high priest after Onias. And what happened was he made a deal with Antiochus to end the sacrifices and offerings. And this went on for literally 3.5 years until the Jewish people, through the Maccabean revolt, overthrew Antiochus Epiphanes. So this lines up really well with the timeline that we get in Second Maccabees and First Maccabees. And the reason why it lines up so well with all the events is because this section of Daniel was written during the Maccabean revolt. It's written in a form of Hebrew that they wouldn't have been using at the time Daniel was actually alive. In fact, the older portions of the book of Daniel, like chapter 1, are actually written in Aramaic. Or I'm sorry, it's in Hebrew, and then it switches to Aramaic, and then it switches back to this old school Hebrew that we're reading here. But this Hebrew wasn't popularized until the Maccabean revolt and the War of Independence, right? So,
Can I give a good specific example of this?
yeah.
There's a place in if you go to Daniel 11:10, there's a really interesting orthographic feature that you would probably skim right over. The very last word in it's Daniel chapter 11 verse 10. It's ma'uzo. And the Hebrew word here, it means it's the Hebrew word for a fortress. Then it has a third masculine singular possessive suffix at the end, the O vowel.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, interesting what yours does. If you look at it in the Stuttgart Bible, it's going to have the letter Hey instead of the letter Vav there. Your software is indicating that in the square brackets, the H there, right? So what's interesting is that the use of the letter Hey to indicate an O class vowel, like the third masculine singular pronominal suffix, him. So this is his fortress. The use of that occurs in two very specific periods. So you have early and late biblical Hebrew divided just around the time of the exile, right? And in pre-exilic Hebrew, you have this all the time. You know, if you look at the inscriptions, you see this in a lot of them. This will indicate a final O class vowel, as well as the A and E class vowels. But it isn't until once you get to the exile. So if you look at like the biblical prophets, for example, several of the prophets before the exile, you see this used for the pronominal suffix, the letter Hey. And then when you look at the late exilic and post-exilic prophets, they all have the letter Vav for final O class vowels. They never are going to appeal to the Hey, specifically with this suffix. But what happens is in the 2nd century BC, this convention is revised. And so you begin to see, for example, in Ben Sirah, and there's some other sectarian text from Qumran where they begin to use the letter He to indicate the final O for the third masculine singular suffix. But in that period, and Daniel is very clearly written in late Hebrew. So unless it was written in the 2nd century, we wouldn't expect it to write the suffix this way. In other words, what we see in this verse is a feature either of pre-exilic Hebrew or extremely late exilic Hebrew, or possibly even post-exilic Hebrew. So this, again, because Daniel was written during the exile and it is written in the later form of Hebrew, the only way we would expect this feature would be if it was written basically during the time of Antiochus. So... And I'm sure scholars have many more examples of this kind of things, but this is one that I've been looking into lately. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I was
I've had
looking.
that.
Oh, go ahead.
No, that's okay. This is something I've wondered myself too, because I mean, obviously, I knew about the King of the North and King of the South passages before, and I'm like, it is pretty identical. Because I know there's like the Aramaic core of Daniel and then the Hebrew surrounding it. So I was wondering. So it does seem like Daniel is written in layers, for sure.
Yes, in fact, even in the Septuagint, we've got the additions to Daniel that are in Greek, and we don't actually know if the additions to Daniel were originally
Susanna
in Greek.
and Bell and the Dragon. Yeah,
right.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not Catholic, so I don't know about those.
And I think the last thing I'll say on that is, it also seems to have been written during the 2nd century, because Daniel doesn't really know anything about the time period that the original Daniel would have lived in. Like he doesn't quite understand even the lineage of Nebuchadnezzar. They've got Belshazzar listed as the son of Nebuchadnezzar on like 6 different occasions in Daniel chapter 5, but he wasn't. He was actually the son of Nabonidus. And it's funny, the story of the king going mad, that story was originally about Nabonidus, not about Nebuchadnezzar. But somebody later who didn't really know the history kind of co-opted the thing and made it about Nebuchadnezzar rather than Nabonidus, which you would expect if they weren't living in the time period of Nebuchadnezzar.
Well, actually, isn't it true that scholars didn't believe Belshazzar was a real ruler in Babylon until like in the 19th century when it was discovered via archaeology?
So I think you might be misinterpreting the claim. So the claim is that Nabonidus was never a king. And that is true. Belshazzar was never a king. And I'll tell you why. Because as the son of Nabonidus, Nabonidus was the last king, and Belshazzar actually was only co-regent. So his father went off and to Tama for like a period of 7 to 10 years and left him in charge while he was gone. And so he was a co-regent, but he wasn't technically a king. So I think that's probably the claim you're referencing, right?
I mean, does the word in Hebrew necessarily mean he has to be the absolute king? That's my question.
I don't know.
If you say it's a ruler,
I don't.
This is the thing.
I don't know the argument because I don't think it matters. Like I've never defended this argument. I don't think it matters if he was a king or not.
Well, I'm saying you're saying that the claim in Daniel is wrong that Belshazzar is king, but you're saying
no. I didn't claim that.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm not saying that's the claim that some people are making. I'm not making that claim. I don't think it matters. I think the word melech is quite often can be used loosey-goosey to talk about leaders that sometimes aren't actually maybe properly kings. I don't use that argument because I don't think it's a good one.
Yeah, I didn't think it was either.
But it is clear from the textual evidence that we do have that Nabonidus was the father of Belshazzar for sure. And there were actually 4 different kings between Nabonidus and between Nebuchadnezzar. And we know that Nabonidus wasn't even related to Nebuchadnezzar. Nabonidus was an usurper of the throne. But what we can find is really interesting text. Give me a second. On the Nabonidus cylinder, we find a prayer from Nabonidus for his son. And he says, "As for me, Nabonidus, king of Babylon, save me from sinning against your great Godhead, and grant me as a present of life. As a present, a life long of days. And as for Belshazzar, my eldest son, my offspring, instill reverence for your great Godhead in his heart, that he may not commit a cultic a mistake." So that's one reference, but we also have the testimony of Nabonidus, which is not important. Yeah, I want to read these two inscriptions that we found from the actual palace. Was it at Erech? Is that where they found? Or they call it Erech. Uruk is the old school name that we use in English for it. But so here's look at the palace inscription. This is like a ledger or like an accounting, right? And it says 1 mina of silver, the tithe of Belshazzar, the son of the king. And then you see who the king is at the end of the entry. In the 29th day of Elul, in the 5th year of Nabonidus, king of Babylon. Then we've got another entry in the palace register that says shekels of silver to Danu Ahi Shuibni, the son of Nergal Abalit, who the son of the king, i.e. Belshazzar, is sent, so on and so forth, in the 9th year of King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. So we and there's more. We've got pretty good evidence that Belshazzar is the child of Nabonidus, but I don't think you would make that mistake if you were living roughly in the time period of Nebuchadnezzar. I think you would kind of know who his sons are. We actually do have record of Nebuchadnezzar's sons, and there's no Belshazzar among them.
Well, if Belshazzar was the son of Nabonidus, his son could be another title, possibly like a grandson or like another descendant or relative claiming sonship.
They weren't related, unfortunately. So Nabonidus wasn't related to Nebuchadnezzar. He was an usurper to the throne. And it's not even clear if the person he usurped was even related to Nebuchadnezzar. That just wasn't, there's no family relation there. His mother actually wrote prayers. In fact, I've got, so in the ancient Near Eastern text relating to the Old Testament by James Pritchard, we've actually got a couple writings from the mother of Nabonidus, thanking her God for raising up Nabonidus and allowing him to take over the throne in the way that he does. But in the text, we actually learn, about the family relationships of Nabonidus. And we also have texts about the children of Nebuchadnezzar, and they're not related, unfortunately. I think I have it bookmarked. I'll look for it. I mean, you can respond while I'm looking. I think I can multitask.
Yeah, I'm looking stuff too.
Oh, okay.
Because this is news to me, so I want to.
Yeah, you know what I would suggest? There's a really good commentary, and I like how John J. Collins includes a lot of information as well as keeping it brief. Like, he's really good at being concise. I love the commentary on Daniel by John J. Collins. In fact, almost every modern study Bible that has study notes on the book of Daniel, John J. Collins is the guy that they tap to do the notes on it. Like, all the other people writing commentaries are referring to John J. Collins's commentary. It's just, in my opinion, my favorite. Now, there's newer commentaries on Daniel that I think include even more information. I think that with the International Critical Commentaries on the Old Testament was like a between who did that one? Anyways, it's newer and it's got a little bit more information in it, but I don't know if it's as good, but they make heavy use of John J. Collins' stuff. I would highly recommend getting John J. Collins' commentary on Daniel. It has a lot of the historical data in this to support what we're talking about. I can't think of the name of the guy who did the commentary for the International Critical Commentary series on it, but it was really good. I'll think of it later, though.
I'm just looking at stuff online right now because I'll look at see what I can find. Just doing a skim. There's one theory that's put out there that Nabonidus was married to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar II, so they become a son-in-law.
I don't
And
know of any document that shows that.
just what I'm reading is that it. I don't know.
Also, I think the
Let's see what the
daughter
reference
probably would
is.
have been dead by then.
I don't know. I mean, Nebuchadnezzar says he was the end of his reign was in 562, and then Nabonidus took the throne in 559. So it's only like actually probably that's a section of the four kings. Probably pretty brutal fight for power. I don't know.
Well,
I'll just have to do research.
She could be alive, but like if she was born during the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, it seems like she would have been much older than Belshazzar by a pretty long stretch.
Well, I was talking about Nabonidus. Sorry.
Oh, you think Nabonidus married the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar? I've never heard any data on that. I'd be really interested in finding some textual or archaeological evidence on that.
I'm just trying to skim totally accurate Wikipedia. I know it's not the great source, but I'm just trying to look, see what I can see what I can see, because it's useful. It's useful just to find random stuff. Like if you want to like do an overview, but I'm not going to take it for its word, obviously.
Sure. So I mean, I went through the source that you did, which is I think probably Wikipedia, and it doesn't even list the source. It just says it is possible that he was connected to the Chaldean kings via marriage, possibly having married a daughter of Nebuchadnezzar II, and then there's no reference whatsoever for it. It doesn't tell you at all where this claim comes from.
Yeah, I did skim over there too. Nitocris of Babylon, I think. So that's what it says on where it says spouse ? I don't know.
Sure.
That's what I was looking at. I don't know anything. I'm not any sort of expert on Babylonian history or Hebrew or even Yiddish.
Yiddish. It sounds really fun, but I actually don't know most Yiddish.
I'm just a regular schmuck.
We're all just out here schlepping. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we're getting close to the time where I've got to cut.
Yeah, sorry,
debate.
I don't want to take up all your time up. Sorry.
I've been trying to end debates at 11 and read super chats from 11 to midnight rather than stay up till 2 in the morning. It's 5 till, so now's as good as time as any to put a bow tie in our discussion. But as always, Matt, we really enjoy. I know sometimes people really just want to see blood in the water, but we really enjoy people coming up and actually engaging in the text with us. And we appreciate you like being actually kind. You know, when I was a Christian, I talked to a lot of atheists. I never found a reason to get mad or upset with them when they said things that I disagreed with. And I still don't think there's a reason to do that. I think we can actually be on different sides of this and dialogue about it without cursing at each other. So thanks for being a calm representative of your faction.
I try. That's all I can say.
But come back again sometime.
Thank you for being not.
Yeah.
Also, you are also very kind as well. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Read some stuff on Daniel. Let me know if you find anything we didn't talk about and come back and bring it to me, because it might be that, I haven't read all the literature on Daniel. I've read some of my favorites, but it might be that you find something I haven't seen yet. So I'd be most interested to see if we can come up with something new.
Sure. Thank you also, second person. I don't know your name.
Chet.
All right.
All right. Cheers, friend. Come back soon. All right, friends. That's our last guest for tonight. I'm going to read super chats. I got a bunch left. I think it'll take me all the way to midnight. I don't know if you're going to hang out and answer super chats with me, but you're more than welcome to. And what a fucking treat to have Chet up here tonight. Can we get some respect for Chet up here and send some TikTok gifts his way? And also, he does have a Linktree and a YouTube. You guys really should follow it. I just caught him releasing a couple more videos this month. So he's got some fresh content out there. Chet is a really good friend of mine. He knows Hebrew grammar way better than I do. We go way back. Chet and I have known each other since we were kids. And I can't think of another person in this space right now that you should be following. So do it now. Now's a great time to do it.
Hey, thanks, Justin.
All right, I'm gonna read some super chats, friends, and let's do it. DB 599 says, "What does M have to say about the Hadith? Aisha is 18." Actually, M's has a full-on argument for this. So I don't remember his entire argument, but his argument is basically this: there's ages given for both Aisha and for Aisha's sister in that passage. If you take both those ages seriously, it's like literally impossible. One of them has to be wrong, right? So what that means is you have to decide, was Aisha's age wrong given in that hadith, or was her sister's age wrong in that hadith? And Ems makes a pretty good argument for why we should believe that the sister, or that Aisha's age was wrong and that the sister's age is correct, and that Aisha really was just a child. Also, the vast majority of Islamic writings that I've ever seen just admit that she was a child. It seems to be a tiny faction that that aren't on board with this. But Handsome Cat, I agree, is a handsome cat. Thank you for the super chat. It says Tag defeats God by saying, by asserting logic governs the universe and that an all-powerful God cannot do illogical things. Is logic the super God then? So, Handsome Cat, I was actually thinking about this the other day because I was talking to somebody else about the tag argument. And if it's the case that God can only do things that are logically possible and that the laws of logic are transcendental, right? It seems silly to me to believe that God is the source of these logical transcendentals, given that he can't contradict them. If God literally was the source of logic, like all logic, he was the source of it, then that has to mean that he's subject to it. He didn't create it. And so that, to me, is our argument for either God's not the source of it, or two, laws of logic aren't fucking transcendental. There's no reason to believe that the laws of logic are transcendental unless you're a super genius like Ian, who believes in Platonism.
Well, I think that the transcendental argument is different, at least in like the pre-sub versions, from other philosophical arguments, in that it seems to try to assert that God is like epistemically necessary, right? Whereas other arguments, like if you read Plattinger or somebody else, they're going to argue that God is like ontologically necessary, right?
Right.
But it seems like in pre-sub, you have to know God before you can know things like basic logic, which doesn't really make sense, right? I mean, if God is beyond logic, then God and not God can both be true in principle, right?
Right.
And it's like, I don't think that's a bullet that in practice anybody's really going to be willing to bite.
No.
So I don't understand what it means to say that God is, like God is necessary for any knowledge at all. That can't be right. To even identify a thing as God would require something as basic as like A means A, right?
Yeah, we need the law of identity to even say that God is God, don't we? Yeah,
you would think, right? So it's such a wild argument. I don't understand how it's still even being talked about.
Because it's all they have. Like they don't have anything. You know what I mean? Like I had a friend who we played ball together way back in the day when I was in high school, and he was pretty heavy. And I had my car parked in his driveway, and for some reason he just thought one day that it'd be fun to try riding a skateboard. I forget the situation. And he got on the skateboard like right next to my car, and he fell almost immediately and reached out for the mirror, ripped the mirror straight off the fucking car. I was like, why do you reach for the mirror? Like, what do you think is going to save you? It's like, it was the only thing I could reach. I feel like that's kind of what Christians are doing. They're just like fucking flailing. Like, it's all I got. I'm just reaching out for something.
Yes. Oh. Yeah. No, you don't have to defend the first premise of tag. The premise that we're obviously going to reject. You don't that's the one that doesn't need defended, of course.
Right. Khan, hey, thanks for the super chat, friends. So sign me up for the ex-Mormon panel. I'll bring tea. Great to hear it. I need to assemble ex-Mormon Justice League here. But yeah, I did one interview with our friend Hawk. Hawk's in our Discord. I haven't been able to edit that and release it yet, but I want to put together an ex-Mormon panel if you're interested, send me emails. I'm going to be putting a list together so I can get a panel together because I've got lots of questions. I'm going to see if we can get Jimmy Snow on it and really dig in deep. Meg Trex, thank you for the donation, friend. I really appreciate that. And also for the additional super chat, says, I am now a proud prophet of Doug. Doug, bless us. Doug has already blessed you, Megatrex, 100%. And absent-minded professor, thank you for the 99-cent super thanks. And the Viking chef with us tonight. Good to see you, my friend. Says, when God was giving out brains, the caller must have thought he said trains and asked for a slow one. That's crazy. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I got to be honest. I'm sad I haven't heard of that one yet. I appreciate that, Fred. And Tim Davidson says, a great day of birth for the guy of Bibles. Oh, for the Bible guy. Yeah, he's out. Hopefully he's celebrating his birthday right now and having a good time. Hopefully. Godwin, thank you for the super chat, friend, says 1/10 for Doug's profit to keep cooking. I appreciate the 10th tithe. There we go. I appreciate that. It's all the love and support for the stream that makes the stream possible, y'all. So I really appreciate everyone that supports the stream, whether small or big. And Bitplane says, happy birthday, Dolphin. Oh, I wish I'd seen that when he was still up here. Damn it. That's right. Maybe we can send this back to him at some point. But Dolphin is crazy. I love the morphing names of Dalton. We love Dalton. He takes it so well. He's such a champ. He's just a champ, and he's fucking smart.
Before long, he's gonna have more names than God.
I know. Yes, that is the case. Rational Atheist, thank you for the super chat. Cute Puppy says, happy Friday, Justin. Here's my obligatory tithe to Doug. Insert the Futurama, take my money here meme. 100%. That was already in my head when I read it. I really appreciate the support, friend. And Stray, thank you for the tithe and offerings to Doug as well. It says, yesterday's topic gave me an idea. Forest, I think you mean for a topic. God hates babies. I did that one. I did that topic years ago when I was just on TikTok. I probably still have the prompt floating around for it. God hates babies. It was off the hook. I've still got episodes on my main channel of clips that I downloaded off of TikTok so I can get it onto YouTube. But yeah, God hates babies. Prove me wrong. That might bring in some pro-life Christians who want baby paste. I ran that topic, and I used to run abortion is Christians should be pro-abortion. So those were fun topics. I haven't done that in a while though, and Chet, you've been around a while. The algorithm on TikTok is different. It used to be when you went live on TikTok, you got a bunch of opposition. Now they mostly show your stuff out to just people that follow you. So it's actually hard to get opposition. So when you do really narrow topics, sometimes you just don't have enough opposition to fill out a live stream.
Yeah, it seems like a broad net tends to be best.
Yeah. So sometimes when we're in debates, like I'll do like this one, God is imaginary, and then I'll try to find a new avenue to take it mid conversation because this topic is broad enough it brings in a lot of people. So it is what it is. Hank, thanks for the 501. I appreciate that. It says caller has a terminal case of Christian main character syndrome. The Hebrew Bible was not written for some imaginary sect 700 years in the future. Agreed. Isn't it crazy that they'll read like Isaiah and they'll say all of this book is about the immediate future of what's happening, except for these couple verses here. These are for hundreds of years later for apparently no reason at all other than God wanted to confusingly place them in a text that had nothing to do with that time period. It's just a wild one. Bobby Ellis, hey, thanks for the $5 super chat, says the Cleveland Browns being a metaphor for an oppressed, broken, and destroyed people that require divine intervention is extremely apt. I know. Listen, if anybody's a suffering servant, it's clearly the Cleveland Browns. Look at, I mean, some of it they brought on themselves, right? I mean, listen, they hired a pedophile quarterback, which means obviously they're paying for their sins and for other sins. They're getting double for their sins, right?
I guess.
I got to be honest. The Cleveland Browns will at least give us one thing. The most unfortunate series of events in any sport ever. It's just hard to watch. It's a train wreck. Oh well.
You have to be famous for something. So
Right, indeed. You have to either be famous or infamous, one or the other. Or I guess you could be nobody, but it's fun to be one of the two, I think. Percy, thanks so much for the super chat. Says rare win for Justin. Kidding, Percy, you were fucking with me a while ago. You were pretending to be a Christian, and you fucking fooled me. I actually thought you were a Christian. You were pulling my chain, and it took me like 3 or 4 super chats to realize that you were messing with me. You did a pretty good job, actually. Ben Zevi says, "What's the best, most honest Quran translation?" I think you mean the Quran. Well, that's a good question for Ems. I must say, the one I use is really easy to read, but it's not the best translation. They're doing apologetics. Mine was the one that was translated by Abdel Halim. It was published by Oxford. It's super readable, really good, like English. Like it's not hard to read. They use common words, but there's so many apologetics happening in the text. So like sometimes I see a text, I'm like,
study Quran?
What's that?
Is that the study Quran?
No,
study Quran.
I couldn't find one in English.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I bet they exist. I couldn't find it, but this one is interesting. They do have a couple footnotes here and there on the pages, but not much.
Oh wow, I have a study Quran that's it. Let me see.
I'd love to get a study Quran.
Let me move on. I'll step into the other room and see if I can find it. I have it on a different shelf.
Here's one from, it says, the Study Quran, a study of the Quran with classical commentary. And it's by Saeed Hossein Nassar. And it was published in 2017. I don't know why I've never seen this before. It actually looks like it might be kind of what we're looking for. Let me see if there's a sample of it. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Okay. Chet, I can't believe I've never bothered to Amazon the Study Quran. I've
Did you
Googled
find it?
Yeah.
New translation and commentary by Sayed Hossein Nasser.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yep, that's the one.
That's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and save this guy, and then we'll have to get that in the mix. I asked Ems if he had a favorite study Quran. He said he couldn't find them in English either, but apparently we're using the wrong search words. So
yeah, I don't know how I ended up coming by it, but yeah, it has a lot of notes. They do come off slightly apologetic, but it's useful. It at least gets you, I think, the most sophisticated versions of the arguments to respond to. So I'm definitely liking that about it as someone who doesn't, know the Arabic. To get some of the apologetics from that end is kind of nice.
Right. I appreciate that. That's really helpful. Big W. Kane, thank you for the super. It says, hell yes, I've lived longer than Jesus. Take that. Yeah, actually, I got Jesus beat. In fact, if Isaiah 53 is about anyone, it's obviously about me because my days have been prolonged. So, I don't know. Seems like Jesus just keeps losing the prophecy war. This is Kayal. Thank you for the super chat. Says, question, am in crazy? I think you mean am I? Am I crazy to think the Christians read the wrong commandments? Wouldn't Exodus 34 be the only set since Exodus 20 was destroyed? Yes. The ones in Exodus 20 were destroyed, but to be fair, it's not clear if the ones in Exodus 34 were meant to be the actual Decalogue. And there is a point in the text, like if it happens again in Deuteronomy 10. Give me a second. If you go to Deuteronomy 10, this is the good question. There are 2 sets, but we do have texts that say that the second set of tablets had what the first set of tablets had written on it. So I thought it was in Deuteronomy 10. Let me double check. Okay. So it says, at that time, the Lord said to me, carve out 2 tablets of stone like the former ones and come up to me on the mountain and make an ark of wood. I will write on the tablets the words that were on the former tablets. There you go. So, I mean, according to Deuteronomy, the words that were on the second set of tablets should have matched the words that were on the first set of tablets. And the problem I have with Exodus 34 is it's not entirely clear if what he was writing down was another edition of the Decalogue or if these were just different commands altogether. It's not clear. Now, nevertheless, if this is another collection of commandments, then what that would mean is that we've got a contradiction in the text. Because if he wrote down the same words as what was in Exodus 20, according to Deuteronomy 10, and it doesn't match 34, then there's clearly, it's just clearly a contradiction, I would imagine. Let's see. There's a bunch of stuff in here that sounds reminiscent of the commands, but isn't the same. Let's see. Yeah, a whole list of commands, but they don't sound like the Ten Commandments. It says, the Lord said to Moses, write these words, for in accordance with these words, I have made a covenant with you and with Israel. He was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water, and he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 Commandments. It's actually really interesting, too, because in this section, Moses writes the words on the tablets, but in Deuteronomy 10, Yahweh writes on the tablets, so it's another contradiction. So, and then we can debate on the show.
Don't scroll down any further. Don't scroll down any further. We're gonna start debating, Justin.
Okay, not today.
But yeah, like even the reason for the Sabbath is different in P versus D. Because there's a complete difference whether the Sabbath is commemorating rest from the labor in Egypt or whether it has to do with the 7-day creation narrative, right?
Yeah.
We have completely different reasons for why they're keeping the Sabbath. Obviously, these are, post hoc explanations for a practice that was there.
Even within Exodus, there are two explanations. There's another explanation in Exodus that says that on the seventh day, God ceased from his work and was refreshed. I was like, what?
Oh,
he was refreshed?
Interesting. Yeah.
I was like, why does God need to be refreshed? Let me find out.
Because you don't really get that in Genesis. In Genesis, it just says basically that he stopped working. But when you get into the later texts, they suggest some kind of actual like reclining and resting.
Yes, it was Exodus 31:17. Let me put it on the board here. I love this particular text. Give me 1 second. Let's see, Exodus 31. Sorry, this super chat is in the way for a second. It says, the Lord spoke to. Oh, we need 17. There we go. For the Sabbath. Therefore, the Israelites are to keep the Sabbath, observing the Sabbath throughout their generations as a perpetual covenant. It is a sign forever between me and the Israelites. In the 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the seventh day, he rested and was refreshed. So,
yeah, it says that.
Do all powerful beings need to rest and refresh? Well, thoughts. It's definitely something that people should think about when they're thinking about the God of the Bible. Hank says, Philbro timer. How about a Theo 101 dropout timer? Maybe. I apologize. I did carry on that conversation with was it Rajidi or whatever his name was, a bit long, but I wanted to make sure he got the most out of the conversation, because last time we talked, he seems to be actually pretty sincere about it. So
yeah, we had a couple guests who really did their homework and came back. That was kind of nice.
Yeah. In fact, okay, I looked it up too, because I was trying to remember what word they used for refresh. I was like, I think it was a form of nephesh. It is. It's the Nephal form of nephash, which is what nephesh comes from, which means that God's soul was revived. Pretty crazy.
Wow.
Sad Tech Geek says, Justin, this call with Rajadi is going to make me cry. You don't want to make me cry, do you? I'm sorry. It was long, Sad Tech Geek, but I didn't have anyone in the guest box for a long time. And then we were also getting towards the end of the call, it actually started to get a little bit interesting, and he was making some concessions. So I thought we might actually make some ground up. So I apologize, friends. I'll try to keep it more interesting in future debates. Rock hard for Doug, though, and simply wet for Sharon, and gay for Justin. And don't be a crying kitty over here. We don't want to see crying kitties. We love kitties. Beautiful cat, by the way. And Tim says, caller, you got 50 plus years of the telephone game and then hundreds of years of I sure hope I translated that right. In other words, nothing. I mean, yeah, the telephone game with the text to me is one of the more disturbing aspects of the how the Bible is. But G. Thievin says, and scribes fixing contradictions. Yes, we have clear evidence of scribes literally fixing problems that comes up later. For example, in Mark chapter 1, it attributes a quote to Isaiah that it's actually partly from Isaiah and the other part was from Malachi. And it says, from the prophet Isaiah. But in later manuscripts, we got manuscripts from the 5th and 6th century where they're like, oh no, this is a problem. And so they changed the prophet Isaiah to the prophets, plural, fixing it. The biblical scribes, y'all, were not above altering the text when it was problematic. Randy Wilson, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend, says, I love this channel. I've learned so much. Thank you. Randy, I love that you learn from the channel. It's one of the things that brings me the most amount of joy is that everyone here is learning. Sometimes I'm learning as well. That's why I love to have friends on like Chet and Dalton and others that have a very complementary skill set that help me to keep my sword sharpened as well. Jagged Tiger, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. Says, if good is whatever God does and morality is the distinction from good and bad, then isn't it definitionally impossible for God to be morally good since morality doesn't apply to him? Yeah, so to me, it's like one of those things where it's just bending definitions. Like if I said, this pen can only, it can only say, my pen writes all good things. And then I said, well, as it turns out, good things are only the things that this pen writes. Well, now it's just like, you've just made it semantically, like definitionally true. But that's not really how words work. You don't get to define God any way you want. Like, if God exists, you still need an argument for why the God is good. You can't just claim that goodness is God. I could make the same claim. I said, well, goodness is Satan. Whatever Satan does is good. Like, you can't just define it any way you want to. You have to have an argument for why your definition should be accepted. Simeon, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, Jim Bob spotted in the chat. He's begging to get cooked. That may be the case. I would say this about Jim Bob, though. Jim Bob watches a lot of atheist live streams. I've seen him in a lot of atheist live stream chats. Like, I don't actually watch the Christian channels at all. This is a waste of time. But I've seen him in a lot of comments on the atheist stream. So I don't know if he's like studying, trying to think of like what he can make videos on or who he can debate next. But I'll give him some credit. At least he's kind of paying attention and watching what the opposition is doing. Rather than, just pretending like he can straw man all of our arguments. Someone saying it's a different Jim Bob. Well, I only know of one Jim Bob, y'all. If there's another Jim Bob, I have no fucking idea who it is. Adam Strickler, thank you for the super chat. A beautiful fucking puppy. Holy shit, what is that? A cute puppy. Christians, Jesus fulfilled messianic prophecies. Also, Christians, we should believe the gospel because Jesus was not the Messiah, and that was Christians, we should believe the gospel because Jesus was not the Messiah that was promised. Wait, what? I feel like there might be a typo in here somewhere. Christians literally believe that Jesus was the Messiah that was promised.
Is that a border collie?
It kind of looks like a border collie, doesn't it?
Yeah, with the black over the eyes and the white in the middle.
Yeah. It's a fucking cute dog. I mean, if you like dogs, not everyone likes dogs, but
Adorable. Yeah, yeah.
damn. That's how you know God doesn't exist, that he drowned fucking millions of puppies in the flood. No, you can't be good and drown puppies and babies. Come on. Let's get real here. Percy, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, render unto Justin the things that are Justin's. I don't know what are particularly Justin's. Maybe boots and peanut butter. If you know what I'm talking about, you'll understand. Imposter Joe. Wait a minute. Who's the real Joe? Thank you for the super chat, but now I got questions. Hey, Justin, just wanted your opinion on Craig L. Blomberg. I like Blomberg. I've got some of his books. He came up as a New Testament scholar in a book that I was recommended that I'm reading with my Christian wife. His arguments for Christ don't sway me. No. Okay. So Blomberg wrote some decent books. He's a pretty decent biblical scholar. As an apologist, he's goofy. He does have a pretty healthy section in the New Testament. Was it the Dictionary of the New Testament Use of the Old Testament, if I remember correctly, or the Commentary of the New Testament Use of the Old Testament? Blomberg and somebody else, I forget, was participating in putting that thing together. And I read his sections in there, and I thought they were fucking weak too. So Blomberg is even though I think he's a great scholar, he does engage in apologetics in the most embarrassing ways, I think. I don't know. Chet, what do you think of Blomberg? Do you think he's good? I thought he was decent until he did his apologetic stuff.
That's beyond my scope. I don't know Blomberg at all, actually.
Blomberg is a New Testament scholar. A number of his books you'll find in like the seminaries and the Bible colleges, and he does commentaries too.
Yeah, no, I never came by him.
Yeah, he's an okay dude. I think you'd actually like him. He just, he just kind of engages in some pretty cringy arguments, but that's fine. That's what Christians do, right?
That's fair. I gravitate to minority opinions, so that's good.
Right. Yeah, like Moses having horns, but we won't worry about that. Jerry Connor, thank you so much for the 10 euro super chat. Says, hi, Justin. Greetings from Ireland. Well, hello all the way to Ireland. Would the JPS Hebrew English be a good buy? 100%. Chet and I both love the newest JPS Hebrew English side by side.
Yeah, and like I always say, especially if you're coming from a Christian background and you want something with a good commentary, get a good JPS study Bible.
Yeah, that's in my cart now, that one and the study Quran. So Chet really helped me out with the study resources here.
Yeah, I'm draining your money tonight.
I know, the super chats are going right into resources tonight. William, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, Dalton, please say Yahuwah. You know what? We do need to get Dalton recorded saying things like Yahuwah and stuff like that. I think that would be totally worth it. Maybe Yehoshua?
Yehutza.
Oh, that's a good one.
Confusing the tzadis with the ayins. They look similar.
We really need
Yehutza.
a combination of Yahusha and Jehovah. Like, there's got to be a way to make that even more ridiculous.
We gotta go with the most ridiculous name for God that combines Yeshua and Yahweh, and then we have to insist that Christians only say that, or otherwise God doesn't hear their prayers or something.
Jehoshua. I don't know. We'll there's some syllables in there we'll work on.
So some good gutturals too, like
yeah. You gotta get real deep with those gutturals to make them sound fun.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, Jesus's real name in the first century would have been Yeshua, not Yeshua. That that guttural was a consonant, and the A is much later. Like the people who insist, like, oh, I only call him Yeshua. It's like, okay, like, so Masoretic Hebrew, not first century Hebrew. Right.
Anyways, they're trying. They're trying. Anything they can do to come up with something unique that no one's heard before. Penelope, you changed your name again to, I don't think I've seen the second word on your name before, but thank you for being here and for the super chat. It says, yes, Imagine a world where 70% of people believe in vampires and they tried to legislate a weekly blood tithe from school kids to appease vamps. You could have a VZ debate channel. I would 100% do that. I would do VZ debates if we lived in a world that had vampires. Vampire debates. Vampire deconstruction. Oh my goodness. It'd be Vampire Zone, I guess it would be come out to. Boogit says, I heard you're writing a hook. Well, I think your headphones might be down low. I'm writing a book, and I promise I'm working on it, friends. It's just really big. It's a reference book. It's so fucking big, guys. But I'm not gonna make it come out sooner, just because I'll have to put less information in it, and it's really packed full of a lot of information. I promise it'll be worth the wait. Steph, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. It says, love your streams. Can't wait for your book. Well, I really appreciate that. Like, to be fair, like the section on Isaiah 53 alone is going to be like 100 pages. It's ridiculous. I spent like 50 pages damn near on just like the prophecy from Isaiah 7. It's ridiculous. But I promise it'll be worth it. It'll be like a one-stop shop book for what the fuck are we doing with these prophecies about Jesus in the Gospels. Space Lord says, I'll Fly Away is one of the a few dozen hymns I still randomly sing. It's actually pretty good. There's another one that I love, and I think it's a hymn, but sometimes you'll see people sing it not in the towards God. On Eagle's Wings. I love that song. A lot of opera singers have sung it. It's just a beautiful song. I think, I think even Josh Groban did a copy of it. I could be wrong, but yeah, Josh Groban did for sure. But like, it's just a really good song. Listen, some of the old worship songs, gospel songs, they just kind of hit, they slap. E-Money, hey, thanks so much for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, to clear things up, Marcus Vote 66 sent 500 euros, acknowledged at you about 237. Seems you didn't realize that it's about 600 US dollars. Some real dough. You read it like it was $1.99. Love you, man. Rock hard for Doug and simply wet for Sharon. Oh, I got to be honest. My brain didn't reference the dollar mark. Like I saw the number and the foreign currency, and my brain just didn't immediately do the conversion. So, I mean, that's on me. I apologize for that. I mean, Marcus, I really appreciate the super chat. That's fucking huge. It might be close as the biggest one I've ever gotten, to be fair. I think the biggest one I ever got was like $700, but I mean, Marcus, I really fucking appreciate it. I don't think that because I'm at the beginning of the stream and I'm kind of trying to get everything started that I didn't really appreciate your humongous super chat, because it really does help the channel a lot. So, I mean, big W to Marcus for supporting the channel, but I certainly didn't want you to think that like I didn't appreciate the huge dollar amount. But also remember, friends, you don't have to send a $600 super chat. I'm gonna read your super chats, whether they're $600 or $666. So, I mean, not that I don't love your support. I love everyone's support. I'm just saying that I'm gonna read all the super chats, friends. Don't worry. And I really do appreciate, like, I realize there are some people that are able to contribute more and less to the channel. I appreciate everybody that contributes, even if it's just like a 99-cent super chat or you're just a member and that's all you can do. I appreciate everyone. I never ask anybody or to participate if, like, I don't ask for money here. I feel like the audience has done a really good job of supporting me. I couldn't imagine asking them for more. Nexus, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says Team Dillahunty, Justin's fucking rock. Oh wait, what's HB Dustin? Hold on, HB. Oh, I don't know if I know this hashtag. HB Dustin. Do y'all know what that's in reference to? Did I miss part of that episode? Does HB Dustin ring a bell? Let me know in the comments. I don't know if I know that one. But I do love Justin's fucking rock. That's a great clip. I actually pinned it in the Discord, Justin's live chat. I pinned it in the Discord so people can find it easier. But yeah, that's a funny clip. Anyways, thank you, Nexus. And Chicken Orama, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Nora from the TikToks. Still waiting on the Mezzo, Joel, Justin Menage a Trois. Love what you do. Rock hard for Doug and simply what for Sharon. Nora, I really appreciate it. I'm definitely going to see if I can get on with Joel and Mezzo both. I've been on their stream before with them for a different, but I haven't had them both on my stream. I need to set up a time to get both of them on my stream because they're both amazing, but having them together is like a double treat, you know? Chino Pisces, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend, says, as a Pisces, I have to change your mind about fish. Oh no. Many fish possess sentience, I'm aware, even interact with humans, I know, and other animals. Please look up My Fish Loves Me by Bonshaw for my evidence. Praise Doug. I am aware that fish are sentient. Some of them more than others. And I am aware that, they probably do things that they might find meaningful, but most fish don't live very long and they die of predation. Like, there's not that many fish out there that are just like living into their golden years. It's a fucking knife fight out there for fish. You know what I mean? Something's gonna fucking eat that fish, is what I'm saying. And maybe I'll change my mind on eating fish. Maybe I won't. But I also don't know if fish really do develop feelings, sentient or not. I don't know if fish actually develop feelings or emotions and like really experience, the world like we experience the world. It's something I have to look into, but maybe they do. And maybe fucking I'll get some more information and I'll be like, okay, I guess we're not doing fish either. You know what I mean?
And especially with shellfish, they don't move very much. And, like the pain response generally relates to movement a little bit. There also aren't a lot of, like when you eat shellfish, for example, a lot of, catching animals that you're not intending to, it tends to be right on the surface. So usually with shellfish, there's not going to be a lot of risk of unnecessary suffering.
Right. Yeah. And that's why Yahweh forbade it, because he wants maximal suffering.
That is very much in line with Yahweh's personality. Yes,
absolutely matches the character.
He banned shellfish specifically because they don't suffer enough when you eat them.
Oh, jeez. It's funny because it's true. It's horrific, but
right.
Mick Dubbin, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, pervert, stop lurking in the horse chat, for fuck's sake. Wait, is that a person? Is there actually a person in the horizontal chat named Pervert? Or Perverts? And you're just lurking out there like a creeper? It sounds like there might be some stuff happening in the comments that I don't know about. So I don't know if I can comment too much on it, but friends, if you have a problem with somebody, you can screenshot it and report it to the mods, and they should be able to handle it. I certainly don't want any creepers up in here that are making people feel uncomfortable. So if there is like a legitimate pervert somewhere in the community, let's make sure we get them reported and get them out of here. Brian, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, if Deconstruction Zone had a song about a pink pony club, would he be Deconstruction Roan? I feel like that's probably really funny if you know what Pink Pony Club is.
It's a super dumb song.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna have to look this up.
It's a dumb song. It's a dumb song.
Oh man.
I think.
Well, friends, it's not really practical to look it up right now on the stream, but I promise I'll look it up here. Let me just write it down. Pink Pony Club. Let's see. Pink Pony Club. Okay, I'll look it up and we'll see what we can get. I really appreciate that. Big W. I bet it's funny. I bet there's a lot of people who caught the joke and is laughing, and I apologize that I didn't get it. But just for those who did get it, it probably was funny. I'm probably just the old fuddy-duddy that doesn't get it. Sad Tech Geek says, ignore my first super chat. I see what you did now. Oh, well, it's too late now. We already got it. Don't worry about it, Sad Tech Geek. Don't worry about it. Also, McDubbin with a follow-up, thank you for that, says, I thought the schism was over, but perverts continue to be peeping Toms over in the whores chat, and it's making me uncomfortable. Wait a minute. What's being peeped? I've got questions about this peeping nonsense.
So pro-vertical people must be going over to the horizontal stream to harass the horizontal stream watchers.
Seems that way.
Yeah, that's not okay.
We don't want friends. We don't want stream to stream. Infighting. No schism, friends. Although I think Gretchen officially ended the schism, didn't she? Maybe. Oh well. I thought she did. Oh well. Anyways, I think so. But if somebody's like, honestly, if someone's being weird and creepy and pervy, please let us know. Corey says, "Let me up. Quick monologue. Probably not going to happen, Corey. We don't let people up for monologues. Appreciate being here, though. This is a debate channel, unless we're doing like a Q&A." Ariadwin, I think I pronounced it correctly this time after you corrected me. I appreciate the $10 super chat, friend. Says, first day of my leave, and I managed to catch a live. This caps off a good day. I love that for you. You had a day off and you got to learn something cool. Thanks for all you do, pushing them to confront truth and what the Bible really says. I wish I could do it with my family. That's the hardest thing. One of the few things Jesus said that I wholeheartedly agree with is that no prophet is honored in his hometown, meaning you can't fucking impress your family. They already know all your flaws. They saw you pick your nose and eat worms when you were a kid. They're not likely to think that you're special or divine or really super smart. They saw all your stuff. So you can't hide anything from your friends and family. But nevertheless, if you want to convince your family, I think the best way you can do it is by being kind to them and being better equipped with knowledge, information, and critical thinking, to the point where anytime they say something to you about it, you can just lay it down why they're wrong, and they either have to take it or leave it. Alex, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, just discovered that a streaming service my husband pays for is religiously affiliated. Oh, that's not good. So only seems fitting that as penance, I must donate to you, evening out. I really appreciate that, Alex. Big W. And let everyone know in the chat what the streaming service is, so we know that maybe we shouldn't be using that shit either. That's like when I discovered that the Marriott hotels was like owned by like strict Mormons. I was like, fuck, maybe I don't need to do Marriott yet, but I still currently am. I don't know if it's a good reason to leave them, but yeah, if we can support non-religious groups, maybe we should, right? And Chris Wyndham, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend, says, my understanding is that outside of Josephus, no one mentions Jesus, and even Josephus never ever mentions a resurrection. Am I missing something? It depends on what you mean. Like outside of Josephus, there are mentions, obviously, just not like contemporary mentions. So we've got one drawing of Jesus on a cross. Was it from Leximenos? Was that his name? That's pretty early, it seems. We've got mentions of Crestus that seems to be about Jesus. The writings of Pliny seem to indicate that he was crucified and killed by the Roman government. So there are some mentions. I think the question is whether or not you think they're credible. There are some people who think that Crestus wasn't actually a mention of Jesus, but about some other figure prior to Jesus. Like there's some complications there, but it depends on how far after Jesus you're willing to look. Are there contemporaries talking about Jesus? It doesn't really seem to be the case. And the part in Book 18 of Josephus's Antiquities seems to be either modified or entirely added to the section, probably by Eusebius or somebody else before him. That's that version that Christians love. that version doesn't appear until we find it in Eusebius's church history. So it's hard to say what Josephus did or didn't say about Jesus, although he seems to be aware of his existence. And Chris also says eyewitness testimony is the least reliable, and I don't think it's reliable. And Christians don't think it's reliable either. If I read them eyewitness testimonies in any other book, whether it's Tacitus, Suetonius, the Talmud, the Babylonian Chronicles, anything, they're going to say, nope, didn't happen, not true. Marduk didn't grant anyone victory no matter what Cyrus says. So they actually don't think eyewitness testimony is important. They just think that it's important if it helps them with their particular special religion. Simeon, my friend, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, the Gospels were all written in the lifetime of the apostles. I feel fails so hard, mainly since they're superimposing our current lifespan on it. In the first century, it was a miracle to make it to 40. I don't know if that's true, and here's why. I mean, not all of it, but it's not a miracle to make it to 40. In the ancient world, the reason why these life expectancies are so low is not because nobody was living old. It's because so many of them died of like going to war, or like not making it past like 6 months, you die as a youth, or being sold into slavery and killed as a slave. Like, so many people were dying. But outside of like, getting murdered, right? Your chances of living past 40 was nearly a guarantee. There's a lot of texts from the ancient world that tell us that, people were living into their 70s and 80s. The only question is, what are the mitigating factors? The mitigating factors are basically getting killed. Now, today, I don't know if we would include life expectancy if war was involved, like if people were dying in war. I think we control for that stuff now. So I understand, I get it. I know these statistics that you're referring to. I just don't think that the statistics are accurately representing the concept that we're talking about. But I do agree with you. The quote that the Gospels were all written in the lifetime of the apostles fails because obviously there's no good reason to believe that they wrote anything, or it's silly that they would wait 30 years to write them down, 30 or 40 years to write down the Gospels, as if they're just going to remember all that shit 30 years later. It's preposterous. It doesn't make any sense. But I get what you're saying. I think you might want to take another look at the stats.
And we also have no reason to think that they're telling the truth.
Right. Yeah. Even if they were within the lifetime of Jesus, why would we assume that they're true?
I mean, even if they lived within the lifetime of Jesus and claimed to have seen him resurrected, there's no reason to think that they didn't believe in Christ and were willing to die for that belief.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, a person, like, I've known people in my life who have told lies about things that they really believed.
Right.
Just in order to convince other people. I had a coworker who made up a lie about personally seeing someone get fired because he so strongly believed that the person got fired. And it turned out that he was wrong. And he, admitted that he had made up that story, right? But I mean, the truth is, if someone believes that Jesus is risen from the dead, that doesn't mean that they didn't lie about having seen him after his resurrection, right?
Right.
And so, like, this whole claim that people who knew Jesus, were making claims about him resurrecting, that has no real direct relationship with whether or not they actually saw him. As long as they believed it, they very well may have been willing to die for it. So
yeah, for sure. And they could just make the shit up too. Like, think about what we find in the early days of Mormonism. Like, there were eyewitnesses to shit that we just know didn't happen. Like, it's preposterous.
Yeah, they all signed it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well. It is what it is. Drevin says, God bless. Well, I mean, we don't believe in God, but you're more than welcome to pay me $2 to come in and, say some condescending remark and not actually get into the guest box and demonstrate that your God has the ability to bless people, much less exist. Gosh, thank you so much for the 5 gifted DZ debate memberships. I really appreciate that, and fucking awesome edition of the Mona Lisa. I've never seen that that particular image just yet. Shirley Temple, thank you for the $10 super chat. Speaking of Yiddish, you're a real mensch, Justin. You know, the first time somebody said that to me, I thought that was an insult. I didn't know. Like I'd never heard the word. I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on here? But now I know that it's actually not a bad word.
Hey, you know, once you learn Hebrew and Aramaic, the third Semitic language you're supposed to learn is German.
You know,
they say that's the third Semitic language you learn after Hebrew and Aramaic.
To be fair, there's a lot of sounds that seem to cross over. There's some real from the throat sounds you got to make there.
Oh God. You know, I've never gagged on Hebrew, but on German, I've gagged a couple of times trying to pronounce those gutturals. I don't know what it is. I'm sure Arabic is just as bad, but
oof. I think Arabic's even harder. Well, you know, I had Arabic in-laws for a while, and listening to them to do Arabic was so hard. Like, because even like it's like just how hard you pronounce the H is a whole different like syllable. Like it
yeah, it's basically the same as the H with the dagesh in Masoretic Hebrew. That's how they pronounce all of them in Arabic.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's a tough
And
language.
the ayin, in the throat, like they pronounce that, you know. And they pronounce both of the ayins too. They pronounce the hard and the soft ayin, and they distinguish them, which is really so cool when you start getting into like reconstructing the Semitic, like the Proto-Semitic. Arabic is so important because it keeps a lot of those precise distinctions, especially in the consonants. That is so important for reconstructing the Semitic languages.
Yeah, I think that's why it's so important that you've got like the Halit and the BDB actually referencing the Arabic, because it legitimately is helpful. Like some people would think it wouldn't be, but it really is actually.
And one of the reasons we know that Ish and Isha aren't related is because of comparative Semitic linguistics using Arabic, right? You know, the sheen in the word for man, Ish, goes back to a Proto-Semitic sheen, whereas in Isha, it goes back to a Proto-Semitic, like a unvocalized th, like th.
Oh,
and so yeah, those are completely unrelated words if you understand Reconstruction, right? So if you look at the word for woman in Arabic and in Akkadian and all these other languages, you can figure out, oh, that's not related to Ish at all. Ish and Isha, they look like they're related, but the consonants are totally different. And you can prove that if you can do comparative Semitic throughout the languages.
But in Genesis, they've already become conflated as just the feminine and the male version of the same word, basically, right?
Right. Genesis could not have been written before 1200 BCE because those two sounds wouldn't have been conflated into Hebrew as a sheen until that time. So yeah, the wordplay does it. Yeah, exactly.
We have to talk about some of these Hebrew things sometime on a stream. Remind me, we're going to get down and talk about this.
Absolutely.
Shirley, thank you so much for telling me I'm a mensch. I appreciate that. And Gadzooks, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, please tell me that was Sarah handing you the book. It was not. I want to live vicariously through your newfound love for each other. Hail Satan. Definitely hail Satan, actually. But no, it wasn't Sarah. And guys, you know, I work a lot with Sarah. Like Sarah and I do a lot of content together, and I love and support her work. But we fuck around with the audience a lot, but we don't date. we're not together. Matthew, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says ex-Mormons assemble. +1 victory for Satan. Satan, listen, I can't seem to find a place in the Bible where Satan loses anything. Like they keep saying that God's gonna like defeat Satan. When the fuck does he get defeated? He's still out here as the God of the world. 2 Corinthians 4:4, prowling around looking for prey. Like, it seems like he's still doing the thing. I think he's in charge down here. And Super Bowl Joel says, what about the Bills losing 4 straight Super Bowls? Love what you're doing, by the way. You know what? I was just thinking about this not that long ago, because I don't live that far from Buffalo. But that being said, like, you have to feel bad for the Bills. It's just it's tough to lose that many times. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the Cleveland Indians. The Indians have gone to the Super Bowl a number of times. Not the Super Bowl, I mean the World Series a number of times. I'm trying to figure out, I don't know when they've actually won it. They keep they'll get to the World Series and then lose. It's a tough thing to do. But you're right, the Bills, listen, if the football team is a suffering servant, it could be the Bills too, for sure. Super Bowl Joel says, rock hard for Doug Flutie. For Doug Flutie. I didn't think Doug Flutie was going to be making an appearance here. But W Doug Flutie, also W Doug Crystal's husband. Dakota Cody Hananoi, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, Justin, do you think Matthew 5:21-28, Mark 7:24-30 is X of historical Jesus or propaganda? So I personally think that what we find, Matthew 15, I'm sorry, I don't know why my brain read that as Matthew 5, maybe because we're so used to seeing Matthew 5 come up in discussion. All right, but we're talking about Matthew 15 and Mark 7, where Jesus reprimands the Pharisees for not following the law of Moses and replacing it with the tradition of the elders. And the example he gives is you don't kill the child that curses mother and father. All right, so what you're asking is, do you think that these verses is X? I don't know what you mean by X. Is X of historical Jesus? Is it part of historical Jesus? I think so. I think the historical Jesus, if the historical Jesus existed, I certainly believe that he was a Judaizer, meaning I don't believe that he came to get rid of the standard practice of Judaism. I don't think he came to get rid of the law. I don't think any of that stuff happened. So, is it original to the real Jesus? Maybe. Who knows? But I think given my opinion of the historical Jesus, I do think that the passages where Jesus is pro-law of Moses are more likely to be original, especially given what we know about what people decided after Jesus died. Almost immediately after Jesus died, people were like, get rid of this fucking law, right? So it seems like if they were adding a Jesus lore to the mythology after the fact, they probably would want that mythology to agree with Paul, whereas it doesn't agree with Paul. So, I mean, that's just my 2 cents. I could be wrong. Evan, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, do goldfish live into their golden years? I mean, you got me there. To be fair, you got me on that one. Some fish do live into the golden years, and the goldfish might be the exception for obvious reasons. Gazooks also, with another super chat, thank you, says, where and what happened to the weekend Kraken? Rock hard for Doug, straight for Justin. Well, thank you for being straight for Justin. So, I kind of alluded to this a while ago, and I don't talk about it too much. I used to consume more Kraken, but like I'm trying to get my health in order. And it's just very difficult when you consume Kraken on the regular. And also, I keep having stuff on Saturday mornings that I have to get to. And so it's not conducive to stay up until 2 a.m. debating while drinking Kraken. And I've been informed by a number of people in the community that they're recovering alcoholics, and I kind of feel bad triggering them. So sometimes I'll have a little bit of something every now and then, but I'm trying to minimize it. I don't want to be a stumbling block for people in the community that are recovering. I've been around so many people that are recovering from this type of thing that like I can't imagine it would be easy watching a live stream where somebody's doing it right in front of your face. So anyways, that's kind of how that's why the Kraken has kind of been phased out a little bit. Sometimes I'll have a little bit, but it'll be like in a coffee mug and you don't even know it's Kraken. But typically I'm kind of minimizing the adult beverages nowadays. Simeon, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, it's a friendly schism, guys. Fight in peace. It is a friendly schism, but I think it could be fun to play it up a little bit, but it needs to be friendly, not perverted, y'all. Gretchen, hey, good to see you again. Thank you so much for the super chat and weighing in on the schism. Because I tried to end it. Did it get too big to fail? Well, I don't know if that's the case. I think for some people it was fun, and they don't want to see it go away. And to be fair, I think it was kind of fun. I thought the schism was fun, as long as we don't take it too seriously. Let's not create any bad blood over it. Ellie, thank you for the €5 chat. Says, have you ever tried to, when a Christian refuses the Old Testament, stop them whenever they bring up anything out of it, including the prophecies? That's really interesting. If you get a Christian that's like, well, that's the Old Testament, it's not meaningful, so on and so forth, you theoretically could just be like, okay, well, if the Old Testament's not important, then none of this stuff here is important. Now, the reason why it's not really that helpful in a debate is because when they say that the Old Testament doesn't matter anymore, what they're really referring to is not the entire Old Testament. They're actually just referring to the laws. They want to find a way to get rid of these fucking laws. And they don't have much at their disposal. They got the words of Paul, and then they got the book of Acts, and they've got one parenthetical comment by the author of the Gospel of Mark in Mark chapter 7, but not actually by Jesus. And so what do? Right? My favorite thing to do is to walk them through the Old Testament passages where God says that the law is forever, it's perpetual, you do it for all your generations, and then show where Jesus agrees in Matthew chapter 5. And then, to kind of just watch the cognitive dissonance set in and see where it goes. But my understanding is I've never seen a Christian go in and try to say that the entire Old Testament is not relevant. They're typically really just referring to the laws. And the Kumakivi, thank you for the super chat, friend, says maybe the gospel writers were like Justin, very slow at finishing their book. That might be the case. That's why the long ending of Mark didn't come till way after the Gospel of John was already finished. But also, Justin's fucking rock. Appreciate using new hashtag. Love it. Appreciate that. And last super chat from Jeremy says, I knew God was real the second me and Doug made eye contact. Didn't you hear the music, the sound of angels, the wind blowing through your hair as you make contact with Doug? I mean, this is the evidence is that the Mormons were asking you to pray about, right? They said, God will reveal himself. You'll get that feeling, right? The feeling of the presence of God, or something like that, right? And that's how that the God is real, because you prayed and you got feelings, right? So that's also obviously how you know that Doug is real. You saw Doug, you pray to Doug, and then you just know that Doug must be real because Doug has already entered into your heart and has changed your heart. So I can get on board with that. Now, is anyone live right now that we can go raid? Who's live right now on YouTube or TikTok that we can go check out? Let me take a peek. Let's see. Gotta switch to my main account. Oh, fuck, Mezzo's live right now. Who else is live? It's Friday night, so I know Thinker's not live. Born Again and Mezzo, are they live together? No, let me see.
What? Why are you saying dates?
No, they're not live together. Okay. Well, we raided Mezzo last time, so let's do Born Again. Guys, let's all go raid. If you're on TikTok, let's go raid Born Again Atheists and say hi for us. Say hi from Justin and Chet. And if you're watching on YouTube, let's go all raid Mezzo's live stream. by now y'all should know Mezzo. I'm going to go pop in on both their streams and say hi. But guys, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate all the likes and shares and comments and support for the stream. It really does mean the world to me that so many people come and support what we're doing here. And it really does help to move the needle. I think these debates help a lot of people. I know that some people come up here and they're kind of like, they're angry and they're upset, and maybe they never will actually get convinced, the interlocutor are. But there are other people that are watching the live stream that are thinking about these things, and for that reason, these debates are important. So I'm going to keep holding these debates as often as I can possibly do it, given my schedule. So thank you for being here and supporting. And also, if you haven't already left TikTok to go see Born Again, make sure you're following my friend Chet. Chet's brilliant, and he's on YouTube and on TikTok. So I implore you, drop him a follow, drop him some likes. I think you'll enjoy the content. And we're going to be out until Monday, friends. Have a great weekend.